The blaring sound of the alarm clock jolted Tara Matthews out of a deep, dreamless sleep. Her hand flailed out from under the covers, smacking the snooze button with more force than necessary. The obnoxious beeping ceased, leaving a heavy silence that only intensified the pounding in her head. With a groan, Tara slowly opened her eyes, squinting against the harsh sunlight streaming through the half-open blinds. The room spun slightly as she sat up, the dull ache in her temples a stark reminder of the previous night's festivities. She glanced at the clock on her nightstand. 11:07 a.m. Great, Tara muttered, rubbing her eyes and trying to shake off the fog of sleep. She knew she had overslept, but at this point, it didn't really matter. Today was her birthday, and she had planned to sleep in anyway. But the hangover was a surprise, even though it probably shouldn't have been, considering the number of shots Emma had convinced her to take. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and sat there for a moment, letting the cool air hit her bare feet. The room was a mess, clothes scattered across the floor, and the faint scent of perfume and spilled wine lingered in the air. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, but she ignored it, too tired to deal with whatever awaited her. Tara finally stood up, stretching as she walked to the bathroom. Her reflection in the mirror made her wince. Her long dark hair was a tangled mess, her mascara smudged, and her eyes had the telltale puffiness of someone who had barely slept. She sighed, grabbing her toothbrush and running it under the tap. The minty taste was both refreshing and nauseating at the same time, but she forced herself through it, hoping it would help clear the lingering taste of tequila from her mouth. As she brushed, snippets of the previous night flashed through her mind: Emma's insistence on celebrating in style, the crowded bar, the loud music, and the faces of people she vaguely recognized. She had let loose, something she didn't do often, but now she was paying the price for it. Her phone buzzed again, this time with a more insistent tone. Tara spat out the toothpaste and wiped her mouth before reluctantly picking up the phone. 12 missed calls and 10 unread messages, all from Emma. Tara's heart sank a little. She and Emma had been best friends since college, and Emma had gone all out to plan something special for her birthday this year. Tara had promised she would be up early to enjoy whatever surprise Emma had in store, but clearly, she had failed on that front. She tapped on the messages, scanning through them quickly. Emma, rise and shine, birthday girl. Can't wait to see your face. Emma, Tara, you better not be hungover. Emma, seriously, get up. I'm on my way. Emma, answer your phone. Emma, if you're still in bed, I'm dragging you out myself. Tara chuckled, despite herself. Leave it to Emma to go into full mom mode on her birthday. She sent a quick reply: Tara, I'm up. Give me 20. She tossed her phone onto the bed and splashed cold water on her face, hoping to shock herself fully awake. As the water dripped down her face, she felt a strange unease settle in her stomach. Something about today felt off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Maybe it was just the remnants of her hangover or the anxiety of whatever Emma had planned. Shaking off the feeling, Tara dried her face and headed back into the bedroom. She pulled on a pair of jeans and a loose sweater, not bothering with much makeup beyond a swipe of lip balm. Casual and comfortable, that was all she could manage right now. Her phone buzzed again, and this time, it was a voicemail from Emma. Tara hesitated before playing it, bracing herself for the inevitable scolding. Emma's voice crackled through the speaker, cheerful but with an edge of impatience. "Tara, where are you? We've been waiting for you. I promise, today's going to be amazing, but you need to get your butt in gear and come meet us. And drink some water, you're going to need it. See you soon." Tara smiled, feeling a bit better. Whatever Emma had planned, she knew it would be worth the effort to shake off the hangover and face the day. She grabbed her keys and phone, stuffing them into her bag as she headed for the door, but as she stepped out into the bright, late morning sun, that uneasy feeling in her stomach returned, stronger this time. Tara paused for a moment, looking back at her apartment, the nagging sensation of something forgotten pulling at her mind. She shook her head, dismissing it as paranoia. Today was her birthday, and she wasn't going to let anything ruin it. With a deep breath, she headed down the stairs and out into the world, unaware that this day would be far from ordinary. Tara's head pounded with every step as she walked down the busy sidewalk, the sounds of the city grating against her fragile nerves. She had hoped the fresh air would help clear the lingering fog in her mind, but instead, it only made her more aware of how drained she felt. Still, the thought of seeing her friends, and especially Emma, gave her a small surge of energy. As she neared the cafe where Emma had told her to meet, Tara noticed something odd. The usually quiet corner of the street was buzzing with activity. Balloons were tied to the cafe's entrance, and a large banner that read, "Happy Birthday, Tara," hung above the door in bright, cheerful letters. "What the?" Tara murmured, blinking in surprise. She hadn't expected anything like this. Emma had mentioned a surprise, but Tara assumed it would be a low-key brunch or maybe a small gathering at someone's apartment. This looked like a full-blown party. She hesitated at the entrance, suddenly feeling self-conscious in her casual clothes and unkempt appearance. She was definitely not dressed for a party, and the thought of facing a crowd in her current state made her want to turn around and bolt. But before she could act on that impulse, the door swung open, and Emma burst out, her face lighting up with excitement. "Tara! Finally!" Emma exclaimed, pulling her into a tight hug. "You had me worried there for a minute. I thought I was going to have to drag you out of bed myself." Tara laughed weakly, hugging her back. "You almost did. What is all this? I wasn't expecting, well, this." She gestured toward the decorations and the people inside the cafe. Emma grinned, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. "Surprise. I know you said you didn't want anything big, but come on, it's your 25th. We had to do something special. Besides, everyone wanted to celebrate with you." Before Tara could protest, Emma was already pulling her inside. The cafe had been transformed into a cozy, festive space, with streamers and more balloons filling the room. Tables were pushed together, laden with food and drinks, and a group of their friends was gathered around, chatting and laughing. As soon as Tara entered, everyone turned to her with a chorus of cheers and shouts of "Happy Birthday." A few of them came up to hug her, and Tara did her best to smile and thank them, though she still felt a bit dazed. "You really went all out," Tara said to Emma as they made their way through the crowd. "I don't know what to say." Emma squeezed her arm. "Just enjoy it. You deserve a day all about you, and we're all here to make sure it's the best one yet." Despite her earlier reluctance, Tara felt her mood lifting slightly. Maybe this was exactly what she needed, a chance to let loose and enjoy the company of her friends. The scent of fresh coffee and pastries wafted through the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of birthday cake, and Tara's stomach growled in response. "Come on, let's get you something to eat," Emma said, leading her to the table. "You need to soak up that hangover." As they reached the table, Tara noticed a large, beautifully decorated cake sitting in the center. It was covered in white frosting with delicate pink and gold accents, and the words, "Happy 25th, Tara," were written in elegant script across the top. "Wow," Tara breathed, genuinely touched. "This is amazing. Did you make this?" Emma shook her head, smiling. "I wish I could say I did, but no. I got it from that bakery you love. Figured I'd leave the cake making to the experts." Tara's heart warmed at the thoughtfulness behind it all. She hadn't expected much from this birthday, but Emma had clearly put in a lot of effort to make it special. They spent the next hour mingling with friends, eating, and reminiscing about old times. Tara found herself laughing more than she had in a long time, the tension from the morning slowly melting away. Her hangover began to fade as she sipped on water and nibbled on food, and for the first time that day, she felt genuinely happy. At some point, Emma disappeared briefly, only to return with a wrapped gift in her hands. She handed it to Tara with a grin. "Open it." Tara took the gift, curious. "What's this?" "Just a little something from me," Emma said, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. Tara carefully unwrapped the package, revealing a small box. Inside was a delicate silver bracelet, simple yet elegant, with a tiny charm in the shape of a heart. Tara's breath caught as she looked at it. "Emma, this is beautiful," she said softly, touched by the gesture. "Thank you." Emma shrugged, but her smile was warm. "You're welcome. I just wanted you to have something to remind you that you're loved, no matter what." Tara felt a lump in her throat as she put the bracelet on, the charm glinting in the light. She pulled Emma into another hug, feeling a surge of gratitude for her friend's unwavering support and kindness. As they hugged, Tara couldn't help but feel that the unease from earlier was slipping away. Maybe today was going to be okay after all. The warmth of the room, the laughter of her friends, and the comfort of knowing she wasn't alone, it all made the day seem brighter. But just as she was starting to relax, Tara noticed someone standing in the corner of the room, watching her. It was a man she didn't recognize, his face partially obscured by the shadows. He was dressed in dark clothing, and his expression was unreadable. Tara's smile faltered, and a chill ran down her spine. She blinked, and when she looked again, the man was gone, leaving her with that strange, uneasy feeling once more. The party was in full swing, the sounds of laughter and music filling the cozy cafe as more guests arrived. Tara was doing her best to stay in the moment, chatting with friends, accepting birthday wishes, and trying to shake off the nagging discomfort that had settled over her after spotting the strange man earlier. She told herself it was nothing, probably just a guest she didn't know, someone who had slipped out quickly. But the unease lingered, like a shadow she couldn't quite escape. As Tara moved through the crowd, a familiar voice called out her name, making her heart skip a beat. "Tara." She turned to see Josh Carter, her ex-boyfriend, standing by the door, holding a small gift bag. His sandy blonde hair was tousled as if he had just run a hand through it, and his smile was tentative, almost shy. Tara's stomach did a little flip. She hadn't seen Josh in months, not since their messy breakup. Their relationship had ended on a sour note, with both of them saying things they probably shouldn't have. The sight of him now, looking so casual and out of place among her friends, made her pulse quicken with a mix of surprise and anxiety. "Josh," she managed to say, forcing a smile. "What are you doing here?" Josh hesitated for a moment, his gaze flicking around the room before landing back on her. "Emma invited me," he said, his voice soft. "I hope that's okay. I wasn't sure if I should come, but I wanted to wish you a happy birthday." Tara's smile faltered for a second, and she quickly masked it. Emma inviting Josh. That was news to her. She shot a quick glance at Emma, who was across the room, deep in conversation with another friend. Emma hadn't mentioned inviting him, and Tara couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. This was supposed to be her day, a chance to forget about the past for a while, and now here he was, dredging up memories she'd rather leave buried, but she couldn't be rude. Tara took a deep breath and nodded. "Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming." Josh smiled, and the tension in his shoulders seemed to ease a bit. He handed her the gift bag. "It's just a little something. I wasn't sure what you'd like, but I hope you like it." Tara accepted the bag, her fingers brushing against his as she did. A jolt of familiarity shot through her, bringing back memories of the good times they'd shared, before everything went wrong. She opened the bag and pulled out a small, intricately designed notebook. It was leather-bound, with her initials embossed on the cover. "I remembered how you used to jot down ideas for your writing," Josh explained, watching her closely. "Thought it might be something you could use." Tara's heart softened a little as she ran her fingers over the smooth leather. It was a thoughtful gift, and she couldn't deny the sentiment behind it. "Thanks, Josh. It's really nice." An awkward silence hung between them, the noise of the party fading into the background as they stood there, not quite knowing what to say next. Tara could feel the weight of unspoken words between them, apologies that had never been made, conversations that had never happened. But this wasn't the time or place to dredge it all up, and she wasn't sure if she wanted to anyway. Before she could think of something to break the silence, another voice interrupted, startling them both. "Tara. Happy birthday." She turned to see Lindsay, one of her co-workers, making her way over with a bright smile and a drink in hand. Lindsay was the type of person who was always the life of the party, and her arrival brought a burst of energy to the room. "Thanks, Lindsay," Tara said, grateful for the distraction. She introduced Lindsay to Josh, though she could tell Lindsay was already aware of who he was. There was a flicker of recognition in Lindsay's eyes, followed by a quick, assessing glance between the two of them. "So," Lindsay said, her tone light and teasing, "what's the birthday girl up to? Still recovering from last night, I bet." Tara laughed, a little too loudly, and nodded. "Something like that. But this party's definitely helping." Lindsay grinned and raised her glass. "Good. That's what we're here for. Speaking of which, you need a drink." Tara hesitated, glancing at Josh, who was still standing there, looking slightly out of place. She wasn't sure what to do. Should she invite him to stay and chat, or let him go on his way? The whole situation felt strange, like a chapter of her life she hadn't quite closed yet. Sensing the tension, Lindsay gave Josh a friendly smile. "Hey, why don't you join us? The more, the merrier, right?" Josh looked at Tara, as if asking for her permission. Tara hesitated for just a moment before nodding. "Sure, that sounds good." And so, the three of them headed to the bar, where Lindsay ordered a round of drinks. The conversation flowed more easily with Lindsay there to keep things light, but Tara couldn't shake the awkwardness. Every time she looked at Josh, she was reminded of the complicated history between them. The way they had loved each other intensely, and the way they had hurt each other just as deeply. As the evening wore on, Tara found herself laughing at one of Lindsay's stories, but her mind was only half there. The other half was occupied with Josh, wondering what it would have been like if things had turned out differently, if they had managed to work through their issues instead of letting them drive a wedge between them. Finally, as the night drew to a close and the crowd began to thin out, Tara excused herself to get some air. She stepped outside, the cool breeze a welcome relief from the stuffy warmth of the cafe. She leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath and trying to clear her head. A few moments later, the door opened, and Josh stepped out to join her. He didn't say anything at first, just stood there beside her, looking up at the sky. "I'm sorry if I made things weird," he said quietly after a while. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see you." Tara sighed, turning to face him. "It's not weird, Josh." "Well, okay, maybe a little. But it's not your fault. It's just, there's a lot of history between us, you know." Josh nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Yeah, I know. I've thought about it a lot. About us, about what went wrong. I wish things had been different." "Me too," Tara admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "But we can't change the past." "No, we can't," Josh agreed, meeting her eyes. "But we can move forward, right? Maybe as friends." Tara looked at him, really looked at him, and for the first time that night, she felt a sense of peace. Maybe they could be friends, maybe they could find a way to leave the past behind without erasing it entirely. "Yeah," she said finally, offering him a small smile. "I'd like that." Josh returned her smile, and for the first time that evening, the tension between them eased. They stood there in companionable silence, the cool night air around them, both of them knowing that things wouldn't be the same, but maybe, just maybe, that was okay. The night had grown darker, the vibrant energy of the party giving way to a quieter, more subdued atmosphere. Most of the guests had left, leaving only a few close friends lingering in the cafe, chatting softly or cleaning up the remnants of the celebration. Tara sat alone at one of the tables, absently running her fingers over the leather cover of the notebook Josh had given her. The evening had been a roller coaster of emotions, and now that the night was winding down, she finally had a moment to breathe and process everything that had happened. She felt a strange sense of disconnection, as if she were watching her own life from the outside. The conversation with Josh had stirred up old feelings she thought she had buried, and the presence of that mysterious man earlier still nagged at her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right, that the universe was trying to tell her something, but she couldn't figure out what. As she sat there, lost in thought, the door to the cafe creaked open. Tara glanced up, half expecting to see another lingering guest or perhaps one of her friends returning from a smoke break. But the cafe was empty. No one had come in. A chill ran down her spine as she stared at the open door, the cool night air seeping into the warm room. She felt an inexplicable urge to get up and close it, to shut out whatever was lurking in the darkness outside. But her body didn't move, as if some unseen force was holding her in place. Suddenly, the lights in the cafe flickered, dimming briefly before returning to their normal brightness. The small group of friends still inside looked around in confusion, murmuring to each other. Tara's heart began to race, her unease growing stronger. The flickering lights seemed like a bad omen, a sign that something was coming, something she wasn't prepared for. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought as irrational. It was just a power fluctuation, nothing more. But even as she told herself this, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Emma came over to her, a concerned look on her face. "Tara? You okay?" Tara forced a smile, nodding. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired, I guess. It's been a long day." Emma studied her for a moment, as if sensing there was more to it than that, but she didn't press. Instead, she sat down beside Tara, her voice gentle. "If you need to talk about anything, you know I'm here, right?" Tara nodded again, grateful for Emma's support. "I know. Thanks, Em. I think I just need to get some sleep." "Yeah, it's probably time to call it a night," Emma agreed, glancing around the room. "I'll help you clean up, and then we can head out." As they began to tidy up the cafe, Tara couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Every time she glanced toward the door, she expected to see that strange man again, lurking in the shadows. But the doorway remained empty, the night outside still and silent. After a few minutes, Tara's phone buzzed on the table. She picked it up, frowning as she saw an unknown number on the screen. It was late, too late for a casual call, and the number wasn't one she recognized. Hesitating for a moment, she answered, bringing the phone to her ear. "Hello." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a low, raspy voice. Tara, the sound of her name, spoken in that eerie tone, sent a shiver down her spine. She swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. "Who is this?" The voice didn't answer her question. Instead, it whispered, "Be careful, tonight isn't over yet." The line went dead, leaving Tara staring at her phone in disbelief. Her hands trembled as she lowered the phone, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't explain it, but she knew that call was more than just a prank. It was a warning, one she couldn't afford to ignore. "Tara? What's wrong?" Emma asked, noticing her pale face. Tara hesitated, unsure of how to explain what had just happened. She didn't want to sound paranoid or scare Emma, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was in danger. "I just got a weird call," she said finally, her voice shaky. Someone told me to be careful." Emma frowned, concern etched across her features. "That's creepy. Maybe it's just some jerk trying to mess with you. Do you want to stay at my place tonight?" We can crash together." Tara considered the offer, tempted by the idea of not being alone. But something inside her told her that whatever was going to happen, she needed to face it herself. "Thanks, Em, but I'll be okay. I just need to go home and get some sleep." Emma didn't look convinced, but she nodded. "All right. But text me when you get home, okay? And if anything else happens, you call me right away." "I will," Tara promised, though her mind was already racing with 1,000 different thoughts. As they finished cleaning up and locked the cafe behind them, Tara couldn't shake the feeling that she was being followed. Every shadow seemed to move, every rustle of leaves sent her heart racing. When they reached her car, Tara turned to Emma, giving her a tight hug. "Thanks for everything today. I really appreciate it." "Anytime," Emma said, squeezing her back. "Take care of yourself, Tara. And remember, I'm just a call away." Tara nodded, forcing a smile as she got into her car. As she drove home through the quiet streets, she kept glancing in her rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights following her or a figure lurking in the darkness, but the roads remained empty, and by the time she pulled up to her apartment building, the strange feeling had subsided a little. She took a deep breath, telling herself that it was just her imagination running wild. She'd had a stressful day, and the late hour wasn't helping. Still, as she climbed the stairs to her apartment, Tara couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for her. The hallway was eerily silent, the only sound her own footsteps echoing off the walls. When she finally reached her door, Tara paused, her hand hovering over the doorknob. She felt a sudden urge to turn around and leave, to run back to Emma's place and stay there for the night. But she shook it off, telling herself she was being ridiculous. She unlocked the door and stepped inside, flipping on the lights. The apartment was quiet, just as she had left it. But as she closed the door behind her, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. On the kitchen table, where she was sure she hadn't left anything, was a single black feather. Tara stared at it, her breath catching in her throat. The feather was glossy and smooth, its edges sharp and distinct. It didn't belong here. She didn't own anything with feathers, and she had no idea how it had gotten into her apartment. She took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. The feather felt like a sign, a message meant just for her. But what did it mean? And who had left it here? The phone call, the flickering lights, the strange man at the party, everything was starting to add up, creating a picture that filled her with dread. Something was coming for her. Something she couldn't escape. And tonight, her birthday, was only the beginning. Tara woke with a start, the remnants of a disturbing dream clinging to the edges of her consciousness. Her heart was racing, and she was drenched in sweat, the sheets tangled around her legs like a suffocating trap. The room was still dark, the faint light of dawn just beginning to seep through the blinds, casting long, eerie shadows across the walls. For a moment, she lay there, disoriented, trying to separate the dream from reality. The events of the night before came rushing back to her in fragmented pieces: the strange phone call, the black feather on her kitchen table, the overwhelming sense of dread that had followed her all the way home. Her hands trembled as she pushed the covers aside and sat up, her mind replaying the night in flashes, like a series of disjointed memories she couldn't quite grasp. It was as if the nightmare had bled into her waking life, and she couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. she rubbed her temples, trying to ease the pounding headache that had settled behind her eyes. But as she closed her eyes, the memories of the previous night came flooding back, more vivid and unsettling than before. She was back at the cafe, the sounds of laughter and music filling the air. The party was in full swing, and yet, there was a strange undercurrent of unease that Tara couldn't shake. She remembered the moment she first spotted the man standing in the corner, his eyes fixed on her with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine, that he had been watching her all night, his gaze never wavering. No matter where she moved in the room, she could feel his eyes on her, like a dark cloud hanging over her head. And then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone, leaving behind an unsettling emptiness in his wake. She was back in the cafe, her fingers trembling as she picked up her phone. The unknown number flashed on the screen, and despite the late hour, she answered, her voice hesitant and filled with trepidation. The voice on the other end was low, almost a whisper, as it spoke her name, Tara. The sound of it sent a chill down her spine, freezing her in place. "Who is this?" she had asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The voice didn't answer her question. Instead, it had issued a warning, cryptic and ominous, "Be careful, tonight isn't over yet." The words echoed in her mind, reverberating like a dark prophecy. And then the line had gone dead, leaving her with nothing but the sound of her own shallow breathing and the rapid pounding of her heart. She was back in her apartment, the soft glow of the kitchen light casting an eerie shadow on the walls. Her heart was pounding as she stared at the kitchen table, her eyes locked on the single black feather lying in the center of it. It was glossy and smooth, its edges sharp and distinct, a stark contrast to the pale wood of the table. She had no idea where it had come from, and the sight of it filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Tara had reached out with trembling fingers, hesitating for a moment before picking up the feather. It was cold to the touch, as if it had been lying in the shadow of death itself. She had dropped it almost immediately, the fear rising in her chest like a wave threatening to drown her. Tara opened her eyes, the flashbacks fading, leaving behind a gnawing sense of unease that she couldn't shake. It all felt too real, too vivid to be a mere dream. But how could it be anything else? She had gone to bed after returning home, her mind too exhausted to dwell on the strange occurrences of the night. And yet, here she was, reliving it all in vivid detail, as if the universe was forcing her to confront something she wasn't ready to face. Her eyes fell on the kitchen table, where the black feather had been the night before. But now, it was gone, as if it had never been there at all. Tara frowned, her mind racing. Had she imagined it? Or had someone, or something, removed it while she slept? She swung her legs over the side of the bed, feeling a cold shiver run down her spine as her feet touched the floor. The apartment was silent, too silent, as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. Tara knew she couldn't ignore this. She had to find out what was happening to her, and why. The strange omens, the unsettling phone call, the black feather, it all pointed to something dark and dangerous, something that was coming for her whether she was ready or not. As she stood up, she felt a sudden wave of dizziness, her vision blurring for a moment. She reached out, steadying herself against the wall as she waited for the sensation to pass. When it did, she took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she had to do next. Whatever was happening, she couldn't face it alone. She needed answers, and she needed them fast. And there was only one person she could think of who might be able to help, Josh. With that thought in mind, Tara grabbed her phone, quickly typing out a message to him. "Can we meet? I need to talk to you about something strange." She hit send, her heart pounding as she waited for his reply. Seconds felt like hours as she stared at the screen, willing it to light up with a response. Finally, her phone buzzed, and she saw his reply. "Of course. Let's meet at the cafe in an hour." Tara felt a mixture of relief and apprehension. She didn't know if Josh would have any answers, but she couldn't do this alone. She needed to figure out what was happening to her. Before it was too late, Tara sat at the kitchen table, staring at her phone. The daylight had fully emerged, casting a pale glow over the room, but the warmth of the morning did little to soothe the growing unease gnawing at her. She had already replayed the events of the previous night in her mind, trying to make sense of the inexplicable occurrences. Now, she waited, her fingers nervously drumming against the table as she hoped for a response from Josh. Her phone buzzed, startling her out of her thoughts. She snatched it up, expecting a reply from Josh confirming their meeting. Instead, her heart sank as she saw another unknown number flashing on the screen. The memory of the eerie call from last night flooded back, and for a moment, she hesitated, her thumb hovering over the decline button, but curiosity, or perhaps a sense of inevitability, compelled her to answer. She brought the phone to her ear, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "Hello?" There was a brief silence on the other end, a silence that seemed to stretch on forever, filling her with dread. Then, just as she was about to hang up, the voice returned, low, raspy, and unnervingly familiar. Tara. The way her name was spoken, in that same chilling tone, sent an icy shiver down her spine. Her pulse quickened, but she forced herself to respond, trying to keep her voice steady. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The voice didn't answer her directly. Instead, it spoke with a cryptic, almost taunting tone. "You think you can run, but you can't hide. The truth is coming for you, Tara, and it's closer than you think." Tara's throat tightened. The words felt like a noose slowly tightening around her, pulling her deeper into a trap she couldn't see. "What truth? What are you talking about?" she demanded, her voice tinged with desperation. The voice on the other end let out a low, sinister chuckle, the sound sending a wave of terror coursing through her. "You'll find out soon enough. But be warned, the more you dig, the darker it gets. There are some secrets that should stay buried." Before Tara could respond, the line went dead, leaving her with nothing but the echo of that haunting laugh. She stared at the phone in her hand, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The room seemed to close in around her, the walls pressing in as the weight of the call settled on her chest. Whoever this person was, they knew something about her, about what was happening to her. And they were playing a twisted game, one where the stakes were her sanity, her safety, and possibly even her life. Tara dropped the phone onto the table, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She felt a rising tide of panic, threatening to overwhelm her, but she forced herself to take deep breaths, trying to calm the storm raging inside her. She needed to stay focused. She couldn't let fear paralyze her. The voice had said she couldn't hide, but maybe she didn't need to. Maybe she needed to confront whatever this was head-on, to unravel the mystery before it consumed her completely. But where could she start? The black feather? The strange man at the party? The warning on the phone? Her thoughts were interrupted by another buzz from her phone. This time, it was a text from Josh. "On my way. See you soon." Tara let out a shaky breath, feeling a small measure of relief. At least she wouldn't be alone in this. Josh might not have all the answers, but he was someone she could trust, someone who could help her piece together the puzzle. She quickly gathered her things, trying to push the ominous words from the call out of her mind, though they lingered like a dark cloud over her thoughts. The more you dig, the darker it gets. Some secrets should stay buried. As she left her apartment, locking the door behind her, Tara couldn't shake the feeling that she was stepping into something far more dangerous than she had imagined. The voice on the phone had promised that the truth was coming for her, but she was determined to find it first, no matter what it cost her. Tara arrived at the cafe a few minutes early, her nerves buzzing with anticipation. The usually comforting atmosphere of the place felt different today, oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in on her. The scent of coffee and pastries hung heavy in the air, but instead of offering solace, it only added to her growing sense of unease. She scanned the room, her eyes darting to every unfamiliar face, every shadowed corner, half expecting to see the mysterious man from the party lurking in the background. But he wasn't there. The cafe was filled with the usual crowd, students hunched over laptops, a group of friends chatting animatedly, a few solitary figures lost in thought. Tara's heart skipped a beat when she finally spotted Josh, sitting at their usual table near the window. He was already nursing a cup of coffee, his expression one of concern. As he looked up and saw her approaching, she slid into the seat across from him, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Thanks for meeting me," she said, her voice betraying the anxiety she felt. Josh leaned forward, his brow furrowed. "Of course. You sounded off in your message. What's going on, Tara?" Tara hesitated, her mind racing with how to begin. The events of the last 24 hours felt too surreal to explain, but she knew she had to try. She took a deep breath and started from the beginning: the strange man at the party, the black feather in her apartment, the cryptic phone calls. As she spoke, Josh listened intently, his expression shifting from concern to confusion, and then to something darker: fear. When she finished recounting the disturbing call she had just received, he was silent for a long moment, his fingers drumming anxiously on the table. This doesn't make any sense," Josh finally said, shaking his head. "Are you sure you didn't imagine it? I mean, you said you were pretty drunk last night." Tara felt a pang of frustration. "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm not imagining this, Josh. The feather, the calls, they were real. And that man, he was watching me all night." Josh sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I believe you, Tara, I do. But maybe there's a logical explanation for all of this. Maybe the guy was just some creep who got your number and decided to mess with you." "That doesn't explain the feather," Tara countered, her voice rising slightly. "Or the things the caller said. He knew things, Josh, things he shouldn't know." Josh opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, a loud crash from the kitchen startled them both. The noise reverberated through the cafe, causing several patrons to turn and stare in the direction of the commotion. Tara's heart leaped into her throat, her nerves already frayed. For a moment, she was certain that something terrible was about to happen, that the mysterious man from the party had followed her here, that he was about to reveal himself in some horrific way. But the moment passed, and the cafe returned to its usual hum of activity. A staff member emerged from the kitchen, apologizing profusely for dropping a tray of dishes. Tara forced herself to relax, though her hands were still trembling. "I'm sorry," she muttered, her voice barely audible. "I'm just on edge. Everything feels wrong." Josh reached across the table, placing a reassuring hand over hers. "I get it, Tara. I do. But we need to figure this out, step by step. Let's start with the feather. Maybe it's some kind of prank. Someone trying to scare you." Tara shook her head. "It wasn't just the feather, Josh. It's everything. The way that man looked at me, the way the caller spoke, it's like they know something about me, something I don't even know myself." Josh hesitated, then asked the question that had been lingering in the back of his mind. "Do you think this could have something to do with your past? Something you've forgotten?" Tara froze, the question hitting her like a punch to the gut. Her past was a tangled mess of half-remembered nightmares and repressed memories, things she had tried to bury for years. Could this really be connected to that? "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "But if it is, what does that mean? And why now?" Josh squeezed her hand gently. "We'll figure it out, Tara. Together. But you have to promise me you won't do anything rash. No more investigating on your own. We'll get to the bottom of this, but we have to be careful." Tara nodded, though her mind was already racing ahead. She knew Josh was right, this was too big, too dangerous to face alone. But a part of her was already plotting her next move, determined to uncover the truth, no matter what it cost her. As they sat there in the cafe, surrounded by the mundane chatter of everyday life, Tara couldn't shake the feeling that she was standing on the edge of a precipice, staring into an abyss that threatened to swallow her whole. The answers she sought were out there, somewhere in the darkness, but she had a sinking feeling that once she found them, there would be no turning back. The sun had begun to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the city as Tara and Josh left the cafe. Despite the comforting light of dusk, a palpable sense of dread lingered, settling over Tara like a shroud. They parted ways, with Josh heading home and Tara making her way back to her apartment. She hoped that the familiarity of her own space might offer some comfort, though she couldn't shake the ominous feeling that something was about to go terribly wrong. As she unlocked her apartment door and stepped inside, the unease she felt earlier seemed to amplify. The air was still, too still, and the silence was deafening. She turned on the lights and went through her usual routine, trying to distract herself by making a cup of tea. Yet, the anxiety gnawed at her, a constant reminder of the disturbing events from earlier. The kettle whistled, jolting her from her thoughts. She poured the steaming water into a cup, the aroma of the tea a small, comforting distraction. Just as she was about to take a sip, her phone buzzed with a new message. It was from Josh. "Just wanted to check in. How are you doing?" Tara smiled slightly, appreciating his concern. She began typing a reply when her phone rang, the screen flashing with an unknown number. Her heart skipped a beat as she hesitated, her mind flashing back to the ominous call she had received earlier. Taking a deep breath, she answered, "Hello." There was a brief, eerie silence on the other end before the voice spoke, low and menacing. "Tara." Her blood ran cold. "What do you want? Why are you calling me?" The voice responded with a chilling calmness. "You wanted to know the truth. I'm here to give it to you, but first, you need to see what happens when you don't listen." Before Tara could ask any more questions, the line went dead. Panic surged through her as she stared at the phone, her fingers trembling. Her mind raced with fear and confusion. What did this mean? What was going to happen? A sudden, sharp knock at the door startled her. Tara's heart raced as she hesitated, her thoughts racing with possibilities. Could this be part of the same sinister game? She approached the door cautiously, peeking through the peephole. To her relief, she saw a familiar figure standing in the hallway, her neighbor, Karen, who lived a few doors down. Tara opened the door, her expression a mix of confusion and relief. "Karen? What's wrong?" Karen's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "Tara, I saw someone lurking around your door. I thought I should check if you're okay." Tara's stomach tightened. "Are you sure? Did you see who it was?" Karen shook her head. "No, I couldn't see them clearly. It was too dark. But I didn't want to take any chances." Before Tara could respond, a loud, sudden thud echoed through the apartment building. The sound was followed by a blood-curdling scream that pierced through the quiet evening. Tara's heart pounded in her chest as she looked at Karen, both of them frozen in fear. The scream came from the direction of the apartment building stairwell. Without thinking, Tara grabbed her phone and the closest thing she could find, a small flashlight, and rushed toward the source of the noise, Karen close behind. They hurried down the stairs, their footsteps echoing ominously in the narrow stairwell. The scream had stopped, replaced by an unsettling silence that seemed to amplify their anxiety. Tara's flashlight cast eerie shadows on the walls, the light flickering as they descended. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Tara's breath caught in her throat. In the dim light, she saw the lifeless body of a young woman lying at the foot of the stairs. The woman's eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling, and her throat had been slashed, a gruesome sight that left no doubt about the nature of her death. Tara's legs felt like lead as she stumbled backward, her hands covering her mouth to stifle a scream. The reality of the situation hit her with a crushing weight, the disturbing call, the cryptic warnings, and now this, a brutal, senseless murder. Karen's sobs broke the silence, her fear palpable as she clutched at Tara's arm. "Oh God, what's happening? Who did this?" Tara shook her head, her mind struggling to process the scene before her. "I don't know. But we need to call the police. Now." As Tara fumbled for her phone, trying to dial 911, her mind raced with terror and confusion. The voice on the phone had warned her, and now she was witnessing the horrific reality of those warnings. It was as if someone was orchestrating these events, each death a dark message meant to drive home a point. The police arrived quickly, their presence a stark contrast to the chaos that had unfolded. They began their investigation, and Tara and Karen were questioned separately. Tara struggled to keep her composure as she recounted everything she knew, but the details of the night's events seemed to blur together, leaving her feeling disoriented and helpless. As the evening wore on, Tara was left alone in her apartment, the weight of the night's events pressing heavily on her shoulders. The reality of what had happened, the murder, the call, the warnings, was sinking in, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of dread. The truth she had sought was becoming clear, but it was far more horrifying than she had ever imagined. As she sat in the dim light of her apartment, the shadows seemed to dance menacingly on the walls. The first death was a grim confirmation that the threats were real, and the horror was far from over. Tara knew that the nightmare was only beginning, and she was trapped in a dark game with no clear way out. The only thing she could do now was brace herself for what was to come, and hope that she could find the strength to face it. Tara jolted awake, her heart pounding, as if she had been abruptly yanked from a deep, terrifying dream. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and for a moment, she lay there, disoriented and struggling to reconcile the vivid images of the night before with her current reality. The familiar surroundings of her bedroom greeted her: same cluttered desk, same floral wallpaper, same disheveled bedspread. It was as if the nightmare had never happened, but the lingering feeling of dread in her chest told her otherwise. She glanced at the alarm clock on her bedside table, 8 a.m. The time was exactly the same as it had been when she had first woken up on what should have been her birthday. But this couldn't be right. She had gone through an entire evening of terror and witnessed a horrific murder. She had even called the police. This was supposed to be the morning after, yet here she was, waking up as if it were the start of the same day. Tara sat up slowly, her mind racing to understand what was happening. She recalled the bloody scene in the stairwell, the terror gripping her heart as she faced the grim reality of the murder. Had it all been a dream? The thought seemed impossible, given how real everything had felt: the calls, the screams, the chilling atmosphere. The phone buzzed on her nightstand, and Tara's heart skipped a beat. She reached for it, her hands trembling. The screen displayed a message from Josh: "Happy birthday, Tara. Hope you're feeling better. Let's meet up at the cafe later." Tara stared at the message in disbelief. How could this be happening? It was as if time had rewound itself, resetting to the morning before the terrible events had unfolded. Was she trapped in some kind of loop, forced to relive the same day over and over again? Desperate for answers, Tara leaped out of bed and hurried to the kitchen. She flipped on the lights and scanned the room, half expecting to find some clue that might explain this bizarre phenomenon. Everything was in its place, the way it should be. The feather that had appeared the previous day was gone, as if it had never existed. Tara's pulse raced as she fumbled with the kettle, trying to make sense of the situation. The terror of the previous night was still fresh in her mind, but the reality of her surroundings seemed to mock her. It was as if the world was playing a cruel trick on her. As she waited for the kettle to boil, she glanced out the window. The streets below were bustling with activity, people going about their daily routines, cars honking, the city alive and vibrant. It looked like a typical morning, untouched by the horrors she had experienced. The kettle whistled, breaking her thoughts. Tara poured herself a cup of tea, her hands shaking. She sipped it slowly, trying to calm her racing mind. The warm liquid did little to soothe her, Instead, it felt like a cruel reminder of the normalcy she had been torn away from. She glanced at the calendar on the wall, a familiar sight. The date was October 12th, the same as it had been the previous day. Her birthday. But if this was really the same day, then the events she had lived through were waiting to happen again. The murder, the call, the terror, everything. Tara knew she had to face it. She had to go through the day again, knowing what was to come. She couldn't simply ignore it or pretend it was all a dream. There was something profoundly wrong, and she had to figure out what it was. Determined, she grabbed her phone and texted Josh back, "Sure, let's meet. I need to talk to you." As she prepared to leave her apartment, a cold realization settled over her. If she was truly reliving the same day, then she had a chance, maybe her only chance, to alter the course of events. To prevent the murder, to stop whatever dark force was behind it all. But knowing the danger that lay ahead, Tara felt a mix of dread and resolve. She was stepping back into a nightmare, but this time, she was determined to change its outcome. As she stepped out into the morning light, the weight of her mission bore down on her, but so did a glimmer of hope. This was her chance to uncover the truth and break free from the cycle of terror that had gripped her life. The cafe was bustling with its usual morning crowd when Tara arrived, her nerves taut with a mixture of apprehension and determination. Josh was already there, seated at their usual table by the window. He looked up as she approached, his face lighting up with a smile that did little to ease her anxiety. "Hey, Tara." Josh greeted, his voice warm and cheerful. "You're right on time. How are you feeling?" Tara forced a smile as she slid into the seat across from him. "I'm okay, Josh. I really need to talk to you about something." Josh raised an eyebrow, concern replacing his cheerful demeanor. "Sure, what's on your mind?" Before she could start, Tara's phone buzzed. It was a message from the same unknown number she had received the day before. Her heart raced as she read the text. "Are you ready for the truth? It's happening again." Tara's hands trembled as she set her phone down. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "Josh, I need you to listen to me very carefully. Something strange is happening. I think we're stuck in a loop." Josh looked puzzled. "A loop? What are you talking about?" Tara took a deep breath, her thoughts racing. "I woke up this morning, and it was exactly like yesterday. The same time, the same events. Everything's repeating. I don't know how or why, but it's like I'm reliving the same day." Josh stared at her, his expression a mix of skepticism and concern. "That sounds pretty far-fetched, Tara. Are you sure you're not just stressed out? I mean, you've been through a lot." Tara nodded vigorously. "I know it sounds crazy, but I can't ignore the signs. The phone call, the date, even the text I just got, everything points to the same pattern. Yesterday happened, and now it's happening again. I have to figure out why." Josh leaned back in his chair, processing what Tara had said. "Okay, let's assume for a moment that you're right. If we are in some kind of loop, what do you think we should do?" Tara's mind raced as she tried to piece together her thoughts. "We need to find out what's causing it. There must be something specific triggering this loop. If we can figure that out, maybe we can break out of it. Josh's eyes widened slightly. Alright, but where do we start? Tara glanced around the cafe, her mind replaying the events from the previous day. The first thing we need to do is avoid the mistakes from yesterday. We need to be cautious and observe everything carefully. Maybe we can spot something that wasn't there before. Josh nodded, his concern evident but also a hint of resolve in his eyes. Okay, let's do it. We'll approach this logically. But you need to promise me that you'll stay calm and not let fear take over. Tara agreed, though she could feel the anxiety bubbling just beneath the surface. I promise. Let's just stay alert and see if we can spot anything out of the ordinary. They finished their coffee and decided to take a walk around the city, Tara hoping that a change of scenery might help them uncover something new. As they walked, Tara remained hyper-aware of her surroundings, her mind alert for any deviations from what she had experienced the previous day. The city felt strangely unchanged, almost as if it were taunting her with its normalcy. The people moved about their daily routines, unaware of the strange and unsettling reality that Tara and Josh were grappling with. Every sight, every sound seemed eerily familiar, adding to the feeling of déjà vu that enveloped Tara. As they approached the same street corner where Tara had seen the strange man the day before, she felt a jolt of recognition. The sense of being watched was palpable, even though she couldn't see anyone suspicious. She glanced at Josh, who seemed to sense her unease. Are you okay? Josh asked, his voice concerned. Tara nodded, though her heart was pounding. I think this is where we might find something. We need to be cautious. They continued their investigation, observing every detail, but the day seemed to unfold in a manner eerily similar to the previous day. The more Tara tried to pinpoint the differences, the more she realized how difficult it was to discern what was different, if anything at all. As the day drew to a close, Tara's frustration grew. The loop seemed relentless, and despite their efforts, they hadn't managed to uncover anything definitive. The looming dread of the murder still hung over her, a dark cloud that seemed impossible to escape. When they returned to her apartment, Tara's thoughts were heavy with despair. We're running out of time, she said, her voice tinged with desperation. If we don't find a way out of this loop, the events of yesterday will happen again, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Josh placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We'll figure it out, Tara. We have to. But we need to keep our heads clear and focus on what we can control. Tara nodded, though she felt a deep sense of unease. The day's repetition had only intensified her fear, and she knew that whatever was causing this loop was closing in on them. The truth awaited, but it remained elusive, hidden behind the relentless repetition of the same day. As she prepared for bed, the weight of the loop hung over her, a constant reminder of the nightmarish reality she was trapped in. The repetition was more than just disorienting, it was a cruel game, one that Tara was determined to win, no matter the cost. Tara lay in bed, the ticking of the clock on the nightstand a constant reminder of the day she was doomed to relive. The anxiety from the day's events kept her wide awake, her mind racing with strategies and plans. She had to figure out how to break the cycle and prevent the impending disaster from happening again. As the clock struck midnight, Tara decided to get out of bed. There was no time to waste, she had to take action. She pulled on her clothes and grabbed her phone, determined to make the most of the new day. If she was truly reliving the same day, then she had to act differently to change the outcome. She quietly slipped out of her apartment and made her way to the cafe where she and Josh had met earlier. The streets were eerily quiet, the familiar sights now tinged with a sense of foreboding. Tara's footsteps echoed in the empty street, amplifying her sense of isolation. Reaching the cafe, she found it closed. She glanced at her watch, 12:30 a.m. The cafe wasn't supposed to open for several hours, but that wasn't going to stop her. Tara knew she needed to check the security cameras or any other way to gain insight into the events that might occur. Tara moved stealthily around the back of the cafe, hoping to find an entrance. She noticed a small window slightly ajar and, after some effort, managed to pry it open just enough to slip through. The cafe was dark and quiet, but Tara's resolve was unwavering. Inside, she made her way to the manager's office. The security cameras were located there, and she hoped to find footage that could offer clues about the day's events. She turned on the office light and found the computer that controlled the security system. The screen flickered to life, and Tara navigated through the files, searching for the most recent footage. As she played the recordings, she scrutinized the video, looking for anything out of the ordinary. The footage was largely uneventful until she reached the timestamp from earlier in the day. Tara's breath caught as she saw a figure lingering near the cafe's entrance. The person was dressed in dark clothing, their face obscured by a hood. The figure seemed to be waiting for something or someone. Tara leaned closer, her heart racing as she tried to discern any identifying features. The footage showed the figure walking away just before Tara arrived with Josh. The timestamp matched up with the time she had felt the ominous presence earlier. Tara's eyes widened as she realized that the figure might be connected to the events that had unfolded. This was a lead, but she needed more information. Before she could dig further, she heard footsteps approaching. Panic surged through her as she quickly closed the security footage and prepared to leave. She slipped out of the office, carefully maneuvering back to the window through which she had entered. As she exited, she saw a shadow moving in the distance. Someone was definitely outside. Tara hurried back to her apartment, her mind racing with the new information. She had seen the mysterious figure and knew that they might play a crucial role in the unfolding events. She had to warn Josh and find out more about this person. Perhaps altering her actions in some way could make a difference. The next morning, Tara met Josh again at the cafe. She relayed what she had discovered, her voice low and urgent. "Josh, I saw someone on the security footage. They were hanging around the cafe before we arrived. I think they're connected to everything that's happening." Josh's eyes widened with concern. "Are you sure? Did you recognize them?" Tara shook her head. "No, their face was obscured, but their presence was suspicious. We need to find out more about this person. Maybe they're behind the threats." Josh nodded, his expression serious. "All right, let's try to find out who they are. We should start by talking to people around the cafe. Maybe someone saw something or knows something." They spent the next few hours talking to employees, customers, and anyone who might have been in the area. They found nothing concrete, but Tara couldn't shake the feeling that they were getting closer to uncovering the truth. As the day progressed, Tara and Josh kept a close watch on their surroundings. Tara's determination to change the course of events was unwavering. She avoided the places and people that had led to the previous day's disaster, hoping that by altering her actions, she might alter the outcome. Despite their efforts, the day unfolded with a disturbing sense of déjà vu. Every attempt Tara made to change the course of events seemed to be met with failure. The pattern of the day felt unbreakable, as if the loop was mocking her attempts to alter it. As evening approached, Tara's frustration grew. She knew that the murder was coming, and despite her best efforts, she had yet to uncover a way to prevent it. The looming sense of dread was palpable, and Tara felt as though she was running out of time. When night fell, she returned to her apartment, feeling a deep sense of despair. The loop seemed to be inescapable, and every attempt to break free had led to the same disheartening result. Tara was determined to keep trying, but the realization that she was trapped in an endless cycle weighed heavily on her. The horror of the previous night still haunted her, and as she prepared for bed, she couldn't shake the feeling that the loop was tightening around her. The only thing she could do now was hope that her efforts had made some difference and that she might find a way to break free from the cycle that had ensnared her. Tara awoke the next morning with a sense of urgency she hadn't felt before. Her heart pounded as she glanced at the clock. 7 a.m. The realization that she was reliving the same day hit her like a ton of bricks. She had a chance to prevent the nightmare she knew was coming. The morning light filtered through her curtains, casting long shadows across the room. She quickly dressed and raced out of her apartment, determined to act differently this time. Her plan was to avoid the cafe and the people she had previously encountered, hoping that a different course of action might disrupt the cycle. Tara decided to spend the morning at a different cafe on the other side of town. The change in routine might provide some relief from the relentless loop. She met Josh there, filling him in on her previous findings and their new strategy. "Josh, we need to stay away from the cafe today. I think that place, and the people associated with it, are part of the problem," Tara said, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Let's focus on finding out more about that mysterious figure." Josh nodded, though his concern was evident. "All right, but we need to be careful. We don't know what might happen." They spent the morning scouring the city, trying to find any clues related to the figure Tara had seen on the security footage. They visited local shops, talked to people who might have noticed anything unusual, and generally tried to stay alert for any suspicious activity. The hours passed, and the day seemed to drag on in a frustrating blur. Tara's hopes of altering the outcome of the day were waning, and she couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. By mid-afternoon, Tara and Josh decided to take a break at a park, sitting on a bench and reviewing their notes. Tara was feeling exhausted, her mind still reeling from the previous day's events. As they chatted, Tara noticed a figure standing across the park, partially obscured by trees. The person seemed to be watching them intently. Her pulse quickened. It was the same dark figure she had seen on the security footage. Tara's heart sank as she realized that this person might be connected to the events of the day. "Josh, look over there," Tara whispered urgently, pointing toward the figure. "I think that's the person we saw before." Josh turned and scanned the park. "I see them. What should we do?" Tara took a deep breath, her mind racing. "We need to confront them. Maybe they're the key to stopping all of this." They approached the figure cautiously, trying not to alarm them. As they got closer, Tara noticed that the figure's hood was pulled low, obscuring their face. The figure turned slightly, as if sensing their approach. "Excuse me." Tara called out, her voice steady despite her fear. "Can we talk to you for a moment?" The figure remained silent, not moving or responding. Tara and Josh exchanged a worried glance. They were now within a few feet of the person, and Tara could see that they were wearing dark gloves and a long coat. The air felt charged with tension. Suddenly, the figure moved swiftly, disappearing behind a cluster of trees. Tara and Josh chased after them, pushing through the underbrush. The park was eerily quiet, the only sounds their footsteps and heavy breathing. As they reached a secluded area of the park, Tara and Josh found the figure lying on the ground, motionless. The figure had been attacked. Tara's blood ran cold as she saw the bloodied figure and realized the horror of what had happened. "Oh my God!" Tara gasped, her voice trembling. "They're dead." Josh knelt beside the body, checking for any signs of life, but it was clear that the figure was beyond help. "This is just like the night before," he said, his voice filled with disbelief. "The same person, the same death." Tara felt a wave of despair wash over her. The sense of helplessness was overwhelming. They had tried so hard to change the outcome, yet the cycle seemed to repeat itself with the same tragic results. "We need to call the police," Tara said, her voice shaking. "Maybe they can help us figure out what's going on." Josh nodded, pulling out his phone and dialing 911. As he spoke to the operator, Tara stood by, her mind reeling with the implications of what had happened. The day was unfolding exactly as it had before, and despite their best efforts, they were unable to prevent the tragedy. By the time the police arrived, the park was cordoned off, and investigators began examining the scene. Tara and Josh provided their statements, though Tara could see the skepticism in the officers' eyes. They were just witnesses to another death, and the cycle of the day continued. As evening approached, Tara felt the weight of the day's events pressing down on her. She had failed to break the cycle once again, and the sense of dread was all-consuming. The murder had occurred, just as she had feared, and the loop seemed more inescapable than ever. Returning to her apartment, Tara's mind was heavy with despair. The realization that the day would repeat itself yet again was crushing. She knew that she had to keep trying, to find a way to stop the cycle and prevent further deaths. But with each passing attempt, the sense of hopelessness grew. As she lay in bed, the darkness of the room seemed to mirror the darkness of her thoughts. The second death was a grim reminder of the challenge she faced, and Tara was left with the stark reality that breaking free from the loop would require more than just determination. It would require uncovering the deepest secrets behind the sinister forces at play. Tara stared at the array of notes, photographs, and scribbled observations spread out on her dining table. Her apartment had become a makeshift command center, littered with evidence and clues from her attempts to escape the repetitive day. The soft glow of her desk lamp illuminated the chaotic mess, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. She had spent the entire night reviewing her recordings and notes, trying to piece together the elusive pattern that might reveal how to break the cycle. The endless loop of the same day had become a relentless nightmare, and Tara was determined to find a way out. Josh arrived early, bringing coffee in a determined expression. He set the drinks down on the table and surveyed the clutter. "I brought coffee. Figured you'd need it," he said, his voice tired but supportive. "How's the investigation going?" Tara rubbed her eyes, exhaustion evident on her face. "It's going, but not well. I've been trying to identify any patterns or triggers that could explain why this day keeps repeating. So far, I haven't found much." Josh took a sip of his coffee and sat down beside her. "Let's go through what we have. Maybe we're missing something obvious." Tara nodded and began to sift through her notes. "The first death happened in the park. I saw the mysterious figure there, but I couldn't stop it from happening. After that, I tried to change my actions, avoiding the cafe, talking to people, but nothing seemed to make a difference." She pointed to a series of photographs pinned to the corkboard on the wall. "These are the places I've visited and the people I've encountered. There are some recurring elements, but nothing that clearly connects them." Josh examined the photos and notes. "What about the figure? Can you describe them in more detail?" Tara sighed and ran a hand through her hair. "They were dressed in dark clothing, with a hood that obscured their face. I've seen them twice now, once in the footage and again in the park. They always appear just before something bad happens." Josh leaned forward, his brow furrowing. "Maybe they're not just a bystander. Maybe they're part of the loop. Have you considered that they might be influencing events or even controlling them?" Tara's eyes widened as she considered the possibility. "That would make sense. If this figure is somehow orchestrating the events, then finding out more about them could be crucial. But how do we track them down?" Josh picked up a map of the city that Tara had spread across the table. "We need to figure out their movements and try to predict where they'll be. Maybe there's a pattern to their appearances. Look for any connections between their sightings and the events that follow." Tara nodded, pulling out her phone to review the timestamps from the footage and her notes. "Let's map out their locations and see if there's any correlation with the incidents." As they worked together, Tara and Josh plotted the figure's sightings on the map. They noted the times and places where the figure had appeared and compared them with the timings of the deaths and other significant events. The pattern began to emerge, a series of locations and events that seemed to follow a specific route and schedule. "There's a clear pattern here," Tara said, pointing to the map. "The figure seems to appear at certain locations around the same times every day. It's almost as if they're following a predetermined path." Josh scrutinized the map, his face thoughtful. "If they're following a path, then maybe we can anticipate their next move. We should try to be at the locations where they're likely to appear and see if we can intervene before the next event occurs." Tara felt a surge of hope. "That's a good idea. We need to be proactive. If we can identify their next location and act before they do, we might be able to change the outcome." They spent the next few hours planning their strategy, identifying key locations and times based on the patterns they had discovered. Tara and Josh decided to start by monitoring the areas where the figure had been seen the most frequently, hoping to catch them in the act and uncover their role in the loop. As the day progressed, Tara felt a renewed sense of determination. The analysis of the day's patterns had given her a clearer understanding of the situation, and she was ready to put their plan into action. The task ahead was daunting, but for the first time, she felt that they might be able to break free from the cycle. With their plan in place, Tara and Josh set out to confront the mysterious figure. The stakes were high, and the pressure was immense, but they knew that understanding the patterns in the chaos was their best chance of escaping the relentless loop that had ensnared them. Tara and Josh's plan to intercept the mysterious figure required more than just analyzing patterns. They needed to understand the people around the figure who might be inadvertently connected to the unfolding events. Their next step was to identify and meet key individuals who could shed light on the situation. Their first stop was the local cafe where Tara and Josh had previously spent time. Despite their efforts to avoid it, the cafe's employees and regulars might have information that could be vital. Tara approached the counter, where Carla, the barista they had seen earlier, was preparing drinks. "Hi, Carla," Tara said, trying to sound casual. "I know this is a bit unusual, but we've been trying to find out more about some strange occurrences around here. Do you happen to know anything about any unusual customers or incidents?" Carla looked up, her expression wary. "Strange occurrences? I don't know about that. The cafe's been pretty normal. We do have regulars, and sometimes people seem off, but nothing that really stands out." Tara pressed on, her curiosity piqued. "What about the people who hang around the cafe late at night? Have you noticed anyone who seems particularly out of place?" Carla thought for a moment. "Well, there's one guy who's been coming around a lot lately. He's usually quiet and keeps to himself. Doesn't order much, but he's always here around the same time." Josh chimed in, "Do you have any idea where he goes after he leaves here, or if he interacts with anyone else?" Carla shook her head. "No, I don't. But he does seem to have a particular routine. He leaves at the same time every night, just before closing. Maybe someone else in the neighborhood has seen him." Tara and Josh thanked Carla and left the cafe, feeling they might be getting closer to a lead. Their next stop was the apartment complex where Tara had first seen the mysterious figure. They wanted to talk to the residents and gather any information that might be useful. At the apartment complex, they were greeted by Mr. Thompson, the building's maintenance man. He was a grizzled, middle-aged man with a wary look in his eyes. "Hi, Mr. Thompson," Tara began, trying to be friendly. "We're investigating some unusual activity around here. Have you noticed anything strange or anyone who might not fit in with the usual crowd?" Mr. Thompson scratched his head. "Well, there's been a few people who come and go. Some folks are a bit odd, but nothing out of the ordinary. You might want to talk to the landlord. He's usually got a better idea of who's who." Tara and Josh thanked Mr. Thompson and made their way to the landlord's office. Ms. Williams, the landlord, was a petite woman with a sharp demeanor. She was busy organizing papers but looked up as they entered. "Ms. Williams, we're trying to gather information about some unusual occurrences in the area. Could you help us with anything you know about the tenants or any strange behavior?" Ms. Williams raised an eyebrow. "I've been here a long time, and I know most of my tenants. There's one new tenant who's been a bit mysterious. Doesn't socialize much and always keeps to themselves. They moved in about a month ago, but I don't know much else. Tara's interest was piqued. Do you know their name or apartment number? Ms. Williams nodded. Yes, they're in apartment 204. The name's Alex Reed. That's all I know about them, I'm afraid. Tara and Josh thanked Ms. Williams and headed to apartment 204. They knocked on the door, and after a moment, it creaked open. Alex Reed, a young man with a guarded expression, peered out. Can I help you? Alex asked, his voice cautious. Tara introduced herself and Josh, explaining their situation. We're investigating some unusual events that might be connected to the people living in this area. Have you noticed anything strange or out of the ordinary? Alex's eyes darted to the side, and he hesitated. I haven't seen or heard anything unusual. I mostly keep to myself. I've been busy with work and haven't had much time to notice anything. Tara sensed that Alex was hiding something but decided to leave it at that for now. Thanks for your time, Alex. If you think of anything that might be relevant, please let us know. As they left the apartment, Tara and Josh reviewed their findings. They had uncovered potential leads but no definitive answers. The connections between the people they had met and the mysterious figure were still unclear. From what we've gathered, Alex might be a key person to watch, Josh said thoughtfully. But we don't have enough to go on yet. We should keep an eye on him and see if anything unusual happens. Tara nodded in agreement. Agreed. We need to keep investigating and stay vigilant. There's still so much we don't understand about how this loop works and who might be behind it. With their next steps planned, Tara and Josh continued their search for answers. They knew that meeting key characters and uncovering their connections was crucial to breaking the cycle and solving the mystery that had ensnared them. Tara and Josh had spent the last few hours analyzing their findings and devising a plan. The patterns they had uncovered seemed to point to a specific sequence of events and potential locations where the mysterious figure might appear. Now, it was time to make critical decisions about their next moves. They sat in a quiet corner of a diner, the soft hum of conversation and clinking of cutlery providing a backdrop to their intense discussion. Tara was sipping her coffee, her gaze fixed on the map and notes spread across the table. All right, we've identified some key locations and times, Josh said, running a hand through his hair. But we need to decide what our priorities are. We can't be everywhere at once. Tara nodded, her mind racing. We need to focus on the most likely spots where the figure will appear and try to intervene before something bad happens. Our goal is to disrupt the cycle, but we also need to be prepared for the unexpected. Josh looked at her, his expression serious. We've identified 3 main areas where the figure has been seen repeatedly: the park, the old warehouse district, and the abandoned theater. Which one should we prioritize? Tara took a deep breath, weighing their options. The park seems like a crucial location. It's where the first and second deaths occurred, and the figure appears there frequently. If we can catch them in the act or figure out their motive, it might help us understand the loop better. Josh agreed. The park it is, then. We need to be there before the figure arrives and try to get as much information as we can. But we also need to consider the possibility that the figure might not show up at all or that they might be watching us. Tara's phone buzzed, interrupting their conversation. She glanced at the screen and saw a text message from Alex Reed. It read, "I've noticed you've been asking around. If you're looking for answers, meet me at the old warehouse district tonight." Tara's heart skipped a beat. "Josh, look at this. Alex is inviting us to the old warehouse district. This could be a lead, but it also could be a trap." Josh's eyes widened. "It's a risky move, but it might be our best chance to get some answers. We need to decide if we want to follow this lead or stick to our plan of monitoring the park." Tara weighed the options carefully. If we go to the warehouse district, we might get information directly from Alex. But if it's a trap, it could put us in danger. On the other hand, if we stay at the park, we might miss an opportunity to uncover the truth. Josh looked at her, his expression determined. "We could split up, one of us could go to the warehouse district, and the other could monitor the park. That way, we cover both bases." Tara considered the suggestion. "That could work. I'll go to the warehouse district. I think it's important to see what Alex has to say and whether there's any truth to his message. You stay at the park and keep an eye out for the figure." Josh nodded, agreeing with the plan. "All right. Let's stay in contact and update each other if anything changes. Be careful, Tara. We don't know what we're walking into." They finished their coffee and prepared to head out, their minds focused on the tasks ahead. Tara made her way to the warehouse district, her heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The old warehouse district was a place she had only heard about in rumors, an area known for its abandoned buildings and dark alleys. As she approached the warehouses, she noticed the eerie silence that enveloped the area. The buildings loomed like dark sentinels, their windows shattered and doors hanging loosely on their hinges. Tara's flashlight cut through the darkness, casting long shadows on the ground. She found the specific warehouse mentioned in Alex's message. The door was slightly ajar, and Tara hesitated before pushing it open. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit, with only a few flickering bulbs hanging from the ceiling. The air was musty and filled with the scent of decay. "Alex?" Tara called out cautiously, her voice echoing in the large, empty space. "Are you here?" From the shadows emerged Alex, his face partially hidden by a hood. "You came," he said, his tone a mix of relief and apprehension. "I wasn't sure if you would." Tara stepped closer, her flashlight illuminating his face. "I received your message. What's going on? Why did you want to meet here?" Alex looked around nervously before speaking. "I've been following the same patterns you have. I know about the loop and the figure. I'm trying to stop it too, but I don't have all the answers. I thought maybe we could work together to find out more." Tara was taken aback. "You know about the loop? How?" Alex sighed. "I've been trapped in it before. It's a curse of sorts, tied to specific events and people. The figure is part of it, but they're not the only one. There's a force manipulating the events to ensure the loop continues." Tara felt a surge of hope mixed with confusion. "What force? How can we stop it?" Alex shook his head. I don't have all the answers. But I know that if we can find the source of the manipulation, we might be able to break the cycle. We need to act quickly before it's too late. Tara and Alex began to discuss their options, trying to piece together the puzzle of the loop and the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, Josh was at the park, keeping a watchful eye for any signs of the figure's appearance. As the night deepened, Tara felt a sense of urgency. The decisions they made now could determine their success or failure in breaking the cycle. The confrontation with Alex had revealed new insights, but it also raised more questions about the forces at play and how they could overcome them. With their plans set, Tara and Alex prepared to confront the challenges ahead, knowing that their fateful decisions would shape the outcome of their quest to escape the relentless loop. The park was eerily quiet as Tara made her way through the moonlit pathways. The trees, their branches heavy with shadows, whispered softly in the night breeze. She was on high alert, her senses heightened by the fear of what might happen next. Josh had kept in contact via text, updating her on his observations at the park. His messages had been reassuring so far: no sign of the figure, no unusual activity. Tara's focus was on her surroundings, knowing that any lapse in attention could mean missing a crucial moment. The time was approaching midnight, the hour when the mysterious figure had appeared before. Tara's heart pounded in her chest as she reached the spot where she had seen the figure previously. She positioned herself strategically, hidden behind a cluster of dense bushes, and waited. The minutes dragged on, and Tara began to feel a gnawing sense of dread. Just as she was about to consider leaving to check on Josh, her phone buzzed with an incoming message. It was from Alex. "I've found something important. Meet me at the old warehouse district. It's urgent." Tara's anxiety spiked. She considered leaving immediately, but she knew Josh was still monitoring the park and needed her support. She texted him quickly. "Josh, I've received a message from Alex. I need to check it out. Stay alert. I'll be back soon." Josh's reply was almost immediate. "Got it. Be careful. I'll keep you posted." Tara made the decision to go to the warehouse district, hoping that Alex's message might offer new insights into the loop. As she moved through the park, her phone buzzed again, this time with a call from Josh. "Tara, you need to come back." Josh's voice was tense. "There's been an incident. I've seen the figure, and something's happened. I need your help." Tara's pulse quickened. "What do you mean? What happened?" "I don't know the details," Josh said urgently, "but there's been another death. I need to know what's going on." Tara's heart sank. "I'm on my way." She turned around and headed back to the park, her mind racing with worry. As she approached the area where she had left Josh, she saw the flashing lights of police cars and an ambulance. The scene was cordoned off with yellow tape, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered at a safe distance. Josh was standing near the perimeter, talking to a police officer. When he saw Tara, he hurried over, his face pale. "Josh, what happened?" Tara asked, her voice trembling. Josh swallowed hard. The figure appeared again, just like before. "I was watching the area when I saw them. They went after someone. I couldn't intervene in time." Tara looked past him, her gaze fixed on the area within the tape. She saw the body covered with a white sheet, the sight making her stomach churn. "The victim," Tara began, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who was it?" Josh looked down, his expression filled with regret. "It was Carla, the barista from the cafe." Tara's heart dropped. "No. Carla? But why?" Josh shook his head. "I don't know. It's like the loop is escalating. The figure isn't just targeting random people, it's like there's a pattern, and it's getting worse." Tara felt a wave of guilt and frustration. "We should have done something. We should have been here." Josh placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "We're still trying to figure this out. There's something we're missing, something we need to understand. But right now, we need to focus on finding out more about the figure and stopping them before anyone else gets hurt." Tara nodded, her determination rekindled. "We need to see if Alex has any new information. Let's head back to the warehouse district and find out what he's discovered." They quickly made their way to the old warehouse district, the urgency of their mission pressing on them. When they arrived, Alex was waiting for them outside the warehouse, his face grim. "Tara, Josh," Alex said, his voice heavy with concern. "I'm glad you came. I've uncovered something that might explain the loop, but we need to act quickly." Tara and Josh exchanged worried glances, the weight of the third death hanging heavily over them. They followed Alex inside the warehouse, ready to confront whatever revelations awaited them. As they entered the dimly lit space, Alex began to explain what he had discovered, hoping it would lead them closer to breaking the cycle that had claimed another innocent life. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and Tara and Josh knew that their next steps could mean the difference between life and death for others trapped in the same relentless loop. The tension was palpable as Tara, Josh, and Alex gathered in the dimly lit warehouse, their minds consumed with the weight of the recent tragedy. The death of Carla had deepened their sense of urgency, and they knew they needed more than just their own skills to break the cycle. They needed help, but finding the right kind of assistance was proving to be a daunting task. Tara rubbed her temples, trying to fend off the headache that had begun to throb from the stress. "We need experts, people who can help us understand the loop and figure out how to break it. We've hit a dead end with just the three of us." Alex nodded in agreement. "I have a few contacts who might be able to help, but they're not easy to reach. We need someone with experience in dealing with unusual phenomena. Someone who can provide the expertise we lack." Josh, who had been silent for a moment, finally spoke up. "What about Dr. Emily Carter? She's a psychologist with a background in abnormal behavior and has experience with cases involving psychological manipulation and trauma. If anyone can help us understand what's happening, it's her." Tara's eyes lit up with recognition. "Dr. Carter? I've heard of her. She's known for her work with complex cases. How do you know her?" Josh shifted uncomfortably. "I did some research a while back on similar cases, and she was mentioned several times. I reached out to her once, but she didn't respond. It might be worth trying again." Alex looked thoughtful. "Dr. Carter is a good choice, but we need to make sure she's available and willing to help us. It might take some convincing." Tara's determination was resolute. Let's contact her. We need all the help we can get. We'll explain the situation as clearly as possible and hope she's willing to assist." Josh pulled out his phone and began to search for Dr. Carter's contact information. After a few moments, he found her number and sent a detailed text message explaining the situation. The message included the bizarre occurrences, the deaths, and the urgency of their request for assistance. They waited anxiously for a response. The minutes ticked by slowly, each second feeling like an eternity. Alex paced nervously, while Tara and Josh tried to stay focused on the task at hand. Just as the tension seemed almost unbearable, Josh's phone buzzed with a new message. He read it aloud, his voice filled with relief and hope. "She's agreed to meet with us. She wants to hear more about what's happening before committing to anything, but she's willing to listen." Tara's eyes brightened with hope. "That's a good sign. We need to make sure we present everything clearly. We have to convey the urgency and the danger of the situation." Josh nodded, scrolling through the message for details. "She's agreed to meet us at her office tomorrow morning. We'll need to prepare everything we have, notes, observations, and any evidence we can provide." The group spent the remainder of the night organizing their findings and preparing for the meeting with Dr. Carter. They compiled a comprehensive report detailing the loop, the mysterious figure, and the recent deaths. Tara made sure to include the key points from their observations and any relevant information that might help Dr. Carter understand the gravity of the situation. As dawn approached, they were exhausted but determined. The meeting with Dr. Carter could be their best chance at unraveling the mystery and breaking the cycle that had claimed so many lives. The following morning, they arrived at Dr. Carter's office, a sleek, modern building that exuded professionalism. They were greeted by a receptionist who directed them to a waiting area. The group sat in anxious silence, their minds racing as they awaited their turn to meet with Dr. Carter. After a short wait, they were ushered into Dr. Carter's office. She was a poised woman in her early 50s, with sharp eyes and a calm demeanor. She greeted them with a warm, yet analytical smile. "Thank you for coming, Dr. Carter," Tara said, stepping forward. "We appreciate your willingness to meet with us. We're dealing with a situation that's both urgent and baffling, and we need your help." Dr. Carter gestured for them to sit. "Please, tell me everything. I'm here to listen and help if I can." As they began to explain the situation, Tara, Josh, and Alex shared their experiences, observations, and the distressing pattern of deaths that had occurred. Dr. Carter listened intently, taking notes and asking clarifying questions as they spoke. When they finished, Dr. Carter leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful. "What you're describing is indeed unusual and troubling. It sounds like you're dealing with a complex psychological phenomenon, possibly involving elements of manipulation and trauma. I'll need to review your evidence and conduct a thorough analysis, but I'll do my best to assist you." Tara felt a surge of relief. "Thank you, Dr. Carter. We're desperate for any insights or guidance you can provide." Dr. Carter nodded. "I'll start by reviewing the information you provided and see what patterns or insights emerge. In the meantime, it's crucial that you continue to stay vigilant and gather any additional information you can." With their meeting concluded, Tara, Josh, and Alex left Dr. Carter's office with a renewed sense of hope. They knew that their quest to break the cycle was far from over, but having Dr. Carter's expertise on their side was a critical step forward. As they continued their investigation, they remained focused on the task at hand, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever and that they needed to act swiftly to prevent further tragedy. Tara's day had begun with a sense of cautious optimism, thanks to their meeting with Dr. Carter. However, the progress was overshadowed by the reality of their situation. As the day wore on, they were faced with the grim reality that the cycle of repetition continued. Back at the warehouse, Tara, Josh, and Alex were reviewing their notes and discussing their next steps. Despite their efforts to break the cycle, the days seemed to blend together, and they were now dealing with the repetitive nature of their predicament. Tara, Josh, and Alex sat around a table cluttered with papers, maps, and empty coffee cups. The warehouse's dusty interior seemed more like a prison than a safe haven. Tara glanced at the clock. Only a few hours had passed since their meeting with Dr. Carter. Josh sighed, frustration evident in his voice. It feels like we're stuck in some kind of time loop. We've been over this material a dozen times, and it's like we're just spinning our wheels. Alex nodded, rubbing his temples. I know the feeling. It's like déjà vu all over again. The more we analyze, the more it feels like we're just repeating ourselves without making any real progress. Tara tapped her pen against her notebook, her expression thoughtful. We need to find a way to break this cycle, but every time we think we're making headway, it's like we're right back where we started. It's maddening. Josh leaned back in his chair, his frustration palpable. I keep thinking that if we could just figure out what triggers the loop, maybe we could find a way to stop it. But it's like we're stuck in a never-ending conversation, where nothing changes. Tara's eyes narrowed as she thought about their recent interactions. Wait a minute. We've had this exact conversation before. It's like we're caught in a loop of repeating dialogues. Every time we discuss our plans, it feels the same. Alex looked puzzled. What do you mean? Tara took a deep breath. Think about it. We've gone over the same points repeatedly, talked about the same strategies, and expressed the same frustrations. It's as if we're trapped in a cycle where our conversations are on repeat. Josh's expression shifted from frustration to realization. You're right. We've had this conversation about feeling like we're stuck in a loop more times than I can count. It's like the loop is affecting not just the events but our interactions as well. Alex's eyes widened. If our conversations are repeating, then maybe the loop is influencing our thoughts and actions. We need to break free from these repetitive patterns if we're going to make any progress. Tara nodded in agreement. Exactly. We need to approach our discussions differently, find new angles to explore, and avoid falling into the same patterns. We need to break the cycle in our thinking as much as we do in our actions. Josh looked determined. So what's our plan? How do we get out of this conversational loop? Tara glanced at their notes and then at the map they had spread out on the table. We need to reframe our approach. Instead of focusing on what we've already discussed, let's start from scratch. Let's examine every piece of information we have with fresh eyes and see if there's something we've missed. Alex nodded. That sounds like a good strategy. We need to shake things up and challenge our assumptions. Maybe the key to breaking the loop lies in changing how we think about it. They spent the next few hours revisiting their notes, but this time, they approached the information with a renewed perspective. They analyzed their observations from different angles, considered alternative explanations, and challenged their previous conclusions. Despite their best efforts, the repetitive nature of the loop continued to loom over them. Each time they felt they were making progress, they found themselves back at the beginning, their conversations and strategies echoing through the warehouse. As evening fell, Tara, Josh, and Alex gathered once again, their faces showing signs of exhaustion. The sense of déjà vu was overwhelming, but they were determined to push through. "We're not giving up," Tara said firmly. "Even if it feels like we're repeating ourselves, we need to keep pushing forward. The answers are out there, and we'll find them." Josh and Alex nodded in agreement, their resolve strengthened by Tara's determination. They knew that breaking free from the loop was a daunting challenge, but they were committed to finding a way out. As they continued their efforts, they remained hopeful that their persistence and fresh perspective would eventually lead them to the answers they needed. The cycle of repetition was relentless, but their determination to break free was unwavering. Despite their renewed efforts and fresh perspective, the loop's grip on Tara, Josh, and Alex seemed unrelenting. The day wore on with the trio struggling to break free from the repetitive cycle that had trapped them. With each failed attempt, their frustration grew, and their hope began to wane. The dim light of the warehouse cast long shadows across the room as Tara paced back and forth, her mind racing with ideas. Josh and Alex were seated at the table, their faces etched with exhaustion. They had tried everything they could think of to escape the loop, but each effort seemed to end in failure. "We've tried changing our approach, altering our routines, and even switching locations," Tara said, her voice tinged with frustration. "But nothing seems to work. It's like no matter what we do, we end up right back here." Josh rubbed his eyes, his fatigue evident. "Maybe we're missing something fundamental. If the loop is as persistent as it seems, there has to be a core reason for it. We need to understand what's causing it." Alex looked up from his notes, his expression thoughtful. "What if the loop is tied to a specific event or place? Maybe there's something in our environment that's anchoring us to this cycle." Tara paused in her pacing, considering Alex's suggestion. "That's a good point. If the loop is tied to a particular location or event, then maybe if we change both, we might break free." Josh nodded. "We should try leaving the warehouse entirely, find a new location, and see if that makes a difference. It might disrupt the cycle." The three of them decided to take a bold step. They would leave the warehouse and spend the night in a different location, hoping that a change of environment would alter the loop's parameters. They arrived at an old, abandoned house on the outskirts of town, a place Tara had stumbled upon during her search for alternative locations. The house was dusty and decrepit, but it was different from the warehouse, and that was what mattered. The trio set up a makeshift camp in one of the rooms, using sleeping bags and flashlights to illuminate their surroundings. They tried to relax and get some rest, hoping that the change of scenery would help them escape the loop. As the night progressed, Tara, Josh, and Alex discussed their plan for the next day. They decided to explore different approaches, hoping that the new location would provide a fresh perspective. "We need to keep a record of everything we do tonight and tomorrow," Tara said. "If we start seeing the same patterns again, we'll know the loop is still affecting us." Josh and Alex agreed, and they settled into their sleeping bags, trying to get some rest. The house was eerily quiet, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the old floorboards. The following morning, Tara woke up to the sound of a phone ringing. She groggily reached for her phone and answered it, expecting it to be an important call. To her dismay, it was another reminder of the loop's persistence. "Good morning, Tara," the voice on the other end said. "We've encountered another problem." Tara's heart sank. "Josh. What's going on?" "We're back at the warehouse," Josh said, his voice heavy with frustration. "It's like we never left. Everything is exactly the same as before." Tara sat up, her mind racing. "You're saying the loop brought us back to the warehouse?" "Exactly," Josh confirmed. "No matter what we do or where we go, it's like the loop has a way of bringing us back to the starting point." Tara's frustration boiled over. "This is hopeless. It's like we're trapped in a never-ending cycle, and no matter what we do, we can't escape it." Alex, who had overheard the conversation, added, "We need to rethink our strategy. If the loop is so insidious that it can bring us back no matter where we go, then maybe the key to breaking it lies in something more profound." Tara nodded, her determination renewed. "We need to focus on understanding the loop itself. If we can uncover its underlying mechanism, we might be able to find a way to break free." They packed up their belongings and headed back to the warehouse, their spirits battered but their resolve firm. Despite the setbacks and the sense of futility, they knew that their only chance of escaping the loop was to understand it better and find a way to disrupt its cycle. As they resumed their investigation, Tara, Josh, and Alex remained focused on their goal. They knew that breaking the loop would be challenging, but their persistence and determination were their greatest assets. The repetitive nature of their situation was daunting, but they were committed to finding a solution and escaping the endless cycle that had ensnared them. The weariness of their futile attempts to escape the loop was taking a toll on Tara, Josh, and Alex. As they settled back into their familiar, albeit cursed, warehouse, they tried to maintain hope despite the oppressive feeling of repetition. Little did they know, their latest efforts would lead them straight into another tragedy. The warehouse was quiet, save for the hum of the old fluorescent lights and the occasional shuffle of papers as Tara, Josh, and Alex reviewed their notes. They had spent the entire day attempting to crack the loop's code, but their progress seemed minimal. Their hope was fading, and the pressure was mounting. Tara glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's getting late. We should probably take a break and clear our heads. Maybe a fresh perspective will help." Josh nodded wearily. "I agree. We've been at this for hours, and we're not getting anywhere." Alex, who had been examining a map spread across the table, suddenly looked up. "Wait a second. Something just occurred to me." Tara and Josh turned their attention to Alex. "What is it?" Tara asked. Alex pointed to a location on the map. "We've been focusing on the loop's effects and our conversations, but we haven't considered that the loop might be targeting specific individuals or events. What if it's leading us to these places to force specific outcomes?" Josh frowned. You mean like the loop is trying to guide us towards certain events or people? Alex nodded. Exactly. If the loop has a purpose, maybe it's trying to achieve something specific, like eliminating certain people or causing specific events to unfold. Tara's eyes widened. If that's the case, we need to figure out who or what is being targeted next. We might be able to prevent it if we know in advance. They quickly gathered their materials and began to analyze their notes, looking for any patterns or clues that might indicate a potential target. Their analysis was interrupted by a sudden, chilling realization. Tara's phone buzzed with a new message, a text from an unknown number. She opened it and read the message aloud. Another one is about to fall. The message sent a shiver down their spines. What does that mean? Josh asked, his voice tight with anxiety. Before they could fully process the message, the warehouse's old metal door creaked open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. It was Carla, their friend who had been tragically killed in the previous loop. Her presence was both reassuring and unsettling. Tara's heart raced. Carla? How is this possible? Carla looked disoriented and frightened. I don't know how I got here. I thought I was dead. Josh's face turned pale. This doesn't make any sense. We've already experienced your death. Carla's expression grew more frantic. Something is wrong. I felt like I was pulled back here, but I don't know why. As they tried to make sense of the situation, the warehouse lights flickered, and a cold draft swept through the room. The atmosphere grew tense, and the sense of foreboding intensified. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, moving swiftly toward Carla. The figure's presence was menacing and ominous, and its intentions were clear. The group's attempts to intervene were futile as the figure lunged at Carla with a knife. No. Tara screamed, but it was too late. The figure struck Carla with brutal efficiency, and she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The warehouse fell into a stunned silence. Tara, Josh, and Alex stood in shock, their minds struggling to comprehend the horror they had just witnessed. No, not again. Tara cried, tears streaming down her face. This can't be happening. Josh's voice was hoarse with grief and frustration. We've failed again. How could this happen? Alex's face was etched with despair. The loop must have a relentless nature. It's not just repeating events but also ensuring that certain outcomes occur. We need to find a way to stop this before it happens again. As they grappled with the reality of Carla's death, they realized that their attempts to escape the loop had only led them to more tragedy. The fourth death was a stark reminder of the cycle's cruel persistence. Determined to break free from the cycle of loss, Tara, Josh, and Alex vowed to find a solution. They knew that their fight was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. With each death, the urgency to understand and break the loop grew stronger. They would not give up, no matter how many times the cycle tried to claim them. With new clues pointing to a specific pattern and a renewed sense of purpose, Tara, Josh, and Alex knew their next step was to focus on tracking the individual responsible for the deaths and the loop. They hoped that identifying and understanding the killer's motives and methods would be key to breaking the cycle, the warehouse was dimly lit by the soft glow of desk lamps and the flickering light of an old radio that played in the background. Tara, Josh, and Alex had spread out their materials across a large table: maps, photos, police reports, and personal notes. The atmosphere was tense as they prepared to delve into their investigation. Tara pulled out a photograph of the shadowy figure they had seen during Carla's death. "We need to find out who this person is. This is crucial to understanding the loop and stopping it." Josh nodded, his expression serious. "We should start by examining any connections between this figure and the incidents we've been tracking. There might be a link that ties everything together." Alex agreed, pulling out a list of names and suspects from previous police reports. "Let's cross-reference these names with our timeline of incidents. Maybe we can identify the killer or at least get closer to understanding their motives." The trio began poring over the list of suspects, searching for any connections to the incidents and the loop. They marked down names and locations, creating a web of potential connections that might lead them to the killer. The following day, Tara, Josh, and Alex decided to visit the local police station to access additional information about the incidents and suspects. They hoped to find more detailed records that could shed light on the killer's identity. Inside the bustling police station, they approached a desk officer. "We're investigating a series of incidents that might be linked to a pattern of violence," Tara explained. "We're hoping to access any additional reports or information that might help us identify a suspect." The officer looked at them with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "I'll need to check with the detective in charge of the case. Please wait here." After a brief wait, Detective Martinez, a seasoned investigator with a no-nonsense demeanor, arrived. "What can I help you with?" he asked, eyeing them with a scrutinizing gaze. Josh stepped forward. "We're trying to understand a series of violent incidents that seem to be connected. We've identified a potential pattern and need more information about the suspects involved." Detective Martinez raised an eyebrow. "You've done your homework. Let's see what we can find." The detective led them to a small office where he pulled out files and reports related to the incidents. Tara, Josh, and Alex carefully reviewed the documents, looking for any clues that could lead them to the killer. After gathering information from the police station, Tara, Josh, and Alex decided to take a break and discuss their findings at a nearby coffee shop. They sipped their drinks while reviewing the data they had collected. "This is overwhelming," Alex said, flipping through the reports. "But I think we might be getting closer. There are a few names that keep coming up in connection with the incidents." Josh nodded. "We've identified a suspect named Thomas Reed. He appears to have been linked to multiple incidents and seems to fit the description of the shadowy figure." Tara looked thoughtful. "Reed's name keeps coming up, but there's something off about him. According to the reports, he was considered a person of interest but never charged with any crimes." Alex frowned. "If he's involved, he must have a motive or a reason for targeting these specific individuals. We need to dig deeper into his background and see if there's a connection to the loop." Determined to follow the lead, Tara, Josh, and Alex arrived at Thomas Reed's apartment building. The area was quiet, and the building had an air of neglect. They approached the entrance and took a deep breath before heading inside. They found Reed's apartment and knocked on the door. After a few moments, it creaked open, revealing a disheveled and wary Thomas Reed. "Can we help you?" Reed asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. Tara took the lead. "We're investigating a series of incidents and believe you might have information that could help us. Can we speak with you?" Reed's eyes darted around, and he hesitated before nodding reluctantly. "All right, come in." Inside the dimly lit apartment, the trio sat down with Reed, who appeared increasingly uneasy. They asked him about his past, his connections to the incidents, and any unusual occurrences he might have experienced. Reed's responses were evasive, and he seemed to grow more agitated as the questions continued. "I don't know what you're talking about," he insisted. "I've been trying to move on with my life. I had nothing to do with those events." Despite his protests, Tara, Josh, and Alex couldn't shake the feeling that Reed was hiding something. As they left the apartment, they knew that their investigation was far from over. Back at the warehouse, Tara, Josh, and Alex gathered their notes and discussed their findings. They were more convinced than ever that Thomas Reed was central to understanding the loop, but they needed more evidence to confirm his involvement. "The loop is relentless, and Reed might be a key player," Tara said, her voice filled with determination. "We need to uncover more about his background and connections." Josh agreed. "We should continue tracking his movements and looking for any additional clues that might link him to the incidents." Alex nodded in agreement. "We're getting closer, but we need to be cautious. The loop has a way of throwing us off track, so we need to stay focused and vigilant." As they prepared for their next steps, the sense of urgency and determination was palpable. The mystery of the loop was gradually unraveling, but the danger and complexity of their situation were becoming increasingly clear. With their sights set on Thomas Reed, Tara, Josh, and Alex were ready to confront the challenges ahead and uncover the truth behind the relentless cycle. Determined to break the loop and stop the cycle of violence, Tara, Josh, and Alex realized they needed more help. They couldn't solve the mystery alone. They reached out to individuals who might provide additional insights or resources, hoping that their combined efforts would lead to a breakthrough. The small, cozy apartment was cluttered with papers, notes, and coffee cups. Tara sat at her desk, reviewing the latest research on the loop. Her phone buzzed with messages from Josh and Alex, indicating their readiness to meet and discuss their next steps. Tara quickly gathered her notes and headed out the door, making her way to a nearby diner where they had agreed to meet. The diner was warm and inviting, with soft lighting and the comforting aroma of coffee and baked goods. Tara arrived first and found a booth in the corner, where she set up her notes and waited for Josh and Alex. Josh arrived shortly, looking tired but determined. Alex followed soon after, carrying a file folder filled with new research. They greeted each other and took their seats. "I've been thinking," Tara began, "that we need more help. We've been working hard, but we're missing something. There might be people who have valuable information or resources that could assist us." Josh nodded in agreement. "We need to gather allies who can contribute different perspectives or expertise. There's a lot at stake, and the loop seems to be more complex than we initially thought." Alex pulled out a list of potential contacts. "I've compiled a list of people who might be able to help. There's an investigative journalist who specializes in unsolved mysteries, a professor of psychology who studies behavioral patterns, and a former detective with experience in complex cases. We should reach out to them and see if they're willing to assist us. Tara reviewed the list and agreed. These contacts could be invaluable. If we can convince them to join our efforts, we might gain new insights or resources that could help us understand and break the loop. The following day, Tara, Josh, and Alex visited the office of the investigative journalist, Emily Carter. Her office was filled with stacks of research, files, and photographs pinned to a corkboard. Emily, a sharp and tenacious journalist, greeted them with a curious gaze. "Ms. Carter," Tara began, "we're investigating a series of incidents connected to a mysterious loop. Your expertise in unsolved mysteries could be crucial to our case." Emily raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A loop, you say? I'm interested. Tell me more about what you've discovered and how I can help." As Tara, Josh, and Alex explained their findings, Emily listened attentively. Her experience in uncovering hidden truths made her an invaluable ally. She agreed to help investigate the incidents and provided insights into potential leads and sources. Their next stop was to meet with Dr. Henry Thompson, a professor of psychology specializing in behavioral patterns. Dr. Thompson's office was filled with books, research papers, and psychological assessments. Dr. Thompson greeted them warmly and listened as they described the loop and their observations. "Behavioral patterns can offer significant insights into repetitive phenomena," he said. "I'd be glad to assist in analyzing the psychological aspects of the case. Understanding the motivations and triggers behind the loop could be key." Dr. Thompson agreed to collaborate with them, offering to analyze any psychological profiles or behavioral data they could provide. His expertise in understanding human behavior could prove crucial in unraveling the loop's mysteries. Their final stop was to meet with retired Detective James Sullivan, a former investigator known for solving complex cases. Sullivan's home was decorated with memorabilia from his long career in law enforcement. After explaining their situation, Sullivan looked thoughtful. "I've seen my share of strange cases, but this sounds particularly challenging. I can help you review the evidence and offer investigative strategies that might shed light on the loop." Sullivan agreed to assist, providing his expertise in crime-solving and investigative techniques. His experience with complex cases made him a valuable asset to their team. Back at Tara's apartment, the group gathered once more to review their progress and plan their next steps. With the help of Emily Carter, Dr. Henry Thompson, and Detective James Sullivan, they felt more prepared than ever. "We've made significant progress," Tara said, looking around at her friends and allies. "With their help, we might finally be able to understand the loop and find a way to break free." Josh and Alex nodded in agreement. "We have a solid team now, and we're getting closer to the truth. Let's keep pushing forward and use every resource we have." As they prepared to dive deeper into the investigation, the presence of their new allies filled them with renewed hope. The battle against the loop was far from over, but with their combined efforts, they were ready to face the challenges ahead and uncover the truth behind the cycle of violence and death. With their new allies on board, Tara, Josh, and Alex felt a surge of hope. They were determined to make progress in their investigation and break the cycle of the loop. However, despite their best efforts, the relentless nature of the loop continued to test their resolve. the soft light of dawn filtered through the curtains of Tara's apartment, casting a gentle glow on the scattered papers and notes. Tara was fast asleep at her desk, her head resting on a pile of documents. The incessant buzzing of her alarm clock stirred her awake. Tara groaned and glanced at the clock. The date blinked mockingly, Wednesday. The realization hit her like a cold wave. Not again, she muttered, rubbing her eyes and trying to shake off the remnants of sleep. Josh and Alex arrived at her apartment soon after. They were both visibly tired but determined. The trio quickly reviewed their plans for the day, hoping that their combined efforts would finally yield results. Tara, Josh, and Alex, along with Emily Carter, Dr. Henry Thompson, and Detective James Sullivan, had gathered at a public park, one of the locations linked to previous incidents. They were conducting interviews, gathering information, and keeping an eye out for any suspicious activity. As they walked through the park, Tara noticed something unusual, a figure lurking near the playground, partially hidden by the trees. Her instincts told her that this figure might be connected to the loop. Stay alert, Tara whispered to Josh and Alex. We might be onto something. The group approached the figure cautiously. As they drew closer, the figure turned and walked away, disappearing into the park's dense foliage. Following the sighting, Tara, Josh, Alex, and the rest of their team decided to investigate an abandoned warehouse near the park. The warehouse had been linked to several of the incidents in their research. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit, with shafts of sunlight cutting through the grime-covered windows. The air was musty, and the floor was littered with debris. The team moved cautiously through the space, their footsteps echoing in the silence. As they explored, Tara found a series of photographs pinned to a wall, depicting scenes from previous incidents. Among them was a new photograph, a recent one of Carla, taken just before her death. This is recent, Tara said, her voice trembling. Someone has been following us and gathering information. Suddenly, they heard a noise, a door creaking open followed by hurried footsteps. The team turned to see the shadowy figure from the park emerging from the darkness, holding a large knife. Panic set in as the figure lunged toward them. Tara, Josh, and Alex scrambled to protect themselves and each other. Detective Sullivan drew his firearm and shouted, "Get down!" Emily and Dr. Thompson ducked behind a stack of crates, while Josh and Alex grabbed makeshift weapons from the debris. Tara tried to confront the figure, but they were fast and unpredictable. In the chaos, the figure managed to inflict a deep cut on Josh's arm. Alex threw a nearby metal pipe, hitting the figure and causing them to stumble. But before they could subdue the attacker, the figure dashed out of the warehouse and vanished into the shadows. The group regrouped at Tara's apartment, their faces pale and their clothes smeared with blood and grime. Josh's injury had been treated, but the tension and fear were palpable. We were so close, Tara said, her voice strained with frustration. We're making progress, but the loop keeps finding ways to thwart us. Emily, looking shaken but resolute, added, the figure was definitely targeting us. We need to be more cautious and strategic. There's a pattern to their attacks, and we need to understand it. Dr. Thompson nodded in agreement. We've seen how the loop affects our interactions and decisions. We need to anticipate the killer's moves and find a way to disrupt their plan. Detective Sullivan, though visibly exhausted, spoke with determination. We'll analyze the figure's behavior and try to predict their next move. It's crucial to stay one step ahead. As they reviewed their notes and discussed their next steps, a sense of grim determination filled the room. The loop's relentless nature and the killer's malevolence had taken a toll on them, but they knew they had to continue their fight. The fifth death had brought them face to face with the stark reality of their situation. They were more determined than ever to break the cycle and uncover the truth behind the loop. With their allies' support and their resolve strengthened, they prepared for the challenges ahead, ready to confront whatever lay in wait. The relentless cycle of the loop had pushed Tara, Josh, and Alex to their limits. With the recent death fresh in their minds, they realized that their previous efforts were not enough. They needed a new strategy to outsmart the killer and break the cycle once and for all. The early morning light filtered through the curtains, casting long shadows across the room. Tara, Josh, and Alex gathered in Tara's apartment, their faces etched with fatigue but resolute determination. They were surrounded by their notes, maps, and the evidence they had collected over the past few days. "We need to rethink our approach," Tara said, her voice firm. "The loop is getting more dangerous, and we're running out of time. We need a strategy that will give us the upper hand." Josh nodded, his expression serious. "We've been reacting to events rather than anticipating them. We need to predict the killer's moves and set up a plan to catch them in the act." Alex agreed, flipping through a file of evidence. "We've identified patterns in the previous deaths. Let's use that information to devise a strategy that will allow us to anticipate the killer's next move." The team began brainstorming and outlining their new strategy. They reviewed the patterns they had observed, the locations of previous incidents, and the behavior of the killer. Tara drew a large map of the city on a whiteboard, marking key locations linked to the incidents. "We need to identify the common factors in these locations and determine if there's a specific pattern we haven't yet noticed." Josh analyzed the timeline of the deaths, looking for any correlations between the timing of the incidents and the killer's behavior. "We've seen that the killer tends to strike when we're least expecting it. We need to set up surveillance and establish a way to predict their next move." Alex focused on the psychological aspects of the case. "We should also consider the killer's motivations and psychological profile. Understanding their mindset might help us anticipate their actions." As part of their new strategy, the team decided to set up surveillance at key locations that had been linked to previous incidents. They hoped that by monitoring these areas closely, they could catch the killer before another death occurred. The team split up to cover different locations. Tara and Alex took positions at a park where the killer had been spotted previously, while Josh set up surveillance at the abandoned warehouse. Tara and Alex settled into their positions, concealed by the underbrush near the park's playground. They used binoculars and a high-powered camera to keep watch, ready to capture any suspicious activity. "We need to stay vigilant," Tara said, scanning the park for any signs of movement. "The killer might try to blend in or use distractions to get past us." Alex nodded, his eyes focused on the park. "We have to be prepared for anything. If we see anything out of the ordinary, we need to act quickly." Josh was alone at the abandoned warehouse, monitoring the area from a hidden vantage point. He was equipped with night vision goggles and a radio to stay in contact with Tara and Alex. The warehouse was eerily quiet, with only the distant hum of traffic breaking the silence. Josh's eyes darted around the dimly lit space, looking for any signs of the killer. Minutes turned into hours, and Josh began to feel the weight of exhaustion. Just as he was about to take a break, he noticed a shadowy figure moving stealthily towards the warehouse. His heart raced as he adjusted his night vision goggles to get a clearer view. The figure appeared to be carrying a large bag and moved with purpose. Josh grabbed his radio and contacted Tara and Alex. "I've spotted the figure at the warehouse. It looks like they're about to enter. We need backup immediately." At the park, Tara and Alex received Josh's message and sprang into action. They quickly gathered their equipment and made their way to the warehouse, staying low and avoiding detection. As Josh waited for backup, he carefully approached the entrance of the warehouse. He watched as the shadowy figure entered the building and disappeared from view. Tara and Alex arrived just in time, joining Josh at the entrance. They moved silently through the warehouse, their eyes and ears alert for any signs of the killer. The warehouse was filled with a tense silence as they followed the trail left by the figure. They found a series of cryptic notes and photographs pinned to the walls, all related to the loop and the victims. "This is it," Tara whispered, her voice filled with urgency. "We're getting closer to understanding the killer's plan." Suddenly, they heard a noise, a scuffle followed by a chilling scream. The team rushed towards the sound, finding the shadowy figure in the process of attacking a new victim. Josh, Tara, and Alex confronted the killer, who was startled and attempted to flee. A tense struggle ensued, with the team fighting to subdue the attacker. The killer was eventually apprehended and taken into custody. Tara, Josh, and Alex were exhausted but relieved. They debriefed with Detective Martinez and the rest of the police force, providing details about the events and the evidence they had uncovered. "This is a major breakthrough," Detective Martinez said, looking at the evidence with a mix of satisfaction and concern. "We've got the killer in custody, but we need to understand their motives and how they were able to manipulate the loop." Tara, Josh, and Alex knew their work was far from over. They had made significant progress, but there were still many questions to answer. As they prepared for the next phase of their investigation, the sense of urgency was palpable. The loop was still a threat, and they had to unravel the remaining mysteries before it was too late. The race against time had intensified, and the team was more determined than ever to break the cycle and bring the killer to justice. With their new strategy and allies by their side, they were ready to face the challenges ahead and uncover the truth behind the relentless loop. With the recent breakthroughs and the apprehension of the killer, Tara, Josh, and Alex felt a renewed sense of urgency. However, they couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story, something they had overlooked. Their recent encounter had raised new suspicions and questions about the nature of the loop and the identity of the true orchestrator. Tara's apartment was a hive of activity, with papers and evidence spread out across the dining table. The air was thick with tension as Tara, Josh, and Alex reviewed their notes and discussed their latest findings. "I still have questions about the killer," Tara said, her brow furrowed with concern. "Why were they so focused on us? And how did they know so much about the loop?" Josh nodded, his expression serious. "The killer might have been just a pawn or a distraction. There could be someone else behind the scenes, manipulating everything." Alex looked up from a file of evidence. "I agree. There are inconsistencies in the killer's actions and the timing of the deaths. We need to consider the possibility that there's another person involved, someone who orchestrated the loop and used the killer to carry out their plan. The team decided to meet with Emily Carter, Dr. Henry Thompson, and Detective James Sullivan at a local coffee shop to discuss their suspicions and gather additional insights. The cozy, dimly lit shop provided a more relaxed atmosphere for their important conversation. Emily took a sip of her coffee and leaned forward. "You're suggesting that there might be a mastermind behind the killer, someone who orchestrated the loop for their own reasons?" Tara nodded. "Yes. We've seen patterns in the loop that suggest a deeper level of manipulation. We need to explore the possibility that someone else is pulling the strings." Dr. Thompson tapped his chin thoughtfully. "If there is a mastermind, their psychological profile might provide clues about their motivations and methods. We should analyze the behavior of the killer in relation to the psychological profile of someone who would orchestrate such a scheme." Detective Sullivan added, "I've reviewed the evidence we've collected so far, and there are certain details that don't add up. We should re-examine the initial suspects and see if there are any connections we missed." With their new strategy in mind, the team visited a public library to dig deeper into the backgrounds of potential suspects and gather information that might reveal hidden connections. The library was quiet, with only the soft rustling of pages and the hum of fluorescent lights. Tara, Josh, and Alex split up to search through old newspapers, public records, and other sources of information. They were looking for any unusual patterns or connections that might point to the mastermind behind the loop. Josh stumbled upon an old news article about a local businessman who had recently faced significant financial difficulties. The article mentioned his involvement in a series of legal disputes and a potential motive for seeking revenge. "This could be a lead," Josh said, showing the article to Tara and Alex. "If this businessman had reasons to hold a grudge or wanted to manipulate events for personal gain, he might be the mastermind we're looking for." The team decided to investigate the businessman's office, hoping to find more evidence or clues that might confirm their suspicions. The office was located in a high-rise building and was heavily secured. Using a combination of investigative skills and stealth, they managed to gain access to the office after hours. Inside, they found a cluttered desk with files, personal documents, and a hidden compartment containing a series of detailed plans and notes. The documents revealed a meticulous plan that outlined the loop's progression, the targeting of specific individuals, and various psychological tactics to manipulate the victims. "This confirms it," Tara said, holding up a file. "The mastermind had a detailed plan and used the killer to execute it. We need to confront this person and put an end to their scheme." The team arranged a meeting with the businessman, Richard Caldwell, under the pretense of discussing a potential collaboration. When they confronted him with the evidence, he was initially shocked but quickly adopted a smug demeanor. "You've uncovered my little game," Caldwell said, his voice cold and calculating. "I underestimated your persistence, but it's too late now. The loop is far from over." Tara, Josh, and Alex pressed him for details about his motives and the full extent of his plan. Caldwell revealed that his goal was to create chaos and fear, driven by a desire for revenge and personal satisfaction. As they confronted Caldwell, the tension in the room was palpable. They knew that stopping him was crucial to breaking the loop and ending the cycle of violence. with Caldwell in custody, the team debriefed with Detective Martinez and the rest of the police force. They presented the evidence they had gathered and detailed Caldwell's involvement in orchestrating the loop. "This is a significant breakthrough," Detective Martinez said, reviewing the evidence. "We'll ensure that Caldwell is held accountable for his actions and that the loop is brought to an end." Tara, Josh, and Alex felt a sense of relief but knew their work was not finished. The mastermind had been uncovered, but there were still questions to answer and consequences to address. As they prepared for the final phase of their investigation, the team was determined to see the case through to its resolution. The confrontation with Caldwell had brought them closer to the truth, but there was still more to unravel before the loop could finally be broken. With the mastermind Richard Caldwell now in custody, Tara, Josh, and Alex faced the daunting task of piecing together the full extent of his plan. However, their progress was hindered by a series of false leads and missteps, testing their resolve and patience as they tried to close in on the final resolution. Tara, Josh, and Alex convened at Tara's apartment to strategize their next steps. They were weary but determined, having spent the night analyzing Caldwell's plan and following up on potential leads. Tara glanced at the whiteboard covered in notes, photographs, and timelines. "We've got a lot of leads to follow, but not all of them seem to be panning out. We need to prioritize and focus on what might actually lead us to a resolution." Josh nodded, flipping through a stack of papers. "I've cross-referenced Caldwell's contacts and the financial records we found. Some leads seem promising, but others don't match up. We need to sift through the noise and concentrate on what's real." Alex, looking over a list of potential suspects, added, "There are also several inconsistencies in the reports we've received. It feels like we're being led astray deliberately. We need to be cautious and verify every piece of information." The team visited the Public Records Office to follow up on a lead related to Caldwell's business dealings. They hoped to find discrepancies or connections that could shed light on his operations and motivations. At the records office, Tara sifted through piles of documents while Josh and Alex examined digital records. They found several entries that seemed suspicious, but after further investigation, many turned out to be irrelevant or inconclusive. "This is frustrating," Tara said, throwing her hands up in exasperation. "We're getting tons of information, but it's all over the place. We need to figure out which leads are worth pursuing." Josh glanced at his watch. "We've been at this for hours. Let's regroup and reassess. We might be missing something crucial." Tara, Josh, and Alex decided to revisit the abandoned warehouse where they had previously encountered the killer. They hoped that further investigation might reveal additional clues or connections that had been overlooked. Inside the warehouse, they meticulously searched for any signs of tampering or hidden evidence. They examined every corner and scrutinized the documents they had found earlier. Just as they were about to give up, Alex discovered a hidden compartment behind a loose brick. Inside, they found a collection of old photographs and notes that seemed to be unrelated to Caldwell's plan. "This doesn't make sense," Alex said, showing the items to Tara and Josh. "These documents don't fit with what we know about Caldwell. It's like we're dealing with multiple layers of deception." Tara looked at the documents with growing concern. "It feels like we're missing a bigger picture here. There's something else going on, another player or hidden motive." The team decided to take a break and discuss their findings at a local cafe. They hoped a change of scenery might help them clear their heads and see the case from a different perspective. As they sat around a table, sipping coffee, Tara reviewed the list of leads they had followed. "We've chased down a lot of false leads and missteps. We need to refocus and identify what we've learned from each of these attempts." Josh, looking through his notes, added, "We need to consider that some of the information we've received might have been deliberately planted to mislead us. We should reevaluate our sources and see if there's a pattern to the misinformation." Alex nodded in agreement. "Let's compile everything we know so far and look for any overlooked connections or patterns. We might find the breakthrough we need." Back at Tara's apartment, the team gathered their notes and started to reassess their findings. They laid out all the documents, photographs, and timelines, trying to piece together the clues that had eluded them. As they worked, Tara noticed a pattern in the false leads they had encountered. "Some of these leads seem to be pointing us towards a different motive or a different suspect. We need to consider that Caldwell might not be working alone or that his plan could be more complex than we thought." Josh reviewed the financial records again and discovered a small but significant discrepancy that had been overlooked earlier. This could be the key to understanding Caldwell's full plan. It's a small detail, but it might connect the dots we've been missing. Alex cross-referenced the documents with the new information and found a connection that had previously been missed. "This could be the breakthrough we need. We need to follow up on this immediately and see if it leads us to the real mastermind." The team presented their updated findings to Detective Martinez, who reviewed the new evidence with interest. "This new information could change everything. We need to act quickly to verify these leads and identify any additional suspects or motives." With renewed determination, the team prepared to follow up on the new lead, hoping it would finally bring them closer to unraveling the truth behind the loop and bringing the real mastermind to justice. Despite the setbacks and false leads, Tara, Josh, and Alex were more resolved than ever. They knew that every misstep brought them one step closer to uncovering the full extent of the conspiracy and ending the cycle of violence that had haunted them for so long. As Tara, Josh, and Alex closed in on the truth behind the mastermind's plan, they felt the weight of their investigation intensify. Each new discovery brought them closer to breaking the loop, but it also heightened the danger they faced. The pressure was mounting, and they could feel the sinister presence of the loop tightening around them. Tara sat at her desk, poring over the evidence they had gathered. The room was dimly lit, with only the glow of a desk lamp illuminating the scattered papers and photographs. The tension was palpable as she tried to piece together the final connections. Her phone buzzed, startling her. It was a text from Josh. "I think I've found something. Meet me at the old factory ASAP." Tara's heart raced as she grabbed her coat and hurried out the door. She knew that time was running out, and this could be their last chance to end the loop. The old factory was eerily quiet, its rusted metal structures casting long shadows in the moonlight. Tara arrived to find Josh waiting near the entrance, his expression tense. "I found a hidden room," Josh said, his voice low and urgent. "It looks like it was used by the mastermind to monitor and control the loop. There are files, monitors, and equipment that suggest a level of planning we hadn't anticipated." Tara nodded, following him into the factory. As they made their way through the dark, abandoned corridors, she felt a growing sense of unease. Something didn't feel right. When they reached the hidden room, Alex was already inside, examining the equipment. "This place is a goldmine," he said. "But we need to be careful. It feels like we're walking into a trap." Tara, Josh, and Alex began sifting through the files, trying to decipher the mastermind's final plan. As they worked, Tara noticed a series of cryptic notes pinned to a wall, detailing the timing and sequence of the deaths in the loop. "This is it," she whispered. "This is how they've been orchestrating everything." Suddenly, the door to the hidden room slammed shut, plunging them into darkness. The monitors flickered to life, displaying distorted images of their past encounters, as if mocking their efforts to break free from the loop. A cold, metallic voice echoed through the room, distorted by the speakers. "You thought you could escape, but you've only played into my hands. The loop will never end, and neither will your suffering." Tara's heart pounded as she realized the mastermind had anticipated their every move. They were trapped, and the walls seemed to close in around them. The room filled with an ominous hum. The lights flickered back on, revealing a figure standing in the doorway. It was Richard Caldwell, but something about him was different. His eyes were empty, almost lifeless. "Caldwell?" Josh asked, confused. "We have you in custody. How can you be here?" Caldwell stepped forward, his movements stiff and unnatural. "You still don't understand, do you? I'm not the one in control. I'm just a pawn, like the rest of you." Before they could react, the hidden room's equipment activated, sending a surge of electricity through the air. The lights exploded, and the monitors shorted out, leaving them in darkness once more. In the chaos, Tara heard a sharp gasp and turned to see Alex collapse to the floor. Blood pooled around him, a knife embedded in his back. She screamed, rushing to his side, but it was too late. He was already gone. "No!" Tara cried, shaking with grief and anger. "Not again!" Josh pulled her away, his face pale with shock. "We need to get out of here, now." But as they turned to flee, the door to the hidden room slammed shut once more, trapping them inside. The voice on the speakers returned, taunting them, "You can't escape. The loop will always reset, and the deaths will continue. Your suffering will never end." Hours later, Tara and Josh managed to escape the hidden room by prying open a ventilation shaft. Exhausted and broken, they stumbled out into the cold morning air, the weight of Alex's death heavy on their hearts. Tara looked back at the factory, tears streaming down her face. "We can't keep losing people like this, Josh. We have to end this loop, no matter the cost." Josh nodded, his expression grim. "We will. We're running out of time, but we can't let this happen again. We have to find the real mastermind and stop them, once and for all." As they walked away from the factory, the sun began to rise, casting long shadows over the desolate landscape. They knew that the loop would reset soon, bringing them back to the beginning of the day. But this time, they were more determined than ever to break free from the cycle and put an end to the nightmare. The death of Alex was a painful reminder of the stakes they faced, but it also fueled their resolve. The loop might be relentless, but so were they. The final showdown with the mastermind was approaching, and they would stop at nothing to end the cycle of death and despair. The relentless cycle of death and repetition had taken a profound toll on Tara and Josh. With each reset, the physical and emotional strain mounted, pushing them closer to the breaking point. The once vibrant determination to escape the loop was now overshadowed by the heavy burden of their failures and losses. Tara awoke with a start, her heart racing as she jolted upright in bed. The familiar sounds of the morning, birds chirping outside, the hum of traffic, felt like a cruel mockery of the endless loop she was trapped in. The exhaustion was palpable, her body aching from the cumulative toll of reliving the same day over and over again. She glanced at the clock, noting that it was the same time she had awoken so many times before. The routine was suffocating, and the weight of what lay ahead made it hard to breathe. With a deep sigh, Tara forced herself out of bed, her movements sluggish and deliberate. In the bathroom, she splashed cold water on her face, staring at her reflection in the mirror. Dark circles had formed under her eyes, and her skin was pale, almost ghostly. The woman staring back at her was a shadow of who she once was, a person worn down by the relentless grind of the loop. As she brushed her teeth, the mundane task felt almost absurd in the context of everything she was enduring. What was the point of any of it if she was doomed to repeat the day endlessly? The thoughts swirled in her mind, making it difficult to focus on the simplest of tasks. Josh sat on the edge of his bed, his head in his hands. His body was heavy with fatigue, and his mind was a jumbled mess of memories from the repeated days. Each reset had chipped away at his resolve, leaving him feeling hollow and disconnected from reality. He glanced around his apartment, noting how everything seemed exactly the same as before, the unwashed dishes in the sink, the clothes strewn haphazardly across the floor, the half-finished projects he no longer had the energy to care about. The sameness of it all was maddening, and the knowledge that it would all be undone by the next reset filled him with a sense of helplessness. Josh rubbed his temples, trying to alleviate the pounding headache that had become a constant companion. The mental strain of remembering each death, each failure, was overwhelming. He had always been the one to stay strong, to push through, but now even his resolve was crumbling. A sudden wave of nausea hit him, and he leaned forward, gripping the edge of the bed as he fought the urge to vomit. The physical symptoms of his exhaustion were becoming harder to ignore. His muscles ached, his vision blurred, and his heart raced erratically. It was as if his body was finally giving out after being pushed to its limits time and time again. Tara and Josh sat across from each other at a corner table in the cafe, nursing cups of coffee that had long gone cold. The silence between them was heavy, filled with unspoken fears and the weight of their shared experiences. Neither of them had the energy to speak, let alone plan their next move. Tara stared blankly out the window, watching people go about their day as if nothing was wrong. The normalcy of the world outside felt like a cruel joke, a reminder of the life they could never return to as long as they were trapped in the loop. Josh's hands trembled slightly as he held his coffee cup, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. He hadn't been able to rest properly in what felt like weeks, though he knew it was the same day repeating over and over. The constant state of alertness had frayed his nerves, leaving him on edge and irritable. Finally, Tara broke the silence, her voice hoarse and weary. "I don't know how much more of this I can take, Josh. I feel like I'm falling apart." Josh looked at her, his expression mirroring her despair. "I know. I feel it too. It's like we're being worn down piece by piece, until there's nothing left." Tara nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. Every time I wake up, it's like a part of me dies with each reset. I'm scared, Josh. Scared that we'll never escape this, that we'll just keep dying over and over. Josh reached across the table and took her hand, his grip firm but gentle. We can't give up, Tara. I know it's hard, I'm barely holding on myself, but we have to keep fighting. There has to be a way out. Tara squeezed his hand, finding some small comfort in the connection. But deep down, the doubt lingered. How much longer could they endure this? How many more deaths would they have to suffer before they found a way to break free? The exhaustion was evident in every step Tara and Josh took as they made their way back to the factory. The once tense and determined pace they had moved with was now slow and labored, their bodies dragging as if weighed down by invisible chains. As they reached the alleyway near the factory, Tara stumbled, nearly falling to her knees. Josh caught her just in time, pulling her back to her feet. You okay? Josh asked, concern etched on his face. Tara nodded weakly, though her legs felt like they could give out at any moment. I'm fine, just tired. So damn tired. Josh helped her steady herself, but he could see the toll this was taking on both of them. We're both exhausted. We need to be careful, if we're not sharp, we could miss something crucial. Tara nodded again, though the words felt hollow. She knew Josh was right, but the crushing weight of exhaustion made it hard to care about anything beyond getting through the next few minutes. As they approached the factory entrance, Tara paused, looking up at the decaying structure with a sense of dread. How many more times are we going to have to do this, Josh? How many more times before it finally ends? Josh didn't have an answer. All he could do was offer her a grim look of determination. As many times as it takes. The resolve in his voice gave Tara a small spark of hope, but the overwhelming exhaustion continued to gnaw at her. They were hanging on by a thread, and they both knew it. Inside the factory, the oppressive atmosphere felt even more suffocating. The once daring plan to confront the mastermind and end the loop now seemed like a distant, impossible dream. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the dim lights seemed to mock their efforts, reminding them of the futility of their struggle. Tara and Josh moved through the darkened corridors, their footsteps echoing off the cold, metal walls. The silence between them was heavy with the weight of their unspoken fears and the mounting exhaustion that threatened to consume them. As they reached the central chamber of the factory, Tara's legs finally gave out, and she sank to the floor, unable to go any further. I can't do this anymore, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. I'm so tired, Josh. I just want it to end. Josh knelt beside her, his own exhaustion mirrored in his eyes. He wanted to comfort her, to tell her that everything would be okay, but he knew the truth, there was no guarantee they would ever escape the loop. The constant deaths, the relentless repetition, had taken a toll on both of them that could not be undone, but despite the despair that gripped him, Josh refused to let go of the small, flickering hope that they could still find a way out. We're almost there, Tara, he said softly, brushing a strand of hair away from her face. We've come this far. We can't give up now. Tara looked up at him, her eyes filled with tears and exhaustion. I don't know if I can keep going, Josh. It's too much. Josh pulled her into a gentle embrace, holding her close as she trembled in his arms. I know it's hard, he whispered. But we have to keep fighting. We have to believe that there's an end to this, somewhere. For a long moment, they stayed like that, finding solace in each other's presence. But as the darkness closed in around them, the weight of their exhaustion pressed down even harder, threatening to crush whatever hope they had left. And as the loop reset once more, bringing them back to the start of the day, Tara and Josh could only wonder how much longer they could endure this relentless cycle, how many more times they would have to die before they finally broke free. The relentless cycle of death and repetition weighed heavily on Tara and Josh, pushing them to the brink of despair. Each reset was like a cruel reminder of their failure, and the emotional burden became increasingly unbearable. Tara sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the curtains drawn to block out the harsh daylight. The room was a mess, clothes strewn across the floor, half-eaten meals left untouched, and empty bottles scattered around. It was as if the chaos outside had seeped into her personal space, reflecting the turmoil in her mind. She stared blankly at the wall, her thoughts a jumbled mess of fear, frustration, and hopelessness. The repetitive cycle had worn her down to the point where she could barely muster the energy to get out of bed each morning. Every reset felt like a punch to the gut, a reminder that no matter what she did, the outcome was always the same, death and despair. Tara's phone buzzed on the table, but she ignored it, unable to face another round of failed attempts to escape the loop. She buried her face in her hands, the tears coming unbidden as the weight of it all crashed down on her. I can't do this anymore, she whispered to herself, her voice trembling with exhaustion. I can't keep going through this. I just want it to end. But even as she spoke the words, she knew there was no escape from the nightmare she was living. The loop would continue, dragging her back into the same cycle of fear and pain, no matter how much she wanted it to stop. Josh stood on the balcony of his apartment, staring out at the city below. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the streets, but he barely noticed. His mind was elsewhere, consumed by the endless loop that had become his life. The exhaustion was overwhelming, but it wasn't just physical. The mental and emotional toll of the repeated deaths, the constant sense of impending doom, had left him feeling hollow and defeated. He gripped the railing tightly, the cold metal biting into his palms, as if trying to ground himself in reality. But reality had become a blur, a nightmare from which he couldn't wake up. The loop had robbed him of any sense of control, leaving him trapped in a cycle of despair and frustration. He had tried everything, changing his actions, seeking help, even confronting the possible suspects, but nothing worked. The outcome was always the same. What's the point? He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with bitterness. No matter what I do, it doesn't make a difference. We're just going to keep dying over and over again. He closed his eyes, the familiar sensation of defeat washing over him. For a moment, he considered the unthinkable, giving up entirely, letting the loop continue without any effort to fight back. But even as the thought crossed his mind, a flicker of determination sparked within him. No, he said, more firmly this time. I can't give up. Not yet. There has to be a way out of this. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the city into darkness, that flicker of hope was overshadowed by the overwhelming despair that had taken root in his heart. Tara and Josh met on the rooftop of a tall building, a place they had often retreated to in moments of desperation. The cool night air was a welcome relief from the stifling atmosphere of their apartments, but it did little to ease the tension between them. Tara leaned against the ledge, staring out at the city lights. "Josh, I don't know how much longer I can do this," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Every time I think we're making progress, we just end up right back where we started." Josh joined her at the ledge, his gaze distant. "I know, it feels like we're stuck in a nightmare that never ends. But we have to keep trying, Tara. We can't let the loop win." Tara shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "But what if we never find a way out? What if this is our life now, dying over and over again, with no end in sight?" Josh didn't have an answer. The thought had crossed his mind more times than he cared to admit. The endless cycle of death and repetition had pushed them both to the brink, and the fear that they would never escape was a constant shadow over their efforts. For a long moment, they stood in silence, the weight of their shared despair hanging heavily in the air. Tara's shoulders slumped as the tears finally began to fall, the full extent of her hopelessness laid bare. "I just wanted to stop, Josh," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I just wanted to end." Josh wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close as she sobbed into his chest. He didn't have the words to comfort her, but he held her tightly, as if trying to shield her from the nightmare they were living. But even as he held her, the despair that had taken root in his own heart grew stronger, threatening to overwhelm him as well. How many more times would they have to go through this before they could finally break free? How many more deaths would it take before they found a way out, or if they ever would? As the night wore on, Tara and Josh remained on the rooftop, two souls trapped in a never-ending cycle of fear, despair, and the faint, flickering hope that they could somehow find a way to escape the loop that had consumed their lives. The weight of the endless loop was beginning to crush Tara's spirit, leaving her grasping for anything that could provide some sense of stability. She found herself standing in front of her childhood home, a small, weathered house that seemed frozen in time. The familiar scent of old wood and blooming flowers brought back memories of simpler days, when her biggest worries were nothing more than childhood fears. The door creaked as she pushed it open, stepping inside the house that hadn't changed in years. The living room was just as she remembered it, worn furniture, faded photographs lining the walls, and a dusty piano in the corner. She ran her fingers across the keys, a soft, melancholic tune echoing through the quiet space. It was a song her mother used to play, one that always made her feel safe. Tara closed her eyes, allowing the memories to wash over her. She could almost hear her mother's voice, warm and soothing, as she hummed along to the melody. For a brief moment, the weight of the loop lifted, replaced by the comforting embrace of the past, but the moment didn't last. The harsh reality of her current situation crept back in, the oppressive sense of being trapped in an endless cycle of death and despair. She opened her eyes, the familiar surroundings suddenly feeling foreign, as if the house had become a relic of a life she could never return to. Meanwhile, Josh had taken a different route to revisit his past, driving to his old high school. The parking lot was empty, the building looming in the distance like a ghost from another time. He hadn't set foot in this place in years, but the memories were still vivid: laughter with friends, the thrill of football games, and the awkwardness of teenage crushes that he walked through the front gates, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The hallways were deserted, the lockers lined up like sentinels guarding long-forgotten secrets. Josh found himself wandering to the old gymnasium, where he used to spend hours practicing basketball after school. The court was just as he remembered it, though the once bright paint had faded with time. That he picked up a basketball that had been left behind, the familiar weight of it in his hands bringing back a flood of memories. He took a shot, the ball swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. For a brief moment, he felt like the carefree teenager he used to be, before life became so complicated, but the echo of the ball bouncing on the hardwood floor quickly brought him back to the present. The memories of his high school days felt distant, as if they belonged to someone else. The Josh of the past had been full of hope and dreams for the future, dreams that now seemed out of reach, trapped in the endless loop of death and despair. Later that evening, Tara and Josh met up at a small park near their old neighborhood, a place where they had spent countless hours as kids. The playground was deserted, the swings swaying gently in the breeze, and the slide covered in rust. The moon cast a pale light over the scene, adding a ghostly quality to the memories they shared. They sat together on a bench, the weight of their situation heavy between them. Tara stared up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to the nights they used to sneak out of their houses to stargaze and talk about their future plans, plans that now felt like distant dreams. "Do you ever think about what we wanted to be when we grew up?" Tara asked, her voice soft and wistful. Josh nodded, a small, sad smile playing on his lips. "Yeah. I wanted to be a professional basketball player." "And you always talked about becoming a writer." Tara let out a quiet laugh, though there was no joy in it. "I haven't written anything in years. Life just got in the way, I guess." Josh sighed, leaning back against the bench. "I know the feeling. It's like we got so caught up in everything else that we forgot what really mattered to us." They fell into a comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The memories of their childhood were bittersweet, a reminder of a time when life was simpler, before the loop had turned everything upside down. But as they sat there, surrounded by the echoes of their past, they realized that those memories held something important, a connection to who they were before the loop began. It was a thread that tied them to a time when they believed anything was possible, a time when they had hope for the future. Tara turned to Josh, a determined glint in her eye. "We can't let this loop take away who we are. We have to remember what we wanted, what we cared about, and find a way to break free." Josh looked at her, seeing the fire in her eyes that had been missing for so long. He nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. "You're right. We can't give up. We have to find a way to break this cycle." As they sat together in the park, the memories of their past began to feel less like a burden and more like a source of strength. They weren't just victims of the loop, they were two people who had dreams, hopes, and a will to fight for their future. And that was something the loop couldn't take away. With a renewed sense of determination, they stood up, ready to face whatever came next. They didn't have all the answers, but they knew one thing for sure: they weren't going to let the loop define them. They were going to find a way to break free, no matter what it took. Tara and Josh had spent the last few days poring over every detail of the loop, desperately searching for something they might have overlooked. They were convinced that the key to breaking free lay in uncovering the identity of the killer and the reason behind the loop. But the relentless repetition had worn them down, making it harder to keep their emotions in check. After following a series of cryptic clues that led them to an old, abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, Tara and Josh stood side by side, their breaths visible in the cold night air. The building loomed before them, its windows shattered, and its walls covered in graffiti. It was a place that felt steeped in darkness, as if it had absorbed the despair of those who had passed through it. "This has to be it," Josh said, his voice tinged with both hope and fear. "This is where it all ends, or begins." Tara nodded, clutching a flashlight in her trembling hand. "Let's go," she whispered, though every fiber of her being was screaming for her to run in the opposite direction. They stepped inside, the creaking of the rusted door echoing through the cavernous space. The darkness was thick, oppressive, swallowing the weak beams of their flashlights. The air was heavy with dust and the scent of decay, making every breath feel labored. As they ventured deeper into the warehouse, they encountered signs of recent activity, footprints in the dust, discarded cigarette butts, and the faint sound of something moving in the shadows. Every creak, every distant noise sent chills down their spines, but they pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. In the center of the warehouse, they found a makeshift altar, surrounded by candles that had long since burned out. Strange symbols were scrawled on the floor in what looked like dried blood, and a sense of malevolence hung in the air. Tara's heart pounded in her chest as she took in the sight, a deep sense of dread settling in the pit of her stomach. "What the hell is this place?" Josh muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Tara shook her head, unable to tear her eyes away from the altar. "I don't know, but I think we've found what we've been looking for." Suddenly, the air in the warehouse grew colder, the temperature dropping rapidly. Their breath fogged up the air, and the sense of dread intensified, as if something was watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. Without warning, the flashlight in Tara's hand flickered, then went out, plunging them into complete darkness. Panic surged through her, and she fumbled to turn it back on, but it was no use, the light was gone. "Josh!" Tara called out, her voice trembling. "Josh, where are you?" "I'm right here," Josh replied, though his voice sounded distant, almost as if he were fading away. Before Tara could respond, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall, cloaked in darkness, with eyes that glowed like embers in the night. The figure moved with an unnatural grace, its presence exuding a palpable sense of danger. Tara froze, her mind screaming at her to run, but her body refused to obey. The figure moved closer, and she could see the glint of a blade in its hand. Time seemed to slow down, every second stretching into an eternity as the figure raised the weapon. "No!" Tara cried out, but her voice was swallowed by the darkness. The blade descended, and Tara felt a sharp, searing pain as it pierced her chest. The world around her blurred, her vision darkening as the pain radiated through her entire body. She could feel the life draining out of her, her strength ebbing away with each passing second. As she collapsed to the ground, the last thing she saw was the figure standing over her, its eyes burning with a cruel, twisted satisfaction. And then, everything went black. Tara jolted awake, her body drenched in sweat, her heart pounding in her chest. She gasped for air, her hands instinctively clutching at her chest, expecting to feel the wound that had killed her, but there was nothing, no pain, no blood, no sign that she had just died. It was as if the last few moments had been nothing more than a nightmare. But Tara knew better. It was no dream, it was the 7th time she had died, and once again, she had been dragged back to the beginning. The clock on her bedside table clicked over to 7 a.m., the familiar, cheerful ringtone of her alarm piercing the silence. Tara stared at it, her mind numb with the realization that she was trapped in the loop once more. She had died again. And again, she had returned. Tara buried her face in her hands, the tears flowing freely now. The sense of despair was overwhelming, crushing her beneath its weight. She had thought they were getting closer to the truth, but the loop had tightened its grip on them, pulling them back to the start once more. Josh appeared in the doorway, his face pale and drawn. He didn't need to say anything. She could see the same exhaustion and despair in his eyes, the same hopelessness that had taken root in her heart. "We're back," Tara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It happened again," Josh nodded, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "Yeah, it did." The two of them sat in silence, the weight of their situation pressing down on them like a suffocating blanket. The loop had taken so much from them already, their hope, their determination, and now, it was beginning to take their will to fight. But as they sat there, broken and exhausted, a spark of defiance flickered in Tara's chest. She wiped away her tears, forcing herself to take a deep breath. The loop hadn't beaten them yet. And as long as they were still breathing, they had a chance, a slim one, but a chance nonetheless. "We'll figure this out," Tara said, her voice shaky but resolute. "We have to. We can't let this be the end." Josh looked at her, and for a moment, she saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes, a flicker of the determination that had kept them going through the worst of it. "Yeah," he agreed softly. "We'll find a way. We have to." The 7th death had been a brutal reminder of the stakes they were facing, but it wasn't the end. Not yet. As long as they had each other, they still had a reason to fight. And fight they would, until they broke free of the loop once and for all. Tara sat on the edge of her bed, the morning light filtering through the curtains, casting a soft glow across the room. She stared at the clock, watching the seconds tick by, each one a reminder of the time that kept resetting itself. The familiar ring of her alarm had already sounded, and the day had begun, just like every other day in the loop. But this time, something felt different. The crushing despair of her previous deaths still lingered in the back of her mind, but there was also something new, a sense of resolve that hadn't been there before. As she took a deep breath, Tara realized that she couldn't continue down the same path of fear and helplessness. The loop had stripped so much from her, but it hadn't taken away her will to survive. That spark, however small, was still alive inside her. She glanced at the desk in the corner of her room, cluttered with notebooks and papers. Among them was an old journal, the pages filled with dreams and plans she'd made before her life became a cycle of terror. Tara hadn't written in it for years, the ink long faded, but the words were still there, reminders of the person she used to be, the person she still wanted to be. Tara walked over to the desk, picking up the journal with careful hands. She flipped through the pages, a bittersweet smile tugging at her lips as she read her younger self's hopes and ambitions. They seemed so distant now, almost like they belonged to someone else. But as she read, she began to feel a connection to those old dreams, a reminder of who she was at her core. She sat down and picked up a pen, hesitating for just a moment before she started to write. The words came slowly at first, but then they began to flow, each stroke of the pen grounding her in a way she hadn't felt in a long time. Writing had always been her escape, a way to make sense of the world and find her place within it. In the midst of the loop, it was a way to reclaim a piece of herself that had been lost. Across town, Josh was standing in front of a mirror, staring at his reflection. The man who looked back at him was tired, worn down by the relentless repetition of the loop, but there was also a flicker of determination in his eyes. He had spent so long reacting to the loop, trying to survive it, that he had forgotten who he was outside of it. His apartment was filled with memories of a life he had barely had time to live, trophies from high school, photos of friends and family, and a basketball jersey hanging on the wall. They were reminders of a time when he had dreams of his own, when he had believed he could do anything. The loop had taken a lot from him, but it hadn't taken away those memories or the person he used to be. Josh walked over to his old basketball, the leather worn from years of use. He picked it up, the familiar weight bringing back a rush of memories, games won and lost, the cheers of the crowd, the sense of purpose that had driven him back then. He hadn't played in years, life getting in the way of his old passions, but the love for the game had never really left him. That he took a deep breath, feeling a renewed sense of clarity. The loop had pushed him to the edge, but it had also made him realize what truly mattered. He couldn't change the past, but he could fight for the future, even if it was just one day at a time. Josh grabbed his keys and headed out the door, the basketball tucked under his arm. He wasn't sure what the day would bring, but he knew one thing for certain: he was going to face it on his own terms. Later that afternoon, Tara and Josh met up at the city park, a place that had become a sanctuary for them amidst the chaos of the loop. The sun was shining, and for a moment, the world felt almost normal. Children played in the distance, their laughter a stark contrast to the weight of the situation Tara and Josh were in. They sat on a bench, the silence between them comfortable, each lost in their own thoughts. Tara had brought her journal with her, the words she had written earlier giving her a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. Josh had the basketball resting at his feet, the act of dribbling it on his way to the park grounding him in a way he hadn't expected. "I was thinking," Tara began, breaking the silence. "Maybe we've been so focused on the loop, on trying to break it, that we've forgotten about ourselves. We've forgotten what makes us who we are." Josh nodded, understanding what she meant. It's easy to get lost in it, to let it consume you. But you're right, we can't let it take everything from us. Tara looked at him, a determined glint in her eyes. We need to remember who we are outside of this loop. We need to find strength in the things that make us who we are, the things that have always mattered to us. Josh smiled, feeling a sense of camaraderie that had been missing for a while. We've survived this long. We can keep going, keep fighting. And maybe, just maybe, we can find a way out. They sat together, the resolve between them stronger than ever. The loop had tested them, broken them down, but it hadn't defeated them. They still had their dreams, their passions, and their purpose. And as long as they held on to those, they had a chance. Tara opened her journal, showing Josh the words she had written earlier. "This is who I am," she said softly. This is what I'm fighting for. Josh looked at her, then down at the basketball at his feet. And this is who I am, he replied, his voice filled with determination. They both knew the road ahead would be difficult, but they were ready to face it. Together, they had found the strength to keep going, to fight for their future, no matter how many times they had to start over, and that was something the loop could never take away. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the park, Tara and Josh continued to sit on the bench, their conversation having drifted from their immediate predicament to lighter topics, childhood memories, favorite books, and dreams they had before the loop took over their lives. It was a rare moment of normalcy, one that allowed them to reconnect with the parts of themselves that had been buried under fear and frustration. Tara glanced at the journal in her lap, her fingers tracing the worn edges of the pages. The simple act of writing in it earlier had rekindled something inside her, a sense of purpose that had been smothered by the loop's relentless cycle. She turned to Josh, her expression resolute. We've been surviving day by day, just trying to make it through each reset, Tara began, her voice steady. But I think we need to do more than just survive. We need to take control, to find a way to use this loop to our advantage. Josh looked at her, nodding slowly as her words sank in. You're right. We've been so focused on escaping that we haven't stopped to think about how we can use the loop to change things. We've been letting it control us, but we don't have to. Tara's eyes brightened with the spark of a new idea. What if we start mapping out everything that happens in the loop? Every conversation, every event, every decision we make, if we document it all, we might start to see patterns, something that can help us figure out what's really going on. Josh leaned forward, his interest piqued. Like creating a roadmap for the loop. That could work. We've already experienced so much, maybe we just need to put it all together to see the bigger picture. Tara nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. Exactly. And we can test different scenarios, see how small changes affect the outcome. We have all the time we need to experiment and figure this out. If we can understand the loop, we can find a way to break it. Josh smiled, feeling a surge of determination. And even if we don't break it right away, we can at least start making progress. We'll get stronger, smarter. We'll take back some control. For the first time in what felt like forever, the oppressive weight of the loop didn't feel so unbearable. They had been stuck in a cycle of death and despair, but now, with a plan forming between them, they felt a renewed sense of purpose, a way to fight back. Tara reached into her bag and pulled out a small notebook and a pen. We can start right now, she said, flipping open to a blank page. We'll write down everything we know so far, the places we've been, the people we've met, the choices we've made. Josh pulled out his phone and opened a note-taking app, and I'll document anything we might have missed. We'll be methodical, precise. We'll treat this like a puzzle that we can solve. They spent the next few hours compiling their experiences, piecing together the fragments of each loop. They compared notes, analyzed details, and began to see the loop not just as a prison, but as something that could be understood and, eventually, overcome. As the evening deepened, the sky turning from orange to a deep indigo, Tara and Josh looked at each other, a shared determination in their eyes. They were no longer just victims of the loop, they were strategists, planners, and fighters. They had found their resolve, and with it, the strength to face whatever came next. Tomorrow, we start testing our theories, Tara said, closing her notebook with a decisive snap. We'll figure out what triggers the loop and what we can do to change the outcome. Josh grinned, the weight of his previous despair lifting. And if it doesn't work the first time, we'll try again. We have as many chances as we need. They stood up from the bench, a sense of renewed purpose settling over them. The loop had taken much from them, but it hadn't taken everything. They still had their minds, their will, and each other. And with that, they had all they needed to keep fighting. As they walked out of the park, side by side, the oppressive weight of the loop seemed to lighten, if only a little. They had found their resolve, and with it, the strength to face the challenges ahead. Whatever the loop threw at them next, they would be ready. Tara and Josh sat across from each other at her small dining table, the room lit by the warm glow of a single lamp. The table was covered in notes, sketches, and timelines they had painstakingly put together over the past few hours. Each piece of paper represented a moment, a decision, a consequence, tiny fragments of a larger puzzle that, once solved, might offer a way out of the loop. Tara leaned back in her chair, running a hand through her hair as she surveyed their work. "We've been through this so many times," she said, her voice thoughtful. "There has to be something we're missing, some connection we haven't made yet." Josh, hunched over a timeline they'd created, tapped his pen against the paper. "We know that every time the day resets, it's triggered by your death," he said. "But what we don't know is what's causing you to die. Is it random? Or is there something, or someone, behind it?" Tara frowned, her mind racing. "It doesn't feel random. The deaths have been different each time, but there's always something about them that feels deliberate, like someone's trying to send a message." Josh looked up at her, a realization dawning. What if the loop is a response to something specific? Maybe it's trying to force you to confront something or someone. Tara's eyes widened as the idea took hold. "Like it's pushing me toward a particular outcome. Maybe I'm supposed to figure out who's behind this, or why it's happening to me." Josh nodded, his excitement growing. "That makes sense. If we can figure out the motive, we might be able to stop it before it happens again." They both leaned forward, poring over the timeline again with renewed focus. Tara began highlighting certain events, while Josh made notes next to each death, trying to see if there was a pattern in the circumstances leading up to them. "There are a few people who keep showing up on these days," Tara said, circling several names on the paper. "My roommate, Jessica. The guy who bumped into me at the party, Ethan. And then there's Professor Daniels. He's the only person I see both at the beginning of the day and just before I die." Josh looked at the names she had circled. "We need to find out more about them. If any of them are involved, we have to figure out why." Tara nodded, her mind whirring with possibilities. "We've been looking at this like a series of random events, but maybe it's more like a chain reaction. If we can disrupt the chain, we can change the outcome." Josh pointed to the timeline. "Let's focus on the moments right before each death. There might be a common thread we haven't noticed." They worked in silence for a while, tracing back through their notes, connecting dots that hadn't been clear before. As they pieced together the puzzle, a pattern began to emerge. Each death seemed to be tied to a particular decision Tara had made earlier in the day, a choice that, once altered, led to a different but equally fatal outcome. "It's like a domino effect," Josh said, staring at the timeline in disbelief. "Every time you make a decision, it sets off a chain of events that ends with your death. But if we can figure out the right combination of choices," Tara finished his thought, "we might be able to break the loop." There was a long pause as they both absorbed the weight of that realization. It wasn't just about surviving anymore, it was about making the right choices, the ones that would lead to a different ending, an ending where Tara lived, and the loop was broken. Josh leaned back, a mixture of exhaustion and hope in his eyes. "It's not going to be easy. We'll have to test every scenario, see what changes and what stays the same. But we're getting closer." Tara smiled, feeling a flicker of hope for the first time in days. "We can do this," she said with quiet determination. "We've been stuck in this nightmare, but now we have a way forward. We just have to keep going, keep piecing it together until we find the right path." Josh nodded, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "We're in this together. No matter how many times it takes, we'll figure it out." They spent the rest of the night refining their plan, organizing their notes, and preparing for the next reset. The loop had been a relentless, terrifying force, but now they had a way to fight back. Each death had brought them closer to the truth, and each reset gave them another chance to get it right. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the window, Tara and Josh exchanged a look of steely resolve. They had a plan, they had each other, and they had the will to see it through. The loop had met its match. They would solve this puzzle, one piece at a time. Tara walked briskly through the campus courtyard, the cool evening air tinged with the scent of autumn leaves. Her heart raced as she clutched the notebook close to her chest, her mind replaying the plan she and Josh had carefully constructed. The pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, and she felt closer than ever to breaking the loop. She glanced at her phone, noting the time. If their calculations were correct, this was the moment when everything would change, when she would confront the person responsible for the loop. The courtyard was eerily quiet, the usual chatter of students replaced by a thick, unsettling silence. Tara's eyes darted around, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, startling her. She pulled it out and saw a text from Josh. "Are you okay? Everything set?" Tara quickly typed back, "I'm ready. Stay alert." She took a deep breath, trying to steady her nerves. Her footsteps echoed in the empty courtyard as she approached the meeting spot, a large oak tree near the center. The plan was simple: confront Professor Daniels, the one person who had been present in every version of the day, and demand answers. But there was a gnawing fear in the back of her mind. What if this wasn't the end? What if they were wrong? As she reached the oak tree, she saw him. Professor Daniels stood there, his back to her, seemingly lost in thought. Tara felt a surge of anger and fear as she approached, her voice trembling with intensity. "Professor Daniels," she called out, her voice echoing in the stillness. He turned slowly to face her, his expression unreadable. "Tara, I didn't expect you here." Tara tightened her grip on the notebook. I know what's been happening. The loop, the deaths, they all lead back to you. Why are you doing this to me? What do you want? Professor Daniels sighed, a look of weariness crossing his face. Tara, you don't understand. This isn't about what I want. The loop isn't something I control, it's something you're meant to figure out. Tara's confusion deepened. What do you mean? Why me? Why this endless cycle? Before he could answer, the faint sound of footsteps behind her made Tara turn. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shadowy figure moving toward her with alarming speed. Her breath caught in her throat as panic set in. This wasn't part of the plan. Run, Tara. Professor Daniels shouted, his voice urgent, but it was too late. The figure lunged at her, and Tara barely had time to react. A searing pain shot through her chest as a blade pierced her side, the force knocking her to the ground. She gasped for breath, her vision blurring as she struggled to comprehend what had just happened. The shadowy figure loomed over her, their face obscured by darkness. Tara's mind raced as she tried to make sense of it all. Who was this person? Why had they attacked her? And how had everything gone so wrong? Her phone slipped from her grasp, the screen still displaying Josh's last message. Tara reached out weakly, her fingers brushing against the cold ground as she tried to hold on. The world around her dimmed, the sounds of the courtyard fading into a distant hum.as. The cold seeped into her body. Tara's thoughts drifted to Josh, to the plan they had so carefully crafted, to the hope they had clung to. But now, that hope seemed so far away, slipping through her fingers like sand. With one final, ragged breath, Tara's world went dark. Tara awoke with a start, the familiar sound of her alarm blaring in her ears. Her heart pounded in her chest as she bolted upright, gasping for air. The pain was gone, the courtyard a distant memory. She was back in her bed, in the same morning she had relived countless times before. She looked around in disbelief, her hands trembling as she realized what had happened. The loop had reset again. Another death, another failed attempt to escape. Tara buried her face in her hands, tears of frustration and despair welling up in her eyes. Despite all their efforts, they were no closer to breaking the cycle. But as the tears fell, a steely determination began to take root within her. She wasn't going to give up. Not now, not after everything they had been through. There had to be a way out, there had to be something they were missing. Tara wiped her eyes, her resolve hardening. She would figure it out, no matter how many times she had to die, because this time, the loop wouldn't break her. This time, she would find the truth. Tara sat in the corner of the bustling campus cafeteria, her eyes darting around the room as she replayed the morning's events in her mind. The sounds of clattering trays and murmured conversations filled the air, but Tara was focused on something else, something crucial that she might have overlooked in her previous loops. Today, she was determined to narrow down the list of suspects, and that meant revisiting key interactions she'd had with people throughout the day. She sipped her coffee, trying to keep her nerves in check. Her mind buzzed with the possibilities. Who among her acquaintances could be involved? Who had a motive? She pulled out her notebook, flipping through the pages filled with frantic notes and observations. There were so many variables, so many different paths she could take. But today, she would start with the people who had consistently appeared in her day, no matter how much she tried to avoid them. Her first target, Jessica, her roommate. Tara's gaze shifted to the entrance of the cafeteria, waiting for Jessica to arrive. She knew Jessica would be there soon. She always showed up around this time, usually in a cheerful mood, ready to gossip about their mutual friends. But Tara couldn't shake the feeling that Jessica might know more than she was letting on. After all, Jessica had been one of the first people she interacted with each day, always present, always smiling. Right on cue, Jessica walked in, her bright, bubbly demeanor a stark contrast to the storm of thoughts swirling in Tara's mind. Tara waved her over, forcing a smile as Jessica approached. "Hey, girl." Jessica chirped, dropping her tray on the table and plopping down across from Tara. "You look like you've seen a ghost. Everything okay?" Tara nodded, playing along. "Yeah, just, didn't sleep well. Had some weird dreams." Jessica laughed, rolling her eyes. "You and your crazy dreams. Maybe it's all the coffee you drink. Seriously, though, you should try meditating before bed or something." Tara forced a chuckle, but her mind was racing. She needed to steer the conversation without arousing suspicion. "So, Jess, I was thinking about the other night, you know, the party we went to. Something's been bugging me about it." Jessica raised an eyebrow, taking a bite of her sandwich. "Oh. What about it? I thought you had a blast." "I did," Tara said carefully. "But I keep thinking about the people we saw there. Do you remember that guy who bumped into me? Ethan, I think his name was. He seemed off." Jessica's expression remained neutral as she shrugged. "I don't know, Tara. It was a party. People were drunk, acting weird." "Why, did something happen with him?" Tara studied Jessica's face, searching for any sign of deception. "Not really, but I've run into him a few times since then, and it just feels like more than a coincidence, you know. Like he's always around." Jessica paused, her fork hovering over her salad as she considered Tara's words. Maybe he's got a crush on you. Or he's just one of those guys who always seems to be in the same place as you. I wouldn't read too much into it." Tara nodded slowly, but she wasn't convinced. Jessica was being too dismissive, too casual. Was she hiding something? Tara decided to push a little further. "What about Professor Daniels?" Tara asked, lowering her voice. "I've noticed he's been acting strange lately, like he knows something he's not telling us." Jessica's eyes narrowed slightly, but she quickly masked it with a laugh. "Professor Daniels? Tara, you're starting to sound paranoid. He's just a boring old professor who probably doesn't even remember our names half the time. What's gotten into you?" Tara's heart skipped a beat. There it was, a hint of something beneath Jessica's playful exterior. It was subtle, but Tara caught it. Jessica knew more than she was letting on. But before Tara could press her further, Jessica abruptly changed the subject, launching into a story about a mutual friend's embarrassing moment in class. Tara nodded along, pretending to be interested, but her mind was already racing ahead to her next move. Jessica was definitely hiding something, but Tara couldn't risk pushing too hard too soon. She needed more information, more clues to confirm her suspicions. And that meant revisiting her interactions with others who might be involved. As they finished their lunch, Tara made a mental note to keep a close eye on Jessica, and to be more cautious about who she trusted. When they stood to leave, Jessica gave Tara a quick hug. "Don't stress too much, okay? You'll drive yourself crazy with all these what-ifs. Let's hang out later and watch a movie or something to take your mind off things." Tara smiled, a plan already forming in her mind. "Yeah, that sounds good. I'll text you." As Jessica walked away, Tara watched her closely, noting every detail, every subtle gesture. There was something more going on, and Tara was determined to uncover it. Before the day reset again, Tara stepped outside, the crisp air biting at her skin as she headed toward the library. Her next target was Ethan, the guy who had bumped into her at the party and seemed to be everywhere she went since then. There was something off about him, and she needed to find out what it was, but first, she needed to gather more information. Tara pulled out her phone and quickly typed a message to Josh, filling him in on her suspicions about Jessica. If anyone could help her piece together the puzzle, it was him. Tara felt a renewed sense of determination as she made her way to the library. Each interaction, each conversation, was a clue, another step closer to finding the truth. And this time, she wouldn't let anything slip through the cracks, because the next time she faced death, she would be ready. Tara paced around her apartment, her mind buzzing with the day's revelations. She had spent the afternoon talking to Jessica and Ethan, but the conversations had only left her with more questions than answers. It was time to cross-examine her allies, Josh and Professor Daniels, hoping they might provide the missing pieces she needed to solve the puzzle. The apartment was cluttered with notes and sketches, a testament to the many hours Tara and Josh had spent trying to crack the case. She took a deep breath and dialed Josh's number, feeling the weight of the day pressing down on her. "Hey, Tara," Josh answered on the third ring. "How's it going?" "Not great," Tara replied, her voice tense. "I need to go over some things with you. Can you come by? It's important." "Of course. I'll be there in 20 minutes, Josh said. Tara hung up and turned her attention to the whiteboard mounted on the wall, where she'd started mapping out her findings. The names of suspects, key interactions, and moments of death were all noted in a tangled web. The more she looked at it, the more she felt the need to clarify her understanding with Josh. The sound of the doorbell broke the silence in Tara's apartment. She opened the door to find Josh standing there, his face lined with concern. He stepped inside, and Tara led him to the living room, where the whiteboard and scattered notes awaited. "All right, what's the latest?" Josh asked, taking a seat at the small coffee table. Tara gestured to the whiteboard. "I've been trying to piece together everything we've learned. Jessica and Ethan both seem suspicious, but I'm not sure how they fit into the bigger picture." Josh nodded, his gaze following Tara's pointing finger. "I've been going through the notes too. It seems like the pattern of events before each death is crucial. Did anything stand out to you from your conversations with them?" Tara took a deep breath. Jessica was unusually evasive when I mentioned Professor Daniels. She laughed it off, but there was something in her reaction, like she was hiding something. And Ethan, he seemed to be everywhere I went. It's almost like he's following me. Josh rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's definitely worth investigating further. But remember, Jessica and Ethan could be red herrings, distractions from the real issue. We need to make sure we're not missing anything critical. Tara's eyes flicked to the notes she'd made about Professor Daniels. That's why I need to cross-examine Professor Daniels next. He's been a constant presence in every version of the day, and his behavior has been odd. But I'm concerned that if I confront him directly, it might make things worse. Josh's expression turned serious. We need to be careful. Confronting him could be risky, but it's also our best shot at getting answers. If he's involved, he might have the key to ending this loop. Tara nodded, her determination growing. I'm going to meet him later today. But I also want to make sure we've covered all our bases. Let's go through everything we know about the people who've been involved and see if there's anything we've missed. They spent the next hour reviewing their notes and cross-referencing their findings. Josh brought up the possibility of hidden motives or connections that might have been overlooked. Tara listened intently, jotting down every idea and suggestion. As they worked, Tara's phone buzzed with a new message. She glanced at it and saw that it was from Jessica, asking if Tara wanted to meet up for a movie later. Tara hesitated, then replied with a non-committal response, saying she might be busy. Jessica's trying to act normal, Tara said, showing Josh the message. But I can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. Josh frowned, his concern evident. Keep your guard up. If she's involved, she might try to mislead you or throw you off the trail. Tara walked briskly toward Professor Daniels's office, her heart pounding with anticipation. She had decided to approach him under the guise of needing academic advice, hoping to get closer to the truth without arousing suspicion. She knocked on the door and waited. Professor Daniels called out, granting her permission to enter. Tara stepped inside, finding him at his desk, engrossed in paperwork. Professor Daniels, Tara began, trying to sound casual. I wanted to discuss a few things related to my research. Do you have a moment? Professor Daniels looked up, his expression neutral. Of course, Tara. What's on your mind? Tara took a seat across from him, carefully observing his demeanor. I've been having some trouble with my project, and I was hoping you could offer some guidance. I've also been thinking a lot about the party we went to and some of the people there. Professor Daniels's eyes narrowed slightly. The party? What about it? Tara decided to push gently, testing his reaction. Just that it seems like there's more going on than meets the eye. I've been trying to figure out if there's any connection between some of the people who were there and the strange things that have been happening to me. Professor Daniels's gaze remained steady, but Tara detected a hint of unease. Sometimes our perceptions can be clouded by our own experiences. It's important to stay objective and focus on the facts. Tara nodded, sensing that she was getting closer to the truth. Right. I'm just trying to understand everything better. If you have any insights, I'd really appreciate them. As the conversation continued, Tara felt a growing sense of urgency. She had to uncover the truth before the day reset again. With each question and answer, she hoped to narrow down the list of suspects and find the key to ending the loop once and for all. As she left Professor Danielle's office, Tara felt a mix of hope and apprehension. She had gathered valuable information, but there was still much to uncover. With Josh's help, she would continue to cross-examine her allies and piece together the puzzle, determined to find a way out of the endless cycle that had consumed her life. Tara sat at her desk, surrounded by her scattered notes and the dim light of a desk lamp. The hours she had spent cross-examining her allies and gathering information had yielded some promising leads, but also a sense of growing unease. She reviewed her notes again, trying to connect the dots between Jessica, Ethan, Professor Daniels, and the mysterious figure she had encountered. The sound of the doorbell jolted her from her thoughts. Tara glanced at the clock. She hadn't expected anyone at this hour. She stood up, her curiosity piqued, and made her way to the door. When she opened it, she was surprised to see Jessica standing there, her face flushed and eyes wide with concern. "Tara, we need to talk. It's really important." Tara hesitated but opened the door wider. "Jessica, what's going on?" Jessica stepped inside, her demeanor serious. "I've been thinking a lot about what you said earlier today, and I realize I might have some information that could help you. But we need to discuss it privately." Tara led Jessica to the living room, where they both took seats. Jessica's agitation was palpable, and Tara's instincts told her that something was off. Jessica pulled out her phone, her hands shaking slightly. "I've been trying to keep this from you, but I can't anymore," Jessica said, her voice trembling. "I received a text message from someone claiming to know about the loop. They said they have a way to stop it, but I need to meet them at the old library tonight." Tara's heart raced. "Who sent the message? Do you know them?" Jessica shook her head. "No, the message was anonymous. But I'm worried. They said if I didn't show up, things would get worse." Tara's mind raced. This was a potential lead, but Jessica's sudden change in behavior made her wary. "Why are you telling me this now? Why not earlier?" Jessica's eyes met Tara's, filled with a mix of fear and desperation. "I wasn't sure if it was a trap or if I could trust you. But now, I think we should go together. Maybe we can figure out who's behind this." Tara considered the offer carefully. It could be a chance to uncover more about the loop and its creator. But she had to be cautious. Jessica's behavior was unpredictable, and Tara couldn't afford to let her guard down. "Okay," Tara said finally. "But we need to be careful. Let's go to the old library and see what's going on. But remember, we're in this together." The old library stood in the shadow of the moonlight, its once grand facade now covered in ivy and grime. Tara and Jessica approached the entrance cautiously, the silence of the night amplifying their footsteps. The library's eerie, dilapidated appearance did nothing to ease Tara's growing anxiety. Jessica led the way, her pace quickening as she reached the main doors. "They said to meet at the back of the library. Let's hurry." Tara followed, her senses on high alert. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. As they navigated through the darkened aisles of the library, the only light came from a few flickering street lamps outside. They reached the back of the library, where an old, dusty meeting room awaited them. Jessica hesitated at the door, taking a deep breath before opening it. Inside, the room was dimly lit by a single hanging bulb. A figure sat at a table in the center, their face obscured by the shadows. Tara's heart pounded as she and Jessica approached. "Hello." Tara called out, her voice echoing in the empty room. "We're here." The figure turned slowly, revealing a familiar face, Ethan, the guy who had been following Tara. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of annoyance and amusement. "Ethan?" Tara exclaimed. "What is this? What's going on?" Ethan stood up, his gaze shifting to Jessica. "I see you brought a friend. Good. We can settle this once and for all." Jessica stepped back, her face pale. "Ethan, what's happening? I thought you were trying to help." Ethan's lips curled into a smirk. "Help? No, Jessica. I'm here to make sure the loop continues. You see, I'm the one who set it in motion. And you, Tara, have been a thorn in my side." Tara's eyes widened in shock. "You? Why? What do you want from me?" Ethan chuckled darkly. "This loop is my way of testing you, Tara. Seeing how far you're willing to go to save yourself. It's a game, and you're just a player. Jessica was part of the plan all along. She's been feeding me information about your every move." Tara turned to Jessica, betrayal and anger flashing in her eyes. "Jessica? Why? Why would you do this?" Jessica's gaze was filled with regret and fear. "I didn't know it would come to this. Ethan promised me safety, a way out if I helped him. I didn't think he'd actually involve you. I'm sorry, Tara." Ethan stepped forward, his demeanor cold and calculating. "It's too late for apologies. The loop continues, and now you're both part of it." Before Tara could react, Ethan lunged at her, but Jessica threw herself in the way, catching the brunt of the attack. Tara scrambled back, her mind racing as she tried to process the betrayal and the sudden danger. Ethan quickly subdued Jessica, tying her up with a rope he had prepared. Tara watched in horror as the scene unfolded, her own fear and desperation mounting. Ethan's cruel laughter filled the room as he turned his attention back to Tara. "You've been a persistent little problem," Ethan said. "But now, it's time for the loop to end, permanently." With a swift motion, Ethan pulled out a knife, advancing toward Tara. She backed away, her heart pounding as she fought to stay calm. This was the moment of truth, the moment she had to make a choice: fight back or face another death. As Ethan moved closer, Tara's resolve hardened. She would not let him win. She had to find a way to escape, to break the loop once and for all. The room spun around her as the confrontation reached its climax, and Tara knew that whatever happened next would determine her fate and the fate of everyone trapped in the cycle. The air in the old library was thick with tension as Tara stood face to face with Ethan, who had just revealed himself as the mastermind behind the loop. Jessica was tied up in the corner, her eyes wide with fear and regret. Tara's heart pounded as she tried to stay focused, knowing that her survival and the chance to break the cycle depended on her next actions. Ethan, wielding a knife, advanced menacingly toward Tara. His face was a mask of cruel satisfaction, enjoying the torment he was inflicting. Tara's mind raced, searching for a way out. The library's dim lighting and dusty surroundings added to the oppressive atmosphere, making every shadow seem like a potential threat. "Why are you doing this?" Tara demanded, her voice steady despite her fear. "What do you want from me?" Ethan's eyes gleamed with malice. "It's not about what I want. It's about proving a point. You think you can escape this loop, but you're just a pawn in my game. And now, it's time for you to face the consequences." Tara's gaze flicked to the exit, calculating her chances of escaping. She had to act quickly. The knife glinted ominously in Ethan's hand as he moved closer. Jessica's muffled cries filled the room, heightening Tara's sense of urgency. Suddenly, Tara spotted an old, rusty fire extinguisher mounted on the wall nearby. It was a long shot, but it was her only chance. She waited for the right moment, her mind focused on the small glimmer of hope it represented. As Ethan lunged toward her, Tara grabbed the fire extinguisher and swung it with all her strength. The extinguisher connected with Ethan's side, knocking him off balance and causing him to drop the knife. He staggered back, a look of surprise and anger crossing his face. "Get away from me!" Tara shouted, her voice echoing through the library. She moved quickly, kicking the knife out of Ethan's reach. Her adrenaline surged as she glanced at Jessica, still tied up and watching in horror. Ethan recovered quickly, his anger boiling over. He lunged at Tara again, but she dodged his attack, using the fire extinguisher to block his advances. The struggle was intense, with Tara narrowly avoiding Ethan's blows as she tried to keep him at bay. In the midst of the chaos, Tara's mind raced, thinking about how to end the confrontation. The library was filled with obstacles, and Ethan's aggression made every move a potential risk. Tara had to find a way to subdue him before he could harm her further. Finally, with a desperate cry, Tara swung the fire extinguisher again, this time hitting Ethan squarely in the chest. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. Tara wasted no time, grabbing the knife and cutting through Jessica's restraints. "Jessica, get out of here," Tara urged, her voice urgent. "We need to leave, now." Jessica scrambled to her feet, her face pale but determined. She hurried toward the exit, glancing back at Ethan, who was struggling to get up. Tara followed closely behind, her mind racing as she navigated through the library's darkened corridors. Just as they reached the main entrance, Ethan let out a furious roar, charging toward them. Tara's heart pounded as she pushed the door open, guiding Jessica outside. They stumbled into the night, breathing heavily as the door slammed shut behind them. The cool night air was a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere inside the library. Tara and Jessica stood outside, catching their breath and trying to calm their racing hearts. The library's dark silhouette loomed behind them, a reminder of the danger they had just escaped. "I can't believe this," Jessica said, her voice trembling. "Ethan was behind everything." "I never thought," Tara cut her off, her voice firm. "We need to focus. We've got to find a way to stop this loop. Ethan's dead, but we don't know if it's enough to break the cycle." Jessica nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "You're right. We have to keep going. We can't let his actions define us." Tara took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. The night was far from over, and the loop might not be broken yet. But with Jessica's help, she felt a renewed sense of hope. Together, they would uncover the truth and find a way to end the cycle once and for all. As they made their way into the night, the weight of Ethan's death hung heavy over them. The loop had claimed 9 lives, and Tara knew that breaking it would require all her strength and resolve. The journey ahead was uncertain, but she was determined to face whatever challenges lay in her path. With each step they took, Tara's resolve grew stronger. The nightmare of the loop might not be over, but she was ready to fight for her freedom and for the chance to live a life unshackled by the endless cycle of death. The first light of dawn crept through the gaps in the blinds, casting a pale, almost ethereal glow over Tara's apartment. She and Jessica had returned from the library, both physically and emotionally exhausted. They had managed to escape Ethan's final attack, but the battle was far from over. Tara knew they needed to confront the truth and find a way to end the loop for good. Tara sat at her desk, surrounded by the scattered notes and clues she had gathered over the course of the nightmare. Jessica sat across from her, her expression a mix of weariness and determination. The room was silent, save for the soft hum of the apartment's heating system and the occasional rustle of paper. Tara's gaze was fixed on a set of notes she had found in Ethan's possession. She had spent the night piecing together fragments of information, trying to make sense of Ethan's motives and the nature of the loop. The pieces were starting to fall into place, but there was one final revelation she needed to uncover. "Jessica," Tara said, her voice steady despite her exhaustion. "I think I'm beginning to understand what Ethan's game was. But I need your help to confirm it." Jessica nodded, her eyes filled with resolve. "What do you need?" Tara took a deep breath, her mind racing as she spoke. Ethan's actions were part of a larger plan. The loop wasn't just about tormenting me, it was about testing me, seeing how I would react under pressure. But there's something more. I found references to a specific location, a place that might hold the key to ending the cycle. Jessica leaned forward, her interest piqued. "Where is this place?" Tara unfolded a map she had found among Ethan's belongings. It was marked with several locations, but one stood out, a secluded cabin in the woods, far from the city. This cabin. It's mentioned several times in Ethan's notes. I think it's where the loop was initiated, and where we might find the answers we need. Jessica studied the map, her expression thoughtful. If this cabin is where the loop started, then it could be where it ends. We need to go there and see if we can find a way to break the cycle. Tara nodded, her determination clear. Yes. But we need to be prepared. The cabin might hold more than just answers, it could be a final test or even a trap. We have to be ready for anything. The journey to the cabin was long and arduous, but Tara and Jessica pressed on, driven by the hope of finding a resolution. As they arrived, the cabin loomed before them, nestled in a secluded part of the forest. It looked abandoned, with overgrown vegetation and a sense of eerie quiet. Tara approached the cabin cautiously, her heart racing as she and Jessica made their way inside. The interior was dusty and dimly lit, with old furniture covered in sheets. It felt as though time had stood still in this place. Jessica glanced around nervously. This place gives me the creeps. Tara nodded, her eyes scanning the room for any clues. We need to search the cabin thoroughly. There has to be something here that explains how to end the loop. They began to search the cabin, moving through the various rooms and inspecting every corner. After an hour of searching, Tara discovered a hidden compartment behind a loose panel in the wall. Inside was a set of documents, bound together and labeled "The Endgame." Tara carefully opened the documents, her hands trembling with anticipation. The pages detailed the mechanism of the loop and how it could be broken. It revealed that the loop was not just a psychological experiment but a complex manipulation of reality itself. The loop is tied to a specific event, Tara read aloud. To break it, you must confront the person who initiated it and resolve the underlying conflict. Jessica looked at Tara, her eyes wide with realization. Ethan was trying to test you, to see how far you'd go. But the loop itself is linked to him. If we confront his true motives and resolve the conflict he created, we might be able to end it. Tara nodded, her resolve strengthening. Yes. We need to face Ethan's legacy, understand why he did this, and confront the core of the loop. It's the only way to break free. Tara and Jessica discovered a hidden room in the cabin, filled with strange equipment and symbols that hinted at the nature of the loop. At the center of the room was a large, old-fashioned computer, its screen flickering with cryptic data. Tara approached the computer, her heart pounding as she began to decipher the information. It seemed that Ethan had used a combination of psychological manipulation and technological means to create the loop, a way to force individuals to confront their deepest fears and desires. As Tara worked, she realized that the final piece of the puzzle was understanding Ethan's personal motivations and resolving the conflict he had set in motion. The loop was a manifestation of his own unresolved issues and desires, and to break it, Tara had to confront these directly. Jessica stood by Tara's side, her support unwavering. We've come this far. We can do this. Tara took a deep breath, her mind clear and focused. She understood now that breaking the loop was not just about finding a technical solution but about confronting the emotional and psychological challenges Ethan had imposed. With a sense of finality, Tara activated the computer's main interface, inputting the necessary commands to initiate the process of ending the loop. The room was filled with a humming sound as the machinery came to life, and Tara felt a surge of hope. As the process began, Tara and Jessica watched in anticipation, knowing that they were on the brink of ending the cycle and reclaiming their lives. The final revelation had brought them to this moment, and with it came the possibility of breaking free from the endless repetition. The room grew quiet as the machinery completed its task, and Tara felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. The loop was coming to an end, and with it, the nightmare that had consumed their lives. As the sun set outside, casting a warm glow over the forest, Tara and Jessica stood together, their faces filled with hope and determination. They had faced the truth, confronted the core of the loop, and emerged victorious. The cycle was broken, and the path to a new beginning lay ahead. Tara knew that the journey had been arduous, but she was ready to move forward, embracing the future with newfound strength and resilience. The sky was painted with shades of orange and purple as Tara and Jessica approached the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. The building, once a hub of industrial activity, now stood as a decaying relic of the past. It seemed an appropriate setting for the final confrontation, a place where secrets and shadows merged. Tara's heart raced as she and Jessica entered the warehouse, the air heavy with the scent of rust and mildew. The interior was cavernous and dimly lit, with shafts of twilight filtering through broken windows. Tara held a flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom as they moved cautiously through the space. "Are you sure this is where we'll find him?" Jessica asked, her voice echoing slightly in the large, empty space. Tara nodded, her expression determined. "Ethan's notes mention this place. It's where he planned his final act, where he intended to bring everything to a head. We need to find him and end this." As they moved deeper into the warehouse, Tara's senses were on high alert. The silence was eerie, broken only by the occasional creak of metal and the distant sound of dripping water. The sense of anticipation was almost palpable. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention, footsteps, slow and deliberate. Tara's flashlight swept across the space, landing on a figure standing in the shadows. Ethan, looking disheveled and grim, emerged from the darkness. His face was a mask of defiance and cold satisfaction. "Welcome," Ethan's voice rang out, its tone dripping with contempt. "I've been expecting you." Tara stepped forward, her flashlight steady and her gaze unwavering. "Ethan, it's over. We know what you've done, and we're here to put an end to it." Ethan's eyes narrowed as he took a step closer, his posture tense. "You think you can just waltz in here and end this? You're still playing right into my hands. This loop is about more than just you, it's about control, about proving a point." Jessica's hand went to her side, where she had a concealed weapon. She glanced at Tara, her expression filled with concern. "We need to be careful. He's dangerous." Tara nodded, her gaze fixed on Ethan. "We're not here to play games. We want to understand why you did this and how to stop it for good." Ethan smirked, his eyes gleaming with a twisted sense of victory. "Understanding? You really think you can grasp the complexity of what I've created? This loop was designed to test your limits, to push you to the brink. And now, you're here, just as I planned." Tara's grip tightened on the flashlight, her resolve firm. "We're not playing your game anymore. This ends now." Ethan's expression hardened, and he took a menacing step forward. "You think you can stop me? This loop is my masterpiece, a testament to my power. And you? You're just a part of the experiment." As Ethan advanced, Tara's mind raced. She had to confront him not just physically but mentally, understanding the full scope of his motivations. She needed to address the core of the loop, the psychological manipulation that had driven Ethan to this point. Tara took a deep breath, trying to keep her emotions in check. "Ethan, you've been trying to break me, to make me question everything. But it's not just about me. It's about you and your own demons. This loop is a reflection of your fears and desires." Ethan's eyes flashed with anger and something else, perhaps fear or doubt. He stopped in his tracks, his expression momentarily faltering. "You think you understand me? You don't know anything about what I've been through, what I've lost." Jessica moved closer to Tara, her eyes locked on Ethan. "You're using this loop to justify your actions, but it's not about us. It's about your own unresolved issues. You need to face that. Ethan's face twisted with a mix of rage and anguish. You don't get to judge me. You're all just pawns in my game, and this isn't over. Tara took a step forward, her voice calm but firm. It is over, Ethan. You've made your point, and now it's time to end this cycle. The loop stops here. Ethan's demeanor shifted, his anger giving way to a weary resignation. He seemed to realize that his control was slipping, that the cycle he had created was coming to an end. For a moment, he looked almost vulnerable, as if the weight of his actions was finally crashing down on him. With a final, defiant glare, Ethan turned and walked toward a hidden corner of the warehouse, where he had prepared a device linked to the loop's mechanism. Tara and Jessica followed, their resolve unwavering. Tara approached the device, her heart pounding as she worked to disable it. The mechanism was complex, but she had gathered enough knowledge to understand its workings. She carefully dismantled the components, her movements precise and deliberate. As Tara worked, Ethan's voice echoed through the warehouse, filled with a mix of regret and defiance. You think you've won? You may have stopped me, but you'll never fully escape the impact of what I've done. Tara glanced back at Ethan, her expression resolute. We're breaking the cycle. It's over, Ethan. No more. With a final adjustment, Tara disabled the device, the machinery falling silent. The tension in the warehouse seemed to lift as the loop's mechanism was deactivated. Ethan slumped against the wall, his strength spent. He looked up at Tara and Jessica, his expression a mixture of defeat and something almost akin to relief. It's done, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Tara took a deep breath, feeling a profound sense of closure. The confrontation was over, and the cycle was broken. The warehouse, once a symbol of fear and manipulation, now stood as a place of resolution. As they left the warehouse, the first rays of morning light greeted them, symbolizing a new beginning. Tara and Jessica walked into the dawn, their faces reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and hope. The nightmare had ended, and the path to healing and renewal lay ahead. The warehouse's cavernous interior was now a battlefield. The machinery that had once been the source of Ethan's power lay in pieces around Tara and Jessica. Ethan, desperate and enraged, had retreated to a hidden area, emerging with a weapon in hand, an old but functional revolver. Tara and Jessica stood on high alert, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of Ethan. The tension in the air was almost palpable, a thick, suffocating reminder of the danger that still loomed. Ethan's voice echoed through the warehouse, filled with venom and frustration. You think you've won? You're nothing but pawns in my game. I won't let you end this. Suddenly, Ethan appeared from behind a stack of crates, the revolver glinting in the fading light. His face was a mask of fury, his eyes wild and desperate. Jessica immediately reached for her concealed weapon, her movements swift and practiced. Tara, get down. She ducked behind a large metal column as Ethan fired a shot. The bullet ricocheted off a nearby beam, creating a loud, sharp sound that reverberated through the warehouse. Tara ducked and rolled to a safer position, her heart pounding in her chest. Ethan's breathing was heavy and erratic. You think you can stop me with your pitiful attempts? This loop was meant to test you, but it's also a test for me. I won't fail. Tara peeked from her hiding spot, her mind racing. She needed to neutralize Ethan but couldn't afford to make a mistake. The warehouse was filled with obstacles and hiding spots, making it a deadly game of cat and mouse. With a determined breath, Tara dashed toward a large pile of debris, using it as cover. She could hear Ethan's footsteps as he moved around, searching for her. The sound of his labored breathing was a stark reminder of the danger he posed. Jessica, who had taken a strategic position behind a stack of crates, fired a warning shot. "Ethan, this is your last chance to surrender. We don't want to hurt you, but we will if necessary." Ethan's response was a guttural snarl. "You don't understand. I've sacrificed too much to let it end like this. You're too late." Tara spotted Ethan's shadow moving toward a high ledge. She realized that he was trying to get a better vantage point. With quick thinking, she grabbed a metal rod from the debris and used it to create a makeshift barricade, blocking Ethan's path. As Ethan climbed the ledge, he fired another shot, narrowly missing Tara. She could feel the heat of the bullet and the rush of adrenaline as she ducked behind cover. The intensity of the situation was overwhelming, but Tara forced herself to focus. "Jessica, can you get a clean shot?" Tara called out, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of gunfire. "I'm trying." Jessica responded, her tone tense. "He's moving too much. I need a clear shot." Tara scanned the area, looking for any advantage. She spotted a large, rusty crane that had been left behind in the warehouse. It was a long shot, but if she could use it to create a distraction, it might give Jessica the opening she needed. With a burst of determination, Tara moved toward the crane. She activated the controls, maneuvering the crane to swing a large, heavy object in Ethan's direction. The movement was clunky but effective, creating a loud noise and drawing Ethan's attention. Ethan's head snapped toward the crane, his eyes wide with surprise and anger. The distraction was enough for Jessica to line up her shot. She took a deep breath and fired, her bullet striking the revolver from Ethan's hand. The weapon clattered to the floor, and Ethan staggered back, clutching his injured hand. Tara seized the moment of vulnerability. She rushed toward Ethan, her movements swift and decisive. Ethan tried to back away, but Tara was relentless, using her training and adrenaline to close the gap. In a final, desperate move, Ethan lunged at Tara, his face contorted with a mix of rage and despair. Tara grappled with him, their bodies colliding with a force that echoed through the warehouse. The struggle was fierce, both of them pushing against each other with every ounce of strength they had left. Jessica moved to assist, grabbing a piece of pipe and using it to subdue Ethan. Together, they managed to pin him down, Ethan's resistance fading as his energy waned. Breathing heavily, Tara looked at Ethan, who was now subdued and exhausted. His defiant demeanor had crumbled, leaving him vulnerable and defeated. "It's over, Ethan," Tara said, her voice steady but filled with exhaustion. "The loop ends here. You can't control us anymore." Ethan's eyes were filled with a mix of defeat and resignation. You don't understand," Tara shook her head, her resolve unwavering. "No more games. No more manipulation. It's time to face the consequences of your actions." The warehouse fell silent, the only sounds the heavy breathing of Tara, Jessica, and the subdued Ethan. The struggle was over, and with it, the final confrontation had reached its conclusion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the warehouse, Tara and Jessica stood together, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and exhaustion. The nightmare was finally ending, and the path to resolution was within their grasp. The warehouse was eerily quiet, save for the occasional creak of its old structure. Ethan lay on the floor, subdued but still defiant. Tara and Jessica stood over him, their exhaustion evident but their determination unshaken. Suddenly, a familiar, unsettling sensation washed over Tara. Her heart skipped a beat as she glanced at her watch, the one that had become a harbinger of the loop's relentless cycle. The time was exactly the same as when the loop had first begun. No, Tara's voice was barely a whisper, filled with dread. It can't be happening again. Jessica looked at her with confusion. What are you talking about? Before Tara could respond, the world around them seemed to shift. The warehouse dissolved into a blur, and they were engulfed in darkness. The familiar, nauseating feeling of the loop resetting overwhelmed them. The darkness lifted, revealing a new scene, a cluttered, dimly lit apartment. Tara and Jessica found themselves in a small, disheveled living space, and the time on the clock was the same as it had been at the start of the loop. No, 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 no. Tara cried out in frustration as she realized the loop had reset once more. We've been sent back to the beginning. Jessica's face was pale as she looked around, the realization hitting her hard. But how? We stopped Ethan. This should be over. The apartment door creaked open, and a young woman, clearly distressed, entered the room. It was a version of Tara from the first loop, a version that had no knowledge of the events to come. Hey, the other Tara said, her voice trembling. Is everything okay? I heard shouting. Tara's heart sank. She saw herself in a place of vulnerability she had fought so hard to escape. The pain of repeating the same day, of failing to break free, was almost too much to bear. Jessica stepped forward, her voice shaking with anger and despair. We need to figure out why this is happening. We've done everything we can. There has to be a way to end this for good. Tara clenched her fists, her mind racing. There's something we're missing, some detail we haven't addressed. We need to find it before this cycle starts again. As the young Tara continued to go about her day, oblivious to the nightmare that was about to unfold, Tara and Jessica took stock of their situation. They had been given another chance, however bleak it seemed, and they had to use it wisely. In a moment of clarity, Tara realized that the key to ending the loop might lie not just in defeating Ethan but in understanding the true nature of the cycle itself. She needed to confront the root cause of the loop, something that went beyond Ethan's actions and into the very essence of the cycle's design. With renewed determination, Tara and Jessica began to investigate every detail of the apartment, searching for any clues that might explain why the loop had reset. They meticulously reviewed their actions from the previous cycles, trying to identify any discrepancies or overlooked elements. As they worked, the young Tara's innocent actions, preparing breakfast, checking her phone, and planning her day, served as a painful reminder of what was at stake. Tara and Jessica were not just fighting for their own freedom but for the lives of everyone trapped in the loop. With each passing minute, the urgency grew. Tara knew that time was running out and that they had to find a solution before the loop's relentless cycle claimed yet another victim. Finally, after hours of searching and reflection, Tara had a breakthrough. She realized that the loop was not just about Ethan's control but about a deeper, unresolved issue, one that had been buried beneath the surface. It was a matter of confronting the unresolved trauma and emotions that had fueled the cycle. Tara took a deep breath, her mind made up. We need to face the truth, not just about Ethan but about what's driving this cycle. It's about confronting our fears, our regrets, and finding closure. With Jessica's support, Tara prepared to confront the loop's core. They had to break free from the cycle's grip and find a way to end it once and for all. As the young Tara went about her day, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, Tara and Jessica steeled themselves for the final confrontation. The cycle had to end, and they were determined to find the answer that would finally break the loop and set them free. With a sense of grim resolve, Tara and Jessica faced the impending challenge, ready to confront the truth and put an end to the nightmare that had haunted them for so long. The first light of dawn filtered through the window of Tara's apartment, casting a soft glow over the room. Tara woke up with a jolt, her heart racing as if she were being pulled from a deep, unsettling dream. Her eyes darted around the familiar surroundings. Everything was in its place, just as it had been in countless repetitions of the day. Tara sat up slowly, her mind a whirl of confusion and determination. The dread of facing another loop was almost overwhelming, but she forced herself to focus. She had made a promise to herself and to Jessica that this would be the final attempt to break free. She glanced at her clock. It was the same time as always, signaling the start of a new loop. But today felt different. There was a sense of urgency, a feeling that this time, something had to change. Tara moved through her morning routine with purpose, every action performed with an intense awareness. She dressed quickly and methodically, every movement deliberate as she mentally prepared for the day ahead. As she made her way to the kitchen, Tara's thoughts were a whirlwind of strategies and realizations. She recalled every mistake, every misstep from the previous loops, determined to avoid them this time. There was no room for error. Her phone buzzed on the kitchen counter. Tara picked it up, seeing a message from Jessica: "Meet me at the usual place. We need to talk." Tara's heart skipped a beat. Jessica had been an invaluable ally throughout this ordeal, and she needed her more than ever now. Tara grabbed her keys and headed out, her mind racing with possibilities. The drive to their meeting spot was filled with tense silence, the weight of the impending confrontation heavy on her shoulders. The familiar streets seemed to blur together, the monotony of the loop setting in as she approached the location. When she arrived at their designated spot, a quiet cafe where they had often met during their investigation, Tara found Jessica already there, sitting at a corner table, her expression serious. "Hey," Tara greeted, sliding into the seat across from Jessica. "What's the plan?" Jessica looked at her with a mix of resolve and concern. "We need to break the cycle for good. We've been through this loop so many times, and each time, we've learned something new. But now we have to put everything we know into action." Tara nodded, her eyes steady. "I've been thinking about what we missed. It's not just about defeating Ethan. It's about confronting the core of the loop, understanding why it keeps resetting." Jessica leaned in, her voice low but urgent. We need to confront the emotional and psychological triggers that are keeping this loop in place. It's not just about ending Ethan's control, it's about finding closure and breaking the cycle's grip on us. Tara took a deep breath, her mind already formulating a plan. We need to find a way to disrupt the loop's mechanism permanently. We've already identified the patterns and triggers. Now we need to execute a plan that addresses the root cause. Jessica nodded in agreement. We'll need to revisit every detail, every moment that led to this cycle. It's going to be challenging, but it's our last chance. Tara's resolve hardened. She knew that this was their final opportunity to end the nightmare once and for all. There was no room for mistakes or hesitations. They had to act decisively and confront the loop's true source. As they prepared to put their plan into action, Tara felt a mix of hope and apprehension. This was their last attempt, and failure was not an option. They had to break free from the cycle's relentless grip and find a way to end it for good. With a determined nod, Tara and Jessica set out to face the final challenge, ready to confront the loop's core and put an end to the nightmare that had haunted them for so long. The battle was not just for their freedom but for a chance at a new beginning. Jessica's apartment was a stark contrast to the chaos that had filled Tara's apartment earlier. It was neat and orderly, a place of refuge amidst the turmoil. The calmness of the surroundings provided a stark backdrop for the intensity of their preparation. Jessica and Tara were spread out across the living room, surrounded by a chaotic array of notes, diagrams, and plans. A large whiteboard stood against one wall, filled with scribbled details of their investigation, clues they had gathered, and the timelines of each loop. Tara stood in front of the whiteboard, her eyes scanning the information. We've been through this so many times, but we need to refine our approach. We've identified the patterns, but now we need to disrupt the cycle completely. Jessica was on the couch, her laptop open and showing a series of videos and photographs from their previous attempts. We've analyzed every step of the loop, but there's one element we haven't fully addressed: the emotional and psychological triggers that keep resetting the loop. Tara turned to face her, her expression serious. What do you suggest? Jessica leaned forward, her eyes focused. We need to identify the exact moment when the cycle resets. We've seen it happen repeatedly, but we need to pinpoint the trigger with precision. It's not just about the physical actions, it's about addressing the emotional residue that fuels the loop. Tara nodded, understanding the gravity of their task. We need to create a plan that not only addresses Ethan but also confronts the underlying emotions that keep this cycle alive. Jessica picked up a stack of notes and began sorting through them. We've seen that the loop often resets after a significant emotional event. We need to simulate or confront these events in a controlled way to disrupt the loop's pattern. Tara glanced at the whiteboard, her mind racing through the details. We've identified several key moments where the loop could be disrupted. We need to act on them systematically, both physically and emotionally. Jessica stood up, moving to a drawer and pulling out a box of props and equipment. We'll need to use these to simulate the conditions of the loop and create controlled disruptions. We also need to make sure we're prepared for any surprises Ethan might have planned. Tara examined the items Jessica had gathered, various props, fake documents, and gadgets. This equipment should help us set up the scenarios we need. We'll use it to create controlled conditions and trigger the necessary emotional responses. The two women worked together, setting up their plan. They arranged the props and equipment strategically around the apartment, ensuring that they could recreate and disrupt the loop's key moments effectively. Jessica checked her watch, her expression a mix of determination and anxiety. We have to be precise. Every detail counts. If we make a single mistake, the loop could reset again, and we'll have to start from scratch. Tara took a deep breath, her resolve unwavering. We've come too far to fail now. This is our last chance. We need to be ready for anything. With their preparations nearly complete, Tara and Jessica took a moment to review their plan. The steps were clear, and the timeline was set. They had identified the key triggers, and their strategy was designed to disrupt the loop at its core. As they reviewed the final details, Tara felt a surge of hope. This was their last attempt, and they had to give it everything they had. Failure was not an option. Are you ready? Jessica asked, her voice steady but filled with tension. Tara nodded, her eyes meeting Jessica's with a mix of determination and gratitude. Let's do this. It's time to end this nightmare once and for all. With a final nod of agreement, Tara and Jessica prepared to execute their plan. They knew that the coming confrontation would be their most challenging yet, but they were ready to face it with all the strength and resolve they had. The endgame was upon them, and they were determined to break free from the cycle that had haunted them for so long. The warehouse was now transformed from its original, desolate state into a carefully orchestrated stage for their final attempt. Tara and Jessica had meticulously prepared the space, turning it into a controlled environment where they could simulate key events and create the necessary emotional triggers to disrupt the loop. The large, open area of the warehouse was divided into several zones, each representing different scenarios from the loop. Props, equipment, and strategically placed items were set up to create the illusion of normalcy while setting up for the confrontation they hoped would end the cycle. Jessica was at one end of the warehouse, working on positioning the last of the props, a series of fake documents and personal items that would help recreate critical moments from the previous loops. She moved with precision, her eyes scanning the space to ensure every detail was perfect. Tara was at the other end, setting up a series of surveillance cameras and motion sensors. She was focused and methodical, her movements reflecting the gravity of their task. She had to make sure that every aspect of the plan was executed flawlessly to avoid another reset of the loop. Jessica glanced over at Tara, her voice raised to be heard over the hum of the equipment. We need to make sure that everything is in place. We can't afford any mistakes. Ethan will be looking for any opportunity to sabotage our plan. Tara nodded, adjusting the angle of a camera. We've accounted for every variable we could think of. The setup is designed to trigger the emotional responses and actions we've identified as crucial. Now we just need to execute the plan. As the final touches were made, Tara and Jessica reviewed their strategy. They had decided to use a combination of psychological triggers and physical setups to create the conditions that would disrupt the loop. They planned to lure Ethan into the warehouse with a carefully crafted scenario that would force him to confront his own actions and motivations. Jessica moved to the center of the warehouse, where a large screen was set up to display a series of images and messages that would simulate the emotional triggers of the loop. She checked the connections and made sure everything was ready for the critical moment. "Everything looks good on my end," Jessica said, her voice tinged with nervous excitement. "We're ready to start." Tara took a deep breath, her mind racing through the final steps of their plan. "Once Ethan arrives, we'll need to act quickly. We have to make sure we're in position to capture him and disrupt the cycle before he has a chance to reset it." As the sky outside darkened, the warehouse took on a more ominous feel. Tara and Jessica took their positions, hidden in the shadows, their hearts pounding with anticipation. They had set up an elaborate trap designed to confront Ethan and force him to reveal his true intentions. The minutes ticked by slowly as they waited. Tara's eyes were fixed on the entrance, her senses heightened as she listened for any sign of Ethan's arrival. The anticipation was almost unbearable, but they had come too far to back down now. Finally, the sound of footsteps echoed through the warehouse. Ethan appeared at the entrance, his face a mask of determination and curiosity. He stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the elaborate setup. "Welcome," Tara's voice rang out, clear and confident. She stepped into view, her eyes locking onto Ethan's. "We've been expecting you." Ethan's eyes widened as he took in the scene. "What is this? A trap?" Jessica emerged from the shadows, her expression resolute. "It's more than a trap. It's our final attempt to break the cycle." Ethan's gaze shifted between Tara and Jessica, his expression a mix of surprise and calculation. "You think you can stop me with this? You've been trying to change the outcome, but it always resets." Tara took a step forward, her voice steady. "We're not just trying to change the outcome. We're confronting the root of the loop, forcing it to break free from its cycle. You've been the catalyst, but there's more to it than just your actions." As Ethan advanced, the warehouse seemed to come alive with the emotional triggers and scenarios they had set up. The screen displayed images and messages designed to provoke a reaction from him, forcing him to confront his own role in the loop. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Tara and Jessica prepared for the confrontation. They knew that this was their last chance to end the nightmare, and they were determined to see it through to the end. Ethan's expression shifted from curiosity to frustration as he faced the reality of their setup. The carefully orchestrated trap was working, forcing him to confront the truth of the cycle and the role he played in it. With the trap set and the confrontation underway, Tara and Jessica braced themselves for the final battle. They were ready to face whatever came next, knowing that this was their last chance to break the loop and end the nightmare that had haunted them for so long. The atmosphere in the warehouse was thick with tension as the setup for their final confrontation reached its climax. The elaborate trap was in full effect, the emotional triggers and simulated scenarios creating an intense environment designed to force Ethan to confront the core of the loop. Ethan stood in the center of the warehouse, surrounded by the various props and setups that represented the critical moments of the loop. His eyes darted between Tara and Jessica, his face a mask of defiance and frustration. "What's the point of all this?" Ethan's voice was laced with anger and confusion. "You think you can just end the cycle by setting up some elaborate trap? It's not that simple." Tara stepped forward, her expression resolute. "It is that simple. You've been using the loop to control and manipulate, but we're confronting the root cause. We're not just trying to stop you, we're breaking the cycle itself. Jessica joined Tara, her eyes focused on Ethan. We've learned from each loop, and we know what needs to be done. You've been the catalyst, but there's something deeper at play. We need to force it to break free. Ethan's frustration grew as he paced back and forth, his eyes narrowing. You don't understand. This loop was never just about me. It's about the power to control, the ability to shape reality. You're trying to dismantle something you don't even fully comprehend. As Ethan spoke, the screen behind him flickered with images of past loops, showcasing key moments and emotional triggers. The simulated scenarios were designed to provoke a reaction from him, pushing him to confront the full extent of his actions and their consequences. Tara and Jessica watched intently, their hearts pounding as they prepared for the next phase of their plan. They knew that the confrontation would be intense, and they needed to stay focused to ensure they didn't falter. Suddenly, Ethan's expression shifted. His frustration gave way to a twisted sense of realization as he took in the full scope of the trap. You think you can break the loop by confronting me? You're not just facing me, you're facing the very essence of what the loop represents. Tara's eyes narrowed. It's not just about you. It's about breaking free from the cycle that has trapped us all. We've seen how the loop resets, and we're here to make sure it ends. Ethan's gaze locked onto Tara's, a mixture of resentment and reluctant admiration in his eyes. You're persistent, I'll give you that. But do you really think you can control something as powerful as this? Jessica stepped forward, her voice steady. It's not about control. It's about breaking free from manipulation and finding closure. We're confronting the cycle head-on and putting an end to it. The tension in the warehouse was palpable as the final confrontation reached its peak. Ethan's defiance seemed to waver as he faced the reality of their setup. The carefully orchestrated emotional triggers and scenarios were having an effect, forcing him to confront the impact of his actions and the cycle he had perpetuated. In a moment of desperation, Ethan lunged toward the screen, trying to disrupt the images and messages that were forcing him to confront his own actions. Tara and Jessica moved quickly, their eyes fixed on him as they prepared for the final phase of their plan. As Ethan struggled against the simulated scenarios, the emotional weight of the loop's triggers began to take its toll. He stumbled and faltered, his face contorted with a mix of anger, confusion, and anguish. Tara and Jessica seized the moment, moving to restrain Ethan and prevent him from further disrupting their plan. The struggle was intense, but they were determined to see it through to the end. Finally, with a final, desperate effort, Tara and Jessica managed to subdue Ethan, their actions precise and coordinated. As Ethan fell to the ground, the emotional triggers and scenarios continued to play out, pushing him to confront the full extent of his actions and their consequences. The warehouse was filled with a sense of finality as the confrontation reached its climax. Tara and Jessica stood over Ethan, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and determination. We're ending this, Tara said, her voice resolute. This is the last attempt, and we're breaking the cycle for good. Ethan looked up at them, his expression a mixture of defeat and resignation. You may have stopped me, but the cycle, it's not just about one person. It's about the power and control that come with it. Jessica shook her head, her voice steady. It's about breaking free from manipulation and finding closure. We're ending the cycle, and we're moving on. With Ethan subdued and the emotional triggers in full effect, Tara and Jessica prepared for the final step of their plan. They knew that the endgame was upon them, and they were determined to break free from the cycle that had haunted them for so long. As the warehouse fell silent, Tara and Jessica stood together, ready to confront whatever came next. The final confrontation had been intense, but they were prepared to see it through to the end. The cycle was coming to an end, and they were determined to find the freedom they had been fighting for. The warehouse, now quiet and still, seemed to hold its breath as Tara and Jessica prepared for the final phase of their plan. The confrontation with Ethan had been intense, but they knew that the true test lay in ensuring that the loop was broken for good. The warehouse's dim lighting cast long shadows across the room, the once meticulously arranged props and equipment now scattered in the aftermath of their struggle. The large screen that had displayed images and messages was now dark, its role in the final confrontation complete. Tara and Jessica stood in the center of the warehouse, their faces reflecting a mix of exhaustion and determination. Ethan lay on the floor, subdued but conscious, his gaze fixed on them with a mix of defiance and resignation. Tara took a deep breath, her heart pounding as she prepared for the moment of truth. This is it. We need to make sure the loop is truly broken. We've come too far to fail now. Jessica nodded, her eyes meeting Tara's with a look of unwavering resolve. We need to ensure that the emotional triggers and the cycle's core are addressed. It's not just about stopping Ethan, it's about ending the cycle completely. Ethan's voice, though weakened, carried a hint of bitterness. You think you can just erase what's been done? The loop is more than just a cycle, it's a manifestation of control and power. Tara approached Ethan, her expression firm. It's not about erasing the past. It's about breaking free from the manipulation and control that have trapped us. We're confronting the root cause and putting an end to it. Jessica moved to the large screen, turning it back on. The screen flickered to life, displaying a series of images and messages designed to trigger a final emotional response from Ethan. The scenarios were meant to force him to confront the full impact of his actions and the cycle he had perpetuated. As the images played out, Ethan's expression shifted from defiance to anguish. The emotional weight of the scenarios seemed to take its toll, his face reflecting a mixture of regret and resignation. Tara and Jessica watched closely, their hearts racing as they monitored the situation. They knew that this was the critical moment, the point at which the loop cycle had to be broken completely. Jessica's voice was steady but filled with emotion. We've set up everything to confront the core of the loop. Now we need to see it through. The final step is ensuring that the loop cannot reset. Tara nodded, her gaze fixed on Ethan. We need to make sure that the emotional triggers and the cycle's core are fully addressed. We've come too far to let it slip away now. The warehouse fell into a tense silence as the images and messages continued to play. Ethan's expression was a mix of pain and acceptance as he faced the full scope of the cycle's impact. The emotional triggers were working, pushing him to confront the consequences of his actions. Finally, as the last images faded from the screen, Tara and Jessica exchanged a look of determination. They knew that the moment of truth had arrived. The loop had to be broken, and they were ready to ensure that it would not reset. Tara moved closer to Ethan, her voice resolute. "This is the end. The cycle is breaking, and we're putting an end to it. We're moving forward, and we're leaving the past behind." Ethan looked up at her, his expression a mix of resignation and a flicker of understanding. "You've done it. The cycle is ending." With Ethan subdued and the emotional triggers fully addressed, Tara and Jessica prepared for the final step. They had to ensure that the loop was truly broken, that the cycle would not reset or return. As they stood together, ready to confront whatever came next, Tara and Jessica felt a surge of hope. The moment of truth had arrived, and they were determined to see it through to the end. The warehouse was filled with a sense of finality as the last traces of the loop's influence began to fade. Tara and Jessica knew that the battle was nearly won, and they were prepared to face the future with the knowledge that they had broken the cycle and found the freedom they had been fighting for. The warehouse, now a battleground of emotional and physical confrontation, was eerily silent, save for the hum of the dim lights and the occasional rustle of disturbed debris. Tara and Jessica had reached the critical moment of their plan, but their victory was not yet assured. The final confrontation with Ethan had left them vulnerable, and the stakes were higher than ever. Tara, her heart still racing from the earlier struggle, glanced at Jessica. "We need to make sure we're ready for anything. Ethan's not going down easily." Jessica nodded, her face set with determination. "We've come this far, and we're not backing down now. We need to stay focused and be prepared for anything." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the warehouse. Ethan, who had been subdued moments before, had managed to break free from his restraints. His eyes were wild with desperation, his movements erratic as he scrambled to regain control of the situation. Tara's heart skipped a beat. "He's free. We need to act fast." Ethan charged at Tara and Jessica, his strength and anger evident in every move. He was fueled by a mixture of frustration and fear, and his unpredictable actions made him a dangerous opponent. Tara and Jessica scrambled to defend themselves, their previous preparation now put to the ultimate test. Tara grabbed a nearby metal rod, swinging it with precision to block Ethan's advances. "Stay back," she shouted, her voice steady despite the chaos. Jessica, using her quick reflexes, moved to the side, trying to find an opportunity to subdue Ethan. She spotted a heavy rope among the scattered equipment and quickly grabbed it, aiming to restrain him. Ethan, however, was relentless. He swatted at Tara's attempts to fend him off and charged towards Jessica. His desperation made him erratic and difficult to predict, and his raw strength was overwhelming. Jessica, her hands trembling but her resolve firm, threw the rope at Ethan, aiming to entangle him. The rope caught around his legs, causing him to stumble and fall. But Ethan was quick to react, using his remaining strength to break free from the makeshift restraint. As Ethan regained his footing, Tara and Jessica worked in tandem, their movements synchronized despite the chaos. Tara continued to block Ethan's attacks, while Jessica searched for another way to subdue him. The warehouse was a scene of frantic movement, with the two women struggling to control Ethan's fury. The emotional weight of their situation was palpable, adding to the intensity of the physical confrontation. Tara, her face flushed with exertion, managed to land a solid hit with the metal rod, knocking Ethan off balance. "We have to end this now," she shouted to Jessica, her voice strained but determined. Jessica, spotting an opportunity, grabbed a large piece of equipment, a makeshift barricade, and positioned it between her and Ethan. She used it to push him back, creating a brief moment of separation. Ethan, visibly exhausted but still fighting, glared at Tara and Jessica with a mixture of rage and desperation. "You think you can defeat me? You think you can break the loop?" Tara, her breath heavy and her face determined, met his gaze. "It's not about defeating you. It's about breaking free from the cycle you've created." Jessica, her hands shaking but her resolve unshaken, prepared for the final move. "We're ending this cycle, Ethan. It's over." With a final, coordinated effort, Tara and Jessica used their combined strength to subdue Ethan. Tara tackled him from the side while Jessica used the equipment to pin him down. The struggle was intense, but they were fueled by their determination to end the cycle. As Ethan's resistance waned, Tara and Jessica managed to restrain him securely. Their faces were etched with exhaustion, but there was a glimmer of relief as they realized they had succeeded in their final confrontation. The warehouse fell silent once more, the fight having left its mark on the once orderly space. Tara and Jessica stood over Ethan, their breaths heavy and their bodies bruised from the struggle. Tara looked at Jessica, her expression a mix of relief and determination. "We did it. The loop is ending, and we're breaking free." Jessica nodded, her face reflecting a similar mixture of exhaustion and hope. "We've faced the final challenge, and now we can move on." As the echoes of the confrontation faded, Tara and Jessica prepared for the final steps of their plan. The fight for survival was over, and they were ready to see the loop broken and the cycle ended. The warehouse, once a place of chaos and conflict, now lay in a tense, uneasy silence. Tara and Jessica, battered but resolute, faced the final challenge with the weight of their ordeal heavy upon them. The struggle with Ethan had been intense, but now was the time to ensure that their efforts were not in vain. Tara wiped sweat from her brow, her face etched with exhaustion. "We've come so far, and we've faced so many obstacles. We can't let this last hurdle stop us now." Jessica, equally worn but unwavering, nodded in agreement. "We've managed to subdue Ethan. Now we need to make sure we complete what we started. We need to ensure that the cycle is truly broken." Ethan, still restrained and subdued, lay on the floor, his breathing ragged and his eyes filled with a mix of anger and resignation. The emotional and physical toll of the confrontation had left him visibly shaken, but his resolve to hold on to control was still apparent. Tara and Jessica knew that simply restraining Ethan was not enough. They needed to address the core of the cycle and ensure that the loop was fully broken. They had prepared for this moment, but the reality of the task at hand was both daunting and critical. Jessica moved to the large control panel that had been used to manipulate the emotional triggers and scenarios throughout the loop. She studied the complex array of buttons and dials, her mind racing to recall the detailed plan they had crafted. "This control panel is the key," Jessica said, her voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "We need to make sure it's completely disabled. We can't allow it to be used again." Tara joined Jessica, her gaze focused on the control panel. "We need to reset everything and ensure that there are no residual effects. If there's even a small chance that the loop could restart, we need to eliminate it." As Tara and Jessica worked to disable the control panel, the atmosphere in the warehouse grew increasingly tense. The warehouse's silence was broken only by the faint sounds of their movements and the occasional crackle of the electrical equipment. Ethan, from his position on the floor, watched them with a mix of defiance and desperation. "You think you can just end this? You can't erase what's been done. The power to control, to manipulate, it's not something you can simply undo." Tara, her face set with determination, glanced at Ethan. "It's not about erasing the past. It's about taking control of our own futures and breaking free from the cycle you've created." Jessica, her hands deftly working on the control panel, nodded in agreement. "We've seen the impact of the loop firsthand. We're not just stopping you, we're ending the cycle and ensuring that it can't continue." With a final, decisive action, Jessica disabled the control panel, cutting off the source of the loop's manipulation. The lights flickered momentarily, and a low hum emanated from the machinery as it powered down. The warehouse was filled with a sense of quiet finality as the control panel's influence ceased. Tara and Jessica exchanged a look of exhausted relief, knowing that they had taken a critical step towards breaking the loop. However, the tension was far from over. Tara and Jessica still had to confront the emotional aftermath of their ordeal and ensure that they could move forward without the weight of the loop hanging over them. Ethan, still restrained and subdued, looked up at them with a mixture of anger and resignation. "You've won this round, but the power and control," Tara cut him off, her voice resolute. "It's not about control. It's about ending the cycle and moving on. We're not letting you or the loop dictate our lives any longer." Jessica, her face weary but determined, stepped forward. "We've faced so many challenges and overcome so much. We're breaking free, and we're taking control of our own futures." As the final moments of their struggle unfolded, Tara and Jessica stood together, their resolve unwavering. The control panel was disabled, the loop's manipulation had ceased, and they were ready to move forward. The warehouse, once a battleground, was now a place of quiet determination. Tara and Jessica knew that they had overcome the odds and faced the final challenge head-on. The cycle was ending, and they were prepared to face whatever came next with the knowledge that they had broken free from the loop and reclaimed their futures. The warehouse, once a chaotic theater of conflict, now lay in an uneasy silence. The hum of machinery had faded, and the faint glow of the emergency lights cast long shadows across the room. Tara and Jessica, exhausted and battered but victorious, stood in the center of the space, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief and apprehension. Ethan, now securely restrained and subdued, lay on the floor, his breathing heavy and his expression a complex mix of resignation and anger. The control panel, which had been the source of the loop's manipulation, was now disabled and silent. Tara and Jessica exchanged a final look of determination. They had fought hard to reach this point, and now was the moment to ensure that the cycle was truly broken and that their ordeal was over. Tara took a deep breath and addressed Ethan. "The loop is over. We've faced the cycle's core, and we've taken away the control you had over it. We're ending it now." Ethan, his face a mix of frustration and acceptance, looked up at them. "You think you can just erase everything that's happened? The pain, the suffering, it's not something you can simply undo." Jessica, her face weary but resolute, stepped forward. "We're not trying to erase the past. We're confronting it and moving forward. The loop ends here, and we're reclaiming our lives. As Tara and Jessica prepared for the final step, the atmosphere in the warehouse seemed to shift. The oppressive weight of the loop's manipulation was lifting, replaced by a sense of cautious optimism. Tara approached the large screen that had been used to display the emotional triggers and scenarios. She pressed a series of buttons, initiating a final sequence designed to ensure that the loop's influence was completely severed. The screen flickered to life, showing a series of images and messages meant to symbolize the end of the cycle. The images displayed moments of closure and resolution, highlighting the impact of their actions and the finality of their efforts. Tara and Jessica watched as the images transitioned, reflecting the end of the loop and the beginning of a new chapter. Ethan, watching the images with a mix of resignation and anger, finally closed his eyes. The weight of the cycle seemed to be settling upon him, and his defiance was replaced by a somber acceptance. As the final images faded from the screen, the warehouse fell into a profound silence. Tara and Jessica stood together, their faces reflecting a sense of relief and accomplishment. Jessica turned to Tara, her voice filled with quiet hope. "It's done. The loop is over, and we've broken free." Tara nodded, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and relief. "We've faced the final challenge and come out on the other side. The cycle is ending, and we're moving forward." With the control panel disabled and the loop's influence severed, Tara and Jessica prepared to leave the warehouse. The sense of finality was palpable, and the weight of their ordeal seemed to lift as they made their way toward the exit. As they walked through the warehouse, the oppressive atmosphere that had once dominated the space was replaced by a sense of calm and closure. The cycle had ended, and they were ready to face the future with a renewed sense of hope and determination. Tara glanced back at the warehouse one last time, her expression reflecting a mixture of relief and resolve. "We've faced so much, but now we're free. It's time to move on and embrace the future." Jessica nodded, her face filled with a sense of accomplishment. "The loop is broken, and we're starting a new chapter. We've overcome the odds and reclaimed our lives." As Tara and Jessica stepped out of the warehouse and into the night, the world seemed to hold its breath. The cycle was over, and they were ready to face whatever came next with the knowledge that they had broken free and found their own path forward. The first light of dawn filtered through the blinds of Tara's small, cozy apartment, casting a soft, warm glow across the room. The chaos of the previous nights seemed like a distant nightmare as Tara lay still in her bed, her body finally at rest. She had not experienced a peaceful night's sleep in what felt like an eternity, but now, the sense of relief was almost overwhelming. Tara slowly stirred, her eyes fluttering open to the serene morning light. For the first time in what felt like forever, she was waking up without the oppressive weight of the loop hanging over her. The feeling was both disorienting and profoundly comforting. She stretched out, her limbs feeling lighter than they had in days. Sitting up in bed, Tara glanced around her apartment, taking in the familiar surroundings, the framed photographs on the walls, the neatly arranged books on the shelves, and the comfortable, worn furniture. Everything seemed to be exactly as she had left it, but the atmosphere was different, imbued with a sense of calm and normalcy. A soft knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Tara's heart quickened with anticipation as she rose from the bed and made her way to the entrance. When she opened the door, she was greeted by Jessica, who looked equally relieved and hopeful. "Morning," Jessica said, her voice warm and full of relief. "I thought I'd check in and see how you're doing." Tara smiled, her eyes reflecting a mixture of gratitude and exhaustion. "Good morning. I'm doing better. It feels strange to wake up without the loop. I can't quite believe it's really over." Jessica stepped inside, her gaze sweeping across the apartment. "It's definitely real. We managed to break the cycle, and now we're free to move on." The two friends embraced briefly, their shared sense of accomplishment and relief palpable. The weight of their ordeal seemed to lift as they stood together in the quiet comfort of Tara's apartment. "I still can't believe we did it," Tara said, her voice filled with a mix of wonder and disbelief. "It feels like a dream." Jessica nodded, her expression one of quiet satisfaction. "It's been an incredible journey. We faced so much, but we came through stronger and more determined. Now we have a chance to start fresh." Tara's gaze wandered to the window, where the sun was climbing higher in the sky. The world outside seemed to be waking up to a new day, full of possibilities and hope. It was a stark contrast to the repetitive and oppressive cycle they had endured. "I think I need some time to process everything," Tara said, her voice thoughtful. "It's been such a whirlwind, and now I just want to take a moment to breathe and appreciate the peace." Jessica smiled, her eyes reflecting a deep understanding. "I get that. We've been through so much, and it's important to give ourselves time to adjust. We'll face the future together, one step at a time." As they settled into the apartment's cozy living area, Tara and Jessica began to reflect on their journey. The memories of the loop, the confrontations, and the intense emotions were still fresh, but they now had the space to consider them without the immediate pressure of the cycle. Tara took a deep breath, savoring the sense of freedom and relief. "Thank you for everything. I couldn't have done this without you." Jessica's smile was warm and genuine. "And I couldn't have done it without you. We made it through, and now we're ready for whatever comes next." The two friends sat together, their conversation flowing easily as they discussed their plans for the future and their hopes for the days ahead. The sense of normalcy was slowly returning, and the weight of the loop's influence seemed to be dissipating with each passing moment. As the sun continued to rise, casting a gentle light across the apartment, Tara and Jessica knew that they had reached the end of one chapter and the beginning of a new one. The cycle was broken, and they were free to embrace the future with renewed hope and determination. The world outside was full of possibilities, and Tara and Jessica were ready to face it with the strength and resilience they had gained through their incredible journey. The late morning sun cast a warm glow over Tara's apartment, filling the space with a comforting light. After the peaceful start to her day, Tara felt ready to reach out to those she had been distanced from during the tumultuous period of the loop. She knew that reconnecting with her loved ones was an important step in her healing process. Tara picked up her phone, her fingers trembling slightly as she dialed her mother's number. It had been too long since they had spoken, and Tara felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness as she waited for the call to connect. Her mother's voice, filled with warmth and concern, came through the receiver. "Hello." "Hi, Mom," Tara said, her voice breaking slightly with emotion. "It's Tara. I'm sorry it's been so long. I just wanted to let you know that I'm okay." There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a relieved sigh. "Oh, Tara, I've been so worried about you. It's so good to hear your voice. What's been going on?" Tara took a deep breath, trying to find the right words to explain. "It's a long story, but I've been through a lot recently. I'm finally out of a difficult situation, and I'm starting to get my life back on track." Her mother's voice was soothing and supportive. "I'm just glad you're safe. Do you want to come over and talk? I'd love to see you and catch up." Tara felt a surge of gratitude. "I'd really like that. I'll come by this afternoon." Tara arrived at her parents' home, a charming house with a well-tended garden. The familiar surroundings brought a sense of comfort and nostalgia. She rang the doorbell and was greeted by her mother, who enveloped her in a warm hug. "I've missed you so much," her mother said, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. "Come in, let's talk." Inside, the house was filled with the comforting aroma of home-cooked food. Tara and her mother settled into the cozy living room, where they began to catch up on everything that had happened since they last spoke. As they talked, Tara shared some of the details of her recent experiences, carefully navigating the complexities of her ordeal while focusing on the positive steps she was taking to move forward. Her mother listened attentively, offering support and understanding. "I've been so focused on trying to get through everything," Tara said, her voice filled with emotion. "I didn't realize how much I needed to reconnect with everyone who cares about me." Her mother reached out and took Tara's hand. "We're always here for you, no matter what. It's important to lean on the people who love you." Later that day, Tara met up with her closest friends at a local coffee shop. The familiar ambience of the cafe, with its warm lighting and comforting chatter, provided a sense of normalcy and connection. Her friends, who had been worried about her, greeted her with hugs and expressions of relief. "It's so good to see you," said Jessica, one of Tara's closest friends. "How are you feeling?" Tara smiled, her eyes reflecting a mix of relief and appreciation. "I'm doing much better now. I wanted to reconnect with all of you and let you know that I'm okay." Her friends gathered around a table, and the conversation flowed easily as they caught up on each other's lives. Tara shared some of the experiences she had gone through, focusing on her recovery and the steps she was taking to move forward. Her friend, Mark, looked at her with a supportive expression. "It's been tough, but we're here for you. It's great to see you starting to get back to normal." Tara nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you all for being so supportive. It means a lot to me." As the evening wore on, the conversation turned to lighter topics, and Tara found herself laughing and enjoying the company of her friends. The sense of normalcy and connection was a balm for her soul, and she felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. Returning to her apartment later that evening, Tara felt a profound sense of peace. The day had been a reminder of the importance of reconnecting with loved ones and the strength that comes from support and understanding. She took a moment to reflect on the day's events, feeling a deep sense of appreciation for the people in her life. The process of reconnecting with her mother and friends had been healing, and she felt more grounded and hopeful as she looked towards the future. Tara sat quietly in her living room, her thoughts filled with gratitude and optimism. The challenges she had faced were now behind her, and she was ready to embrace the new chapter of her life with a renewed sense of purpose and connection. As she settled in for the night, Tara knew that while the past had been difficult, the future was full of possibilities and opportunities. With the support of her loved ones and a newfound strength, she was ready to face whatever came next with confidence and hope. The apartment was quiet and calm, the only sound being the soft hum of the air conditioning. Tara sat by the window, gazing out at the city lights that twinkled in the distance. The peaceful view offered a stark contrast to the chaos she had recently endured. It was a moment of calm reflection, a chance to process everything that had happened. Tara held a cup of tea in her hands, the warmth from the mug seeping into her fingers and providing a sense of comfort. She had spent the day reconnecting with loved ones, and now, in the solitude of her apartment, she was ready to reflect on the journey that had brought her to this point. The memory of the loop, the endless cycle of repetition and the fear it had instilled, was still vivid in her mind. She thought about the endless days, the confrontations, and the struggle to break free. It had been a grueling ordeal, but she had emerged stronger and more resilient. Tara's thoughts drifted to Jessica, her steadfast friend who had been with her throughout the ordeal. Their bond had been a source of strength and support, and she felt immense gratitude for Jessica's unwavering presence. They had faced the cycle together, and their friendship had been a beacon of hope in the darkest times. As she sipped her tea, Tara reflected on the moments of despair and triumph. The days of confusion and fear had been replaced by a renewed sense of purpose and clarity. The journey had tested her limits, but it had also revealed her inner strength and determination. Tara picked up her journal from the coffee table, flipping through the pages filled with notes and reflections from the past weeks. The entries had been a way for her to process her emotions and experiences, and now, looking back, she saw them as a record of her growth and resilience. One entry, in particular, stood out. It was written on the day she had first realized the loop was affecting her life. The words were raw and emotional, capturing the fear and confusion she had felt. Reading it now, she could see how far she had come and how much she had overcome. "I thought I'd never escape this cycle," Tara had written. "Every day feels like a prison, and I'm losing hope. But I know I have to keep fighting. There must be a way out." Tara closed the journal, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. She had fought through the darkness and had emerged on the other side. The loop was broken, and she had reclaimed her life. As she continued to reflect, Tara's thoughts turned to the future. The journey had been difficult, but it had also been a transformative experience. She was ready to embrace the next chapter of her life with a renewed sense of hope and purpose. Tara stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the city skyline. The view was both comforting and inspiring, a reminder of the world beyond the confines of the loop. She felt a sense of gratitude for the second chance she had been given and a determination to make the most of it. Taking a deep breath, Tara made a silent promise to herself. She would continue to grow and move forward, using the strength and resilience she had gained from her journey. The future was uncertain, but she was ready to face it with courage and hope. As the night deepened, Tara felt a sense of peace settle over her. The loop was behind her, and she was free to embrace the possibilities of the future. The journey had been challenging, but it had also been a testament to her strength and determination. With a final look at the city lights, Tara turned away from the window and settled into her chair. The road ahead would be filled with new challenges and opportunities, but she was ready to face it with a renewed sense of purpose and a deep appreciation for the journey that had brought her to this point. The first light of dawn filtered through the blinds, casting a soft glow over Tara's apartment. The room was serene, a stark contrast to the turmoil of the recent past. Tara stood by the window, gazing out at the city waking up, feeling a profound sense of renewal and possibility. She had spent the previous night reflecting on her journey, and now, with the promise of a new day, she felt ready to embrace the future. The challenges she had faced were behind her, and the sense of freedom was both exhilarating and humbling. Tara moved through her apartment with a newfound sense of purpose. She opened the closet and chose a simple yet elegant outfit, a symbol of her fresh start. As she dressed, her thoughts turned to the future and the opportunities that lay ahead. The past few weeks had been a trial by fire, but she had emerged stronger and more self-aware. After getting ready, Tara prepared a light breakfast, savoring the simple pleasure of the routine. The act of making coffee and enjoying a meal was a comforting reminder of the ordinary, daily moments that she had longed for during her ordeal. Each small action felt like a victory, a step towards reclaiming her life. Tara sat at her kitchen table with a cup of coffee, her journal open in front of her. She began to write, not about the past, but about her hopes and plans for the future. The pages were filled with aspirations, dreams, and a clear vision of the life she wanted to build. "I'm ready to start anew," she wrote. "The past has shaped me, but it doesn't define my future. I have the power to create something beautiful from this experience, and I'm excited to see where it leads." As she finished writing, there was a knock at the door. Tara's heart lifted with anticipation. She opened the door to find Jessica standing there with a bright smile and a bouquet of flowers. "Good morning," Jessica said cheerfully. "I thought I'd bring you a little something to celebrate the new beginning." Tara accepted the flowers, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Jessica. This means a lot to me." The two friends embraced, their bond stronger than ever. Jessica's support had been a constant source of strength, and Tara was grateful to have her by her side as she embarked on this new chapter. Together, they decided to take a walk in the nearby park. The fresh air and the beauty of nature provided a perfect backdrop for Tara's new beginning. As they strolled, they talked about their plans and dreams, the conversation flowing effortlessly. Tara felt a sense of liberation and hope as she walked alongside Jessica. The world seemed full of possibilities, and she was ready to explore them. The future was no longer a source of anxiety, but a canvas waiting to be painted with new experiences and opportunities. They stopped by a small cafe for brunch, enjoying the simple pleasure of good food and great company. The cafe was bustling with people, a lively reminder of the vibrant world outside. Tara felt a deep sense of connection and appreciation for the life she was rediscovering. As the day continued, Tara and Jessica made plans for the future, discussing everything from career aspirations to personal goals. Tara felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to embrace the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Back at her apartment, Tara took one last look around before settling into her evening routine. The sense of closure was profound, and she felt a deep sense of accomplishment and peace. The loop was behind her, and she was free to move forward. She turned off the lights and headed to bed, a contented smile on her face. The journey had been arduous, but it had also been a testament to her strength and resilience. As she drifted off to sleep, Tara looked forward to the new beginning that awaited her, a future filled with hope, promise, and endless possibilities. The dawn of a new chapter was here, and Tara was ready to embrace it with open arms. The past had shaped her, but the future was hers to create. With the support of her loved ones and a renewed sense of self, she was prepared to step into the next phase of her life with confidence and optimism. The apartment was quiet, save for the soft hum of the city outside. Tara sat at her kitchen table, her journal open in front of her. The comforting routine of writing had become a part of her daily life, a way to reflect and plan for the future. But tonight, a sense of unease had crept in, and the words she wrote felt heavy with doubt. The past few weeks had been filled with optimism and hope, but despite the positive changes, Tara couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. Her reflections from earlier in the day seemed to carry an undercurrent of uncertainty that she couldn't quite place. She flipped through the pages of her journal, reading her previous entries. They were filled with gratitude and hope, but something in the back of her mind was unsettling. The sense of normalcy was comforting, but Tara found herself wondering if everything was truly resolved or if something was lurking just beneath the surface. Tara picked up her phone and scrolled through her contacts, pausing when she reached Jessica's name. She hesitated for a moment before dialing, the uncertainty weighing heavily on her. When the call connected, Jessica's voice was warm and reassuring. "Hey, Tara. What's up?" Jessica asked. "Hi, Jessica. I'm sorry to call so late," Tara began, her voice tinged with hesitation. "I've been feeling a bit unsettled lately. I thought I'd talk to you about it." Jessica's tone turned concerned. "Of course. What's on your mind?" Tara took a deep breath. "I don't know how to explain it, but something feels off. Even though everything seems to be going well, I keep getting this nagging feeling that something isn't right. It's like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop." Jessica was silent for a moment before responding. "I understand. After everything you've been through, it's natural to have some doubts. But remember, you've come a long way, and things are different now. Maybe it's just a matter of adjusting to the new normal." Tara nodded, even though Jessica couldn't see her. "Yeah, maybe you're right. I just can't shake this feeling that there's something I'm missing." After ending the call with Jessica, Tara tried to distract herself by watching TV, but the sense of unease remained. She moved through her apartment restlessly, unable to settle. She found herself drawn back to her journal, flipping through the pages once more. Her eyes fell on a particular entry that she had written before breaking the loop. It was filled with fears and concerns, but she had thought she had resolved those issues. Now, reading it again, Tara wondered if there were details she had overlooked or clues she hadn't fully understood. A knock on the door startled her from her thoughts. Tara hesitated before answering, her curiosity piqued. She opened the door to find a delivery person holding a package. "This is for you," the delivery person said, handing over the parcel before turning and walking away. Tara took the package and closed the door, her mind racing. She carefully unwrapped the parcel, revealing a plain brown box with no return address. Inside, she found a single envelope marked, "For Tara." Her heart skipped a beat as she opened it, revealing a note written in an unfamiliar handwriting. "Everything you know is not what it seems. Look deeper." The note sent a chill down her spine. The message was cryptic and unsettling, and it only added to her growing sense of doubt. Tara's mind raced with possibilities. Had the loop truly ended, or was there another layer to the mystery she had yet to uncover? Unable to sleep, Tara paced her apartment, the note clutched in her hand. The cryptic message echoed in her mind, and she felt a renewed urgency to get to the bottom of her lingering doubts. She needed answers and was determined to find them. She decided to revisit her recent experiences, combing through every detail for clues she might have missed. The sense of unease had returned with a vengeance, and Tara knew she couldn't ignore it any longer. The journey she had thought was over now seemed to have taken a new turn, and Tara was ready to confront whatever awaited her. The note had opened a door she hadn't realized was still ajar, and she was determined to uncover the truth. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the blinds, Tara felt a renewed sense of determination. The unresolved mystery of the loop had taken on a new dimension, and she was ready to face it head-on. The unforeseen twist had emerged, and Tara was prepared to unravel it, no matter where it led. Tara's journey was far from over, and the lingering doubts had set her on a new path. The quest for answers had begun anew, and she was ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead with unwavering resolve. The morning sunlight poured into Tara's apartment, casting warm rays across her living room. The apartment, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now seemed to harbor a sense of foreboding. Tara sat at her desk, the cryptic note from the previous night laid out in front of her, the words, "Everything you know is not what it seems." Look deeper, echoing in her mind. Tara's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. Startled, she stood up and cautiously approached the door. She peered through the peephole but saw no one. She opened the door to find a small, unmarked envelope lying on the welcome mat. Her heart raced as she picked up the envelope. It was plain and had no return address, much like the previous one. Tara's unease grew as she brought the envelope inside and carefully opened it. Inside was another note, written in the same unfamiliar handwriting as before. The note read, "Sometimes, the answers are closer than you think. Look to the past to find the key." Tara's hands trembled slightly as she read the note. The message was just as cryptic and ominous as the first. She knew she needed to understand what it meant, but the vague directive left her with more questions than answers. Determined to follow the note's advice, Tara decided to revisit her old journals and personal belongings. She began sifting through boxes in her closet, searching for anything that might offer a clue. Tara had spent hours going through old journals, photographs, and keepsakes, trying to uncover something that might explain the ominous messages. The process was both exhausting and unsettling. Her apartment, once a space of solace, was now cluttered with fragments of her past. As she opened a dusty box of old photographs, a small, ornate locket fell out. Tara picked it up, recognizing it from her childhood. It had belonged to her grandmother, who had passed away years ago. Tara had almost forgotten about it. She opened the locket, revealing two small photographs inside, one of her grandmother and one of her as a child. The locket had been a cherished keepsake, and Tara had kept it as a memento of her grandmother's love. Attached to the locket was a small piece of paper, yellowed with age. Tara carefully unfolded it, revealing another cryptic message: "The past holds the key. Seek the truth in the memories you've buried." The message felt like a direct challenge to Tara's understanding of her past. The sense of dread grew stronger as she realized that her journey to uncover the truth might involve confronting long-forgotten memories and emotions. With renewed determination, Tara decided to visit her grandmother's old home, which had been left untouched since her grandmother's passing. It was a place she had avoided, not wanting to relive the memories of loss. The drive to the house was filled with a sense of foreboding. As she approached the familiar property, Tara felt a mix of nostalgia and anxiety. The house stood silent, its windows dark, as if guarding the secrets within. Tara unlocked the front door and stepped inside, the air thick with dust and the scent of old wood. The house was as she remembered it, filled with the artifacts of her grandmother's life. Tara wandered through the rooms, searching for anything that might hold significance. In the study, she found her grandmother's old writing desk, covered in a layer of dust. As Tara opened the drawers, she discovered a hidden compartment. Inside was an old leather-bound journal, its cover worn but intact. Tara carefully opened the journal, revealing pages filled with her grandmother's handwriting. The entries were personal and introspective, detailing her grandmother's thoughts and experiences. As Tara read through the pages, she came across a section that seemed to resonate with the cryptic messages she had received. One entry detailed a series of dreams her grandmother had experienced, dreams that echoed the patterns of Tara's own recent experiences. The dreams spoke of cycles and the struggle to break free from a repeating pattern. The realization hit Tara hard. Her grandmother had been trying to understand a similar phenomenon, long before Tara had encountered it herself. Returning to her apartment, Tara felt a mixture of shock and clarity. The discovery of her grandmother's journal had unveiled a connection between their experiences, suggesting that the cycle Tara had endured might have deeper roots in her family's history. The ominous signs and cryptic messages were now tied to a legacy of unresolved issues and hidden truths. Tara knew that to truly break free and understand the full scope of her ordeal, she would need to delve deeper into her family's past and confront the patterns that had persisted through generations. With the night settling in, Tara sat down at her desk once more, the journal open before her. She was prepared for the journey ahead, ready to uncover the secrets that lay buried and find the key to finally resolving the unsettling twists of her past. The unforeseen twist had revealed itself, and Tara was poised to confront a deeper mystery, one that intertwined with her family's history and the cycles of her own life. The journey was far from over, and the answers she sought were now tied to the legacy of those who had come before her. The apartment was bathed in the dim glow of a single lamp. Tara sat on the edge of her bed, her grandmother's journal spread out on the bedspread beside her. The sense of discovery from the earlier exploration of the journal had left her with more questions than answers. The revelations about her grandmother's experiences with cycles and dreams felt hauntingly familiar. As Tara reflected on her findings, her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She picked it up to see a new message from an unknown number. The message read, "Your search for answers has only just begun. Beware, the cycle is not yet complete." Tara's heart raced. The message was a chilling reminder that her ordeal was far from over. The feeling of unease that had been nagging at her since the cryptic notes began had intensified, and this new message only deepened her apprehension. Determined to get to the bottom of this new threat, Tara decided to investigate. She checked the number from which the message was sent, but it was untraceable, showing only as a generic placeholder with no identifiable information. she tried to recall if there was anything in her grandmother's journal that could provide a clue about who might be behind this message. As she flipped through the pages, she noticed a passage about a secret society or group that her grandmother had mentioned in passing. The details were vague, but it spoke of people who sought to manipulate cycles of fate and time. Tara's phone buzzed again. This time, it was a missed call from an unfamiliar number. She dialed the number back, her hands trembling. The call went to voicemail. Tara left a message, "Hello, this is Tara. I received a message from this number, and I'm looking for more information. Please call me back." After hanging up, Tara felt a cold shiver run down her spine. The sense of being watched or monitored had returned. The feeling was unsettling, and she couldn't shake the thought that someone, or something, was orchestrating events to keep her trapped in a cycle. Unable to sleep, Tara decided to check her apartment for any signs of tampering or surveillance. She methodically searched every room, but found nothing out of the ordinary. As she approached the window, she noticed a shadowy figure across the street. The figure seemed to be watching her apartment. Tara's heart pounded. She strained to see more clearly but could only make out a silhouette. She grabbed her phone and took a few photos of the figure. The figure seemed to notice her, turning slightly before retreating into the darkness. She called Jessica, her voice shaking as she explained the situation. Jessica was concerned and suggested that Tara stay on the phone with her while she checked the area around her apartment. Jessica reassured her that she would come over to help if necessary. As Jessica arrived, Tara and she conducted a thorough check of the surroundings. The shadowy figure was nowhere to be seen, but the unease remained. Jessica tried to comfort Tara, but the feeling of being watched persisted. Jessica suggested they take extra precautions, including installing a security camera and possibly getting a security system for the apartment. Tara agreed, knowing that her safety was a priority. As they talked, Tara's phone buzzed again. It was another message from the unknown number: "Your curiosity will cost you dearly. You cannot escape what is coming." The ominous message sent a wave of panic through Tara. The sense of dread was palpable, and she knew that whatever this new threat was, it was serious and potentially dangerous. After Jessica left, Tara lay in bed, her mind racing. The new threat had introduced a layer of danger that she hadn't anticipated. The feeling of being trapped and monitored had become all too real. She resolved to continue her investigation, but with heightened caution. The sense of urgency was greater than ever. The cycle she thought she had broken was not yet complete, and the emerging threat was a stark reminder that she was still very much entangled in a dangerous game. As the first light of dawn broke through the curtains, Tara prepared herself for the challenges ahead. The new threat had made it clear that the journey was far from over, and she was ready to face whatever lay ahead with determination and resolve. The unforeseen twist had brought with it a new and ominous threat, setting the stage for a renewed struggle. Tara's path was fraught with danger, and she was determined to confront the challenges head-on, unraveling the mystery and breaking free from the cycle that still bound her. The first light of dawn filtered through the blinds, casting long shadows across Tara's apartment. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. The message from the unknown number and the shadowy figure outside had unsettled her more than she wanted to admit. She tried to push her fears aside and focus on her plans for the day. But as she got up and started her morning routine, the sense of dread lingered. Every creak of the floorboards and every passing car outside seemed to carry an ominous undertone. Tara sat at her desk, reviewing the notes she had taken from her grandmother's journal. The cryptic messages and references to cycles and secrets seemed to connect to her current situation. She felt a growing urgency to decipher the messages and confront whatever threat was looming. As she worked, her phone buzzed with a new message from the unknown number. Tara's hands trembled as she read the message. Do you really think you can escape the cycle? The end is only the beginning. The message was a chilling reminder that the cycle she thought she had broken might not be over after all. The words "end" and "beginning" seemed to suggest that something more sinister was at play. Determined to uncover the truth, Tara decided to revisit the locations from her past experiences, hoping to find clues that could explain the ongoing threats. She started with her grandmother's house, where she had found the journal and the messages. As she arrived at the house, she noticed something odd. The front door was slightly ajar. Tara's heart raced as she cautiously entered the house, her senses alert for any sign of intrusion. The house was eerily quiet, and the feeling of being watched returned with a vengeance. Tara searched through the rooms, but nothing seemed out of place. She felt a growing sense of frustration. Had she missed something important? The cycle of fear and uncertainty seemed to be repeating itself, and Tara was struggling to find a way out. Returning to her apartment, Tara felt defeated. The sense of déjà vu was overwhelming, and she began to wonder if her efforts were in vain. The cycle that had tormented her seemed to be continuing, despite her attempts to break free. As she prepared dinner, her phone buzzed once more. It was another message from the unknown number. Time is a circle. You cannot escape what you have yet to understand. The message was cryptic, but it reinforced the sense that the cycle was far from over. Tara's thoughts raced as she considered the possibility that her understanding of the situation was incomplete. Exhausted and on edge, Tara decided to review her grandmother's journal one last time. She reread the passages about cycles, secrets, and patterns. The messages seemed to indicate that understanding the cycle was key to breaking it, but what was she missing? As she pondered the journal, she noticed a hidden note tucked inside the back cover. It was a brief message written in her grandmother's handwriting. Breaking the cycle requires more than knowledge. It requires confronting the truth you fear the most. The message struck a chord with Tara. She realized that the cycle she was trapped in might be connected to her own fears and unresolved issues. The path to breaking free was not just about solving the mystery but also about facing her deepest fears. With renewed determination, Tara resolved to confront whatever truths she had been avoiding. The cycle of fear and uncertainty had not been broken, but it was clear that she needed to face her own internal struggles to truly resolve the situation. As the night grew darker, Tara prepared herself for the challenges ahead. The cycle seemed to continue, but she was ready to confront it head-on. The messages and threats had only strengthened her resolve to uncover the truth and find a way to break free once and for all. The cycle that had begun with her birthday hangover and continued through her repeated deaths was far from over. But Tara was prepared to face whatever came next, determined to break the cycle and find her way to freedom. The sense of the cycle continuing had set the stage for a deeper exploration of Tara's fears and unresolved issues. The journey was far from over, and Tara was ready to confront the remaining challenges with courage and resolve. Tara sat at her desk, staring at the journal and the notes scattered around her. The messages had all pointed to a deeper truth she needed to confront. With a sense of determination, she took a deep breath and resolved to face her fears head-on. She reviewed the journal again, focusing on the passages about cycles and patterns. The truth she needed to confront seemed to be linked to her own past and her emotional struggles. The cycle of fear she was trapped in might be a reflection of unresolved issues from her own life. Tara arrived at her grandmother's house, feeling a mix of anxiety and determination. She knew that the key to breaking the cycle lay in confronting the truths she had avoided for so long. As she entered the house, she felt a sense of familiarity and unease. She made her way to the study, where she had found the journal. There, she noticed a photograph on the desk, one she had overlooked before. It was a picture of her grandmother with a group of people, including a man she didn't recognize. Tara examined the photo closely. The man in the picture bore a striking resemblance to the shadowy figure she had seen outside her apartment. The realization hit her: the figure was someone connected to her grandmother's past, and the cycle of fear was tied to a secret her grandmother had kept. Tara's investigation led her to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, a place that seemed to resonate with the darkness of her ordeal. The photo from her grandmother's house had pointed her here. As Tara entered the warehouse, she was greeted by the eerie silence. The place was filled with old crates and dust-covered machinery. She called out, her voice echoing through the empty space. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man in his late 50s, with a stern face and a cold demeanor. He was the man from the photograph, the one connected to the cycle of fear. The man introduced himself as Michael, a former associate of her grandmother. He explained that her grandmother had been part of a secret group that sought to manipulate cycles of fate. Michael had been trying to continue the group's work, but Tara's interference had jeopardized his plans. Michael revealed that the cycle of fear Tara had been trapped in was part of a larger plan to control people's destinies. He had been using the same methods her grandmother once employed to manipulate Tara's life and ensure his own success. Tara confronted Michael, demanding answers and an end to the cycle. As the confrontation escalated, Michael revealed his true intentions: to force Tara into a final loop, ensuring that she would never escape. The confrontation reached a climax as Tara fought back against Michael. She used her knowledge of the cycle and her grandmother's journal to outsmart him. The warehouse became a battleground of wits and willpower. In a dramatic turn, Tara managed to turn the tables on Michael. She confronted him with the truth about his manipulations and the harm he had caused. The realization of his failure and the collapse of his plans led to a moment of reckoning. With Michael defeated, Tara felt a sense of liberation. The cycle of fear had been broken, and she had confronted the darkest parts of her past. Tara woke up in her apartment, feeling a profound sense of relief. The loop that had plagued her for so long was finally over. The threats and fears had been confronted, and she was free. She looked around her apartment, appreciating the normalcy of her surroundings. The sense of dread and uncertainty had lifted, leaving her with a renewed sense of purpose. Tara began to rebuild her life, focusing on her personal growth and healing. She reached out to friends and family, reconnecting with those she had distanced herself from during the cycle. The journey had been challenging, but Tara was determined to move forward with a new perspective. She found solace in helping others and using her experiences to make a positive impact. Tara volunteered at a community center, sharing her story and offering support to those who had faced similar struggles. She found fulfillment in helping others and using her experiences to inspire hope. Her journey had transformed her, and she was grateful for the lessons learned. The cycle of fear had been replaced with a sense of purpose and connection. Tara sat on her balcony, watching the sunset. The view was serene, and she felt at peace. The challenges she had faced had shaped her into a stronger person. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tara looked forward to the future with hope and optimism. The past was behind her, and she was ready to embrace the new opportunities that lay ahead. Tara had moved to a new place, starting fresh and leaving behind the memories of the cycle that had haunted her. Her new home was filled with light and positivity, reflecting the new chapter of her life. With a sense of accomplishment and hope, Tara looked forward to a future free from the shadows of her past. The journey had been long and arduous, but she had emerged victorious and ready to embrace the new beginning.